we can just kind of end this here and here. And she was like, no, like, for the purposes of the record and for purposes of the public knowing what's going on, I'm going to keep talking to you about this so people can see how this is really playing out in real life. Before the government's going to issue its order, the court, Judge Reyes, wants the government to figure out the paths that are available to somebody who has, let's say, been deported, right? Because the government's position, let me back up. The government's position is that, can you hear me?
Yeah, because of this thing, right?
Yeah. So the government, just a little bit, like, so the government's position is that Secretary Noam's decision on TPS is not reviewable by courts.
It's a fucking investment.
Which wouldn't have been flooded out. It would have been exactly different.
Yeah, what happened to the folks in Oklahoma, that was fucked up.
That's why I even say in some relationships, right? It's not always mutual. Sometimes one have to sacrifice more than the other, right? And I'm actually using that as so I'm using it now. Right, and you give me that, right? I'm not trying to argue. I understand. I agree with everything y'all saying. Stop playing with me. Yes, I do.
Because what you're not under, and now you're bringing it back to like mutual agreement and benefit and allyship, right? There has to be mutual benefit on both sides for it to be an allyship. And again, there was no benefit to slavery. There's no benefit from slavery for Black people. So again, there was no allyship there.
It was
not.
It was because
that's why.
Allies to
listen to me.
No.
According to that,
please let me.
That's why I said.
Please let me ask you a question. I was asking a question. I get interrupted, right? So if you think there was a benefit, i.e., an investment, right? Where is the benefit from those who are related to the slaves that did all that work as slaves? Where's that investment benefit? Where is it showing up in, say, my neighbor has a family lineage and his great-great-grandparents were slaves, but he has no reaps of that benefit. So where is the benefit you claim exactly exists? Because if that was the case, right, there would not be a disparity of family wealth income, right? So that dude next door would have some family wealth from that lineage being passed on from the investment of his great-great-grandparents being slaves. But that's not the case.
We could have reparations, JCC. Let's do that. Have reparations.
Well, that's what I'm... No shit, Paul.
However, but if there was a benefit, if there was an investment that we've seen, then we wouldn't always have these conversations about
exactly
reparations.
So, Paul, the problem is there is no investment.
Look, Ducky, this is crazy, right? When I talk about Black issues, I'm usually talking about the Black struggle, ain't I? Like how we had to endure slavery or old reparation and all of these things, aren't I? Oh, yeah, Jackie, you hear me? Oh, he must. Okay, he's busy.
Sorry, I'm not
listening. Yeah.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
Y'all got my stance wrong, bro. Y'all like. So I'm not.
You got your stance wrong, bro. So I understand an investment is. If someone is participating in an investment, there's going to be some benefit rewards. So show me the benefit rewards of someone who is associated with someone who is a slave. Show those to me. Hello?
Hello?
But that's all you got, dude. It's a but.
Look, the nuances. I'm not. Y'all want to go all into details. I'm not trying to mention how things were promises were made and then reneged upon. There are a lot of things that we agreed upon that were reneged on in society, but that doesn't make our efforts, that doesn't make our work.
Wait. Are you saying that there was a promise? Hey, dude, you do this work, you're going to reap the benefits later, and it's going to be passed on to your lineage. Are you saying there was some kind of promise? Was there a contract arrangement? So what are you saying, dude? Are you making claims that you can't back up?
There was certain efforts made to restore the people that were enslaved.
What do you mean restore the people that were?
Well, not during. But after, yes, like that's why you. But that's what I'm saying, JCC. I understand that, right? But I'm also, that's why I say Black history is American history, right? That slavery that Black people endured helped build what we call America, and thus it applies to American history and the efforts of Black to help build this place.
Nobody is negating that, Taz. But you said it.
I know, but I understand all the abuse and stuff.
Yet to answer what have we seen that is a direct benefit from chattel slavery within the Black community? The answer is not a fucking.
I mean,
this is why everyone's asking for reparations.
I think there are certain unseen spiritual aspects,
but my God, you know what? Jesus help.
See, and that's why I'm trying not to go into the nuances, right? The investment, let's just call it a spiritual investment, an investment that kept us here and some type of investment. Just make it an investment for the time being, right? So you don't just disregard all our work that built the wealth of this place, right? It built the wealth of what we call America. We call home. This place is home. Americans, which we are.
I need specifics. Who benefited from that wealth directly? Was it us, or was it the slave masters and their families?
No, we didn't get generational wealth. We didn't benefit from the investment that we made, but right, we are still here in the place that helped build America, right? I'm making it more general, right? Yes, we sacrificed more and didn't benefit, right? But I'm trying to not demonize. I want to talk about greatness, that work, that blood.
Slavery should be demonized. Slavery is bad. Slavery is no bueno. Not good. No.
Bert, man, can you help me, bro? Because Bert know where I stand too, right? I'm not saying that slavery was good. I'm not trying to dismiss slavery. That was that chattel slavery that Black people endured is the atrocity of the earth that I say is greater than all things. That's part of what makes Black Americans are part of the greatest allies. We endured such things by those we consider allies to us, right? And endured it.
When did we think? What the fuck? When did Black people think that slave owners were our allies? When did that happen?
I'm sorry, my alarm was going off. What?
That's funny because literally mine did too. I said, when did we think that? When did slaves think that slave owners were our allies? When did that happen?
I mean, sometimes you forced. I mean, that's what happens. Sometimes you gotta take, like I'm taking a situation and the lemons and making lemonade right now, right? I'm not trying to spoil it. Usually you hear me, you heard me speak. JCC heard me speak before. It's not you hear, some people think I'm racist the way I speak.
I think you have a very skewed view right now. And you're ignoring historical fact, and that is my issue.
No, how am I ignoring historical fact when I'm actually making it history?
Black people benefited from slavery when we.
No, I'm not saying they benefited. I'm not saying. I say it was an investment that yielded no returns. You know what I mean? We invested, but yeah, other people took that investment and kind of mishandled it. You know what I mean?
So now you're changing. Now you're changing what you're saying.
So, Taz,
What the fuck?
I think you have the wrong understanding of investment the way you're utilizing it. Because the only people that invested into the slavery was a handful of people that bought the ships, that got paid the people to go to Africa and bring people back. Those are the only people that invested, and it wasn't necessarily white or black. It was a handful of people, and that's it. When it comes to that, right? Another people that invested is the people that bought the slaves in America, that had the farms, the owners of the farms. It wasn't every single individual. So black people did not invest into slavery unless they put money down or created situations where it benefited them to own slaves. So I think the word investment should not be utilized the way it is right now.
I understand, right? But I'm talking about the efforts of, like, regardless of our place, right?
Someday. And so we're still like obligating certain things, but then we're like, oh no, you don't have to do that over there. Well, why not? How come we can't just like Christianize,
charge
the holiday
cash, and then the rest on my card, like this and that.
It's a different religion. It's new rules.
If it's $3, yeah, right.
Yeah, they should have. Instead, they should have just Christianized the
That's just what happens. You gotta get me hurt.
No, you don't like that on normal. I'm sorry.
No. Listen.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said that Christians, instead of tossing out the law, they should have Christianized it. And
We
said,
did.
You know what?
I don't not like it. You can make any religion you want. You can be a Buddhist or
We did do that.
Baha'i. You can be any religion you want. I believe in religious freedom, not Smiler.
Oh, okay.
We did do that, Smiler. We did do that.
You did do that.
Yes, because in the 3rd and 4th century, it became a full Gentile religion. That's the reason why when we were going over Mark 7, Mark 7:19, and then everybody was like, "Oh no, he's declaring all foods clean." Yeah, you know why they thought that? Because they had no more. They didn't have Jews in their camp telling them that this was a Jewish idiom.
Right.
But we know that now. You see what I'm saying? But we know that now. And I'm a Catholic, we had that shit wrong. Like you said, we had him looking like a hypocrite. That's the reason why even some church fathers remove the verse. If you go to the NIV, the verse is not there. The verse is only there under the RSV. If you go to the NIV, it's not there. Because they removed it because people were misquoting him, misrepresenting him, making him look like a hypocrite. They're like, wait a second, come on, we can't do this. But how are we going to explain to them? They want deeper justification for not observing Torah. They're not going to just take Paul. They're going to want to take now and misrepresent what he's saying about all foods being clean with the hand wash. We went through this.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you, my brother. You can't, if you choose to observe the law, continue to observe the law. That's on you. You understand what I'm saying? That's on you. For me, I don't eat meat.
I wouldn't say I'm of the. I don't know. I don't like the word observing the law only because it's like because I don't want that to seem. I don't want it to seem like that's my main source. My main source is to look to Jesus and to follow his lead. And so what I do is I use the law as a reference point. So I'm like, okay, well, what does the law say? Because Jesus obviously didn't talk about everything. So I'm like, okay.
Let's say.
Coin, I forget who gave this take, but they're like, the way I feel AI will work, it won't be a one winner. It will be like, the AI is like refrigeration, but the companies that really, made billions with refrigeration is like Pepsi and meat.
Right, that is American history and Black history, and it matters, right?
mom, I have a grandpa, I have people in my family. Curtains crack a line of gray. Kettle sings.
Hey, Shake.
And slips away.
Shake, do you want to take a round trip flight to Iran with a hangover layover in Palestine? Or would you rather go to Iran with a hangover layover in Israel? Well, if you want, do you want to book a return flight ticket from Iran back to Israel with a layover in Palestine? Or do you want to...
Empty cup and quiet sink. I watch the steam before I drink. The deepest breath of the day. Let the hurry fall away. Hands around this little heat. Slowly waking, slowly free. Circles drawn. Candles drip. Wax like time. Hands held still. Tracing soon. This is the magic hour. Slow in the chest, bright in the dark of your mind.
Feel how the ground keeps you here, keeps you safe. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, right in the dark of your mind. Every breath realize. Breathing in, old stone hole, circles drawn on the wall, candles drip, wax like time. Inhale, soft and slow. Everything heavy, let's go. Lay your armor by the door. Every thought falls to the floor. Feel your ribs like opening doors. Gentle tide on inner shores. Into the quiet, let it take a seat. Through the silence, softly, safely. Here in your body, you awaken. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Into the quiet, deep into the real. Follow that shimmer behind your eyes. Tiny horizon, a velvet skies. Breath like a mantra, wordless clear. Each slow exhale rewrites your fear. Drop into the quiet. Let it take you through the silence, softly, safely. Here in your body, you awaken. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Drop into the quiet, into the real you. Inside the sound, inside the sound, into the fire. Let it take you through the silence, softly, safely. Here in your body, you awaken. Here in your stillness, you are shaken. Soft and slow, everything heavy, let's go. Inhale, soft and slow, everything heavy, let's go. Lay your arm by the door, every thought falls to the floor. Feel your ribs like opening doors, gentle tide on inner shores. Drop into the quiet, take your seat to the silence, softly sleep. Here in your body, you awake. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Into the quiet, deep into the real you. Follow that shimmer behind your eyes, tiny horizon, velvet skies. Breathe like a mantra, wordless clear. Each slow exhale rewrites your feel. Something say, here in your body, you awake. Here in your stillness, you are shaking free. Draw into the quiet, into the real you. I am safe. I am safe. I am whole. I am whole. I am more than I was told. More than I was told. And I am light. I am light. I am ground. I am ground. I am the space inside the sun. Into the quiet, stay through the silence. Here in your body, you awake. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Draw into the quiet. Inhale, soft and slow. Everything heavy, let's go.
Hello?
And Donald, you're gay.
The only reason
Donald's not gay.
the only reason that I yell is to get
You're gay. You're projecting your gayness onto Donald.
care less about gay people.
Donald likes
Oh my
you.
God, who cares?
You both are
Being
gay.
called gay
Hello?
is not an insult. I don't care.
Hello, are we live on YouTube? Hello?
Yes, we're live on YouTube, Republican.
All right, let me go to the YouTube live and make a comment. I'd like to prove that God exists. I've been working on an equation for the past 2 weeks in my mathematical science labs. I got funding from George Soros, and I've actually drafted what I consider to be the perfect mathematical equation to convince Donald God exists. Now, this equation is specifically tailored and engineered for Donald's brain, because if we can't prove it to Donald, then the hopes of becoming Albert Einstein. Hello? Oh, okay. Okay, please hold. I gotta go to my lab and get the paperwork. I'll be right back. Actually, Donald, can I just leave? Can I just post the equation to your YouTube live so the world can see the brilliance of the equation?
Sure.
Just FYI, I spent many weeks on this equation, and I used AI from multiple different platforms, and I'm 100% convinced that this equation proves beyond a reasonable doubt, mathematically, scientifically, that God is real, and Donald's opinions are as valuable as the trash in your trash can. Hello?
Circle of salt on the floor. Candles breathe in the dark. You trace signs in the air. I feel them light up my heart.
Hello?
Your eyes closed.
And I want to thank CM down in the audience for all of his negative criticism in the chat over the past couple of days. That's what really pushed me. Hello? 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 Yeah, I do math because I want to know the truth of the earth since my birth. And the truth is is that CM is not as good as a mathematician as I am. I'm the best mathematician there is. CM is an amateur mathematician. And science. Anyways, I have my mathematical equation to prove that God exists, and I am complete. I'm gonna do it with my finger in the air. Okay, I just did the sign, everybody. I just did the mathematical equation sign of the infinity loop, and I have proven beyond reasonable doubts that God is.
I never got kicked down like everybody else.
I mean, when you can't control yourself, I have to
Yeah, I wish you could kick yourself down.
Okay, no problem.
Donald, please help yourself.
You whisper power like prayer.
I use my AAA card, so that's someone heat like a rising dawn. Old scars flickered and fade like they were never drawn. You speak my hidden name. I speak the truth in yours. Two sparks twist into one, opening secret doors.
In the space. That's why Mr. Wilson said what he said to you about delineation, because this shit is crazy. How is it that somebody, you a first generation?
Ash and salt in the rain. I breathe in the thunder. Exhale a silver stream. Eyes close to the chaos. Palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my mountain meditation. Old words on my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watched them lose their hold. I trace you a doorway made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. And it's my meditation. I've got it fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden brown. In this meditation, hear your wild heart slowing down. I hold the storm inside my hands until it bows. Let it rise, let it fade. All that weight you never named. Let it rise, let it fade. I'll transmute it into grace. This is our magic meditation, crown of quiet fire here and now. We turn every sorrow into soft holy ground. In this meditation, feel your fears so settling down. We hold the storm inside our hands. It's gentle now. Bare feet on the circle, ash and salt in a ring. I breathe in the thunder, exhale a silver stream.
A local comic is earning laughs on stage and praise in the gallery.
Eyes closed to the chaos, lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my magic meditation, crown of quiet fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft gold.
my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their hold. I trace you a doorway made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. In this my magic meditation, crown of quiet fire on my brow. I accuse me of into soft golden in this magic meditation, hear your wild heart slowing down. I hold the storm inside my hands until it bows. Let it fade. All that with you never rise. Let it rise. Let it fade. Oh, this is our magic meditation, crown of quiet fire here and now. We turn every sorrow into soft coming storm inside our heads. It's just stop touching my shit! things can you do immediately as governor? Even if you likely still have a supermajority of Democrats.
Hold words on your tongue. Heavy hands going up. You sit in that chair. Breathe it in. Hold stone hall. Circles drawn on the wall. Candles drip. Wax like time. Hands held still. Tracing soon. How amazed in the quiet. Heart like a flame. This is the slow as the chest. Right in the dark of your mind. How amazed. Every breath realigned. Eyes have closed. Sparks inside. Name your fear. Let it ride. Watch it turn. Just the moon. What you see lies in you. How amazed in the quiet hour. Heart like a flame. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest. Right in the dark of your mind. How amazed. Every breath realigned. Inhale the down. Exhale the weight away. Feel how the ground keeps you here, keeps you safe.
It was a lot today. You know, pushed you off the edge. You're social media. I don't know. How about you say some truths?
Our capital.
This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest. Right in the dark of your mind. How amazed. Every breath realigned.
Chicago Flips Red, we had the pleasure
to it.
No.
Breathing in old stone hall, circles drawn. Candles drip, wax like time, hands held still, tracing sign. Power mage in the quiet hour, heart like a flame. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, bright in the dark of your mind. Power made, let every breath realign. Eyes have closed, sparks inside. Name your fear, let it rise.
And
Watch it turn, ash and blue. What you see lives in you.
What?
Power
The
made,
leaders.
quiet hour, heart like a flame.
Leaders.
This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, bright in the dark of your mind. Power made, let every breath realign.
Imagine that.
Inhale the doubt, exhale the weight away. Feel how the ground keeps you here, keeps you safe. Power makes in the quiet hour, heart like a flame. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, right in the dark of your mind. Power made, let every breath realize.
I grew up right here in Cook County.
looks like Jerry needs to be a little more comfortable. This is why we need term limit.
Danny. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
What's up?
Were you trolling last night?
Was I trolling last night? When am I not
You're talking about the penises. Were you trolling me?
The penises, I can't remember. What was it?
You were pretending to be a gay man. You did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was comedy.
Yeah, I thought it was so good. Did they kick you out?
I think so, yeah. But I had other compliments too. I had other people message me last night say I was very funny.
I thought that was really good. But I still feel like it was a psyop.
That was the psyop in the psyop.
Okay.
Becomes psyop slop.
How many psyops are there?
An infinite amount, because every single thing is a psyop.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know the difference between, like, entanglement and, like, people reading my mind?
Everybody reads people's verbal and nonverbal cues, we're scanning creatures. And part of cognitive behavioral therapy is that mind reading is like people's fake problem, meaning that not a fake problem, meaning that people that do mind reading are trying to guess or infer when they shouldn't be doing that, because it's almost like speaking. Like the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. So if you do mind reading, you're very far from the truth. You're using your imagination to create opinions, and opinions are what the problem is. That's why people are unhappy, because they don't go with the flow. They're constantly giving an opinion on the flow as opposed to just merging with the flow. Hello?
Yeah, like the ocean.
Yeah, unite, be one with the ocean. And the ocean is really a metaphor for the reservoir of subconscious emotions, which are infinite. So it's, just go with the flow. That's the whole thing. People on this app are actually trying to obstruct your flow. That's why it's called the, dark pit of despair.
Wait, what is the dark pit of despair?
Clubhouse. This is where souls come to die in eternity, trapped in a hell of fire.
I don't know. Do you know who's back?
It's just a joke. Who's back?
Doc.
Yeah, I talked to him last night. He was listening to me do my comedy last night.
Oh, you do comedy?
You didn't hear me last night?
Are you talking about when you went in Bathhouse? Were you in another room too?
Yeah.
With Doc?
Yep.
That was really good, I've had some weird shit happen in my life.
Yeah, same here.
I feel like Clubhouse. What do you say about the communication is hypnosis? And sometimes I wonder if I hypnotize people in the wrong way.
Well, you hypnotize yourself when you hypnotize other people, so make sure it's a good performance. You don't want to suck, do you?
I know, but I don't want to hurt people.
Well, if you hurt people, you hurt yourself. Love thy neighbor means love thyself.
Well, some people hurt people in order to help themselves.
manipulative people.
But like, how do you become a president? How do you become a CEO? How do you be like certain things? Like, if you're going to be a billionaire, you have to have that type of mentality. Do you know?
Not really. People promote and like the nice person. There are people out there that are just so authentic that they're unstoppable. And there's really a lot of CEOs like that are extremely well developed. So much of life just comes down to showing up, not fucking up, being pleasant in all things. Like, if you're not pleasant in all things, you're not a very good leader. Because like, I worked for this guy once, and we wasted 4 days on this like seminar, like this educational seminar. Total waste of time. Could have been compressed to like 2 hours, instead we wasted 4 days at the government's expense. And then he has the gall to scream at all of us for wasting all of our time and making it a horrible event and screaming at us. And I'm like, bitch, you're the fucking leader. You're the one who organized all this, and you're screaming at us? We should be screaming at you, motherfucker. And we all looked at each other like, I can't believe he's screaming at us right now after he is the organizer and wasted all of our time. So, there's good people out there that won't waste your time. And, that's it. That's life. Life is complicated, Danny. But the whole point is you're in control, and people on this app want to take your control away from you. That's the whole purpose of this app. And that's how dopamine works in a way. You're on a dopamine quest. Just don't be the dope. Be the genius.
No, I've been the dope. Sometimes I'm very good at psyoping, and then other times, like, they're so good at it. And I think most of the time they're better than me because they went to school for it and stuff. But what can I say? They're talking about religion in the other room. I feel like I've heard every single argument. At a specific point, maybe there is a point where there's nothing new to learn.
Well, not on this app. Look at it as like a soup of words. Grace is here as well. Look at this as like a soup of words. And if you want the recipe, you got to open a book. People who wing the cooking without looking at the recipe and actually doing the measurements, their food sucks. That's what people are doing on this app. They are creating dreck, schlop.
I feel like some people have it in them to really cook well by instinct alone. It's like one of those gifts that people have. How do I find the other room?
It's the Church of Buttercup.
Okay.
What my point is about the soup words is that when I open a book, it's like it's like ordering an entree from a 5-star restaurant. But people on this app just like going to McDonald's. I like going to the gourmet 5-star restaurant. Hello? It sounds also like your cold went away. Grace's prayer must have worked.
Did she say a prayer?
Yeah, she prayed over you like 2 weeks ago when you were dying of influenza.
Did I get the Misha Barach? I did it for Lil Haiti. I did the Misha Barach for her.
Did it dislodge the chicken wing in her throat?
He was in a coma.
Lil Haiti was in a coma?
Yeah, because she had like something really bad that she was in a coma. So I think they might have put her in it for like a week, and then she was really sick. She might even still be in the hospital from like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen her hurt or shout. It's too bad. Well, I've just been playing music. I did a scan of the rooms this morning. I didn't find anything entertaining, so I went back to music. And I'm going to go to the gym shortly. And then I got to take out the trash, And then I'm setting up a new Clubhouse recording studio in my house, and I'm expanding my recording to, record more. I bought more phones. I bought 2 new computers, and I figure, like, why rent one of my rooms to a person that I don't want to live with, that stinks and is annoying? Maybe I could just turn my bedrooms into recording studios, monetize them, as opposed to like having to actually interact with real human beings. I can just surreptitiously record people wasting all their time, and then waste all the time of everybody on YouTube, and then deliver advertisements to people that want to waste their time. That's my theory. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I'm just looking at a list.
Grace, welcome. Hope all is well.
All is okay. How are you guys?
I'm good. The weather finally is turning. They say we're going to get like a 70-degree Fahrenheit February. I'm like, holy shit. When they say the groundhog like saw a shadow, didn't see a shadow, it's always the opposite. When they say that we're going to have like a longer winter, and it's the opposite. That's the thing people don't realize about the groundhog.
I have 4 feet of snow. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's just piling up. And I'm at the top of a mountain. That's where I live. So I have no idea what everybody else is experiencing. All that I know is that it is here to stay. How are you, Donnie? Did I interrupt something?
I'm looking at a list of Black Jewish celebrities for Black History Month.
Oh, great. That sounds like a good thing to do.
So someone said Doja Cat was anti-Semitic and to switch them with Adam Duritz, but Adam Duritz is just a Russian Jew. He's not black at all. He just has
I know. Everyone thinks he is. Well, I just popped in to say hi, guys. I hope you all are well, and I hope to see you again.
Likewise, Grace. I'm gonna read something from a book. People on Clubhouse. Danny, did you hear about my 1,500, 3,000 theory? It basically says that we say 1,500 words a day and we listen to 3,000 words a day. And the people that pick and choose what they say and listen to are the ones who are actually in control of the 3,000 and the 1,500, which is yourself. So if you take ownership of what you're listening to and what you're saying, and you control that 1,500, 3,000, your life will be a lot better and you'll have less difficulty. That's what people in positions of power, prestige, and success have been doing for many, many years, is controlling the 15-30 rule.
Yeah, by not consuming bullshit.
Yeah, because it's spam. So your attention and your focus is all important. And if you're just consumed in spam, well, you're just in a garbage can.
It's too late for me.
It's not too late for you because it's the 1530 law. And
no, I'm just saying, I feel like I already fell into the shit.
No, there's no, you can't fall into it because there's no such thing as past. There's only the now. The now is a compression of the past and the future. And if you increase your IQ, you increase your EQ. And the whole point of meditation and focus is to induce what they call genius with a capital G. Okay. And genius is a little bit like a time machine, meaning that you can go into the past or future with a time machine. But since time machines don't exist, what it really...
They might.
No, they don't. What it is a metaphor for the focused attention, is staying focused. And
do you have the clearance to know if we do or not?
No, all my time as a top secret military intelligence officer, Danny, I never saw one secret or one intelligent thing ever. All I met was stupid black women. That was it. I met DEI hires. That was the intelligence that I found, was that we were so intelligent we were making DEI hires everywhere. And I was like, oh shit, like we're not intelligent? Oh shit.
I don't get it.
There's nothing to get. That's what my point is. When they say military intelligence, it's just like an oxymoron. It's the opposite. Is there's no intelligence in the military. All the super smart people go into law, banking, and health, where all the money's at, and they make, on average $500,000 a year. Wouldn't it be nice, Danny, if you and your husband both earned $400,000 a year, or even 1.2 million a year?
Amazing, but do you understand? Like, my dad's a doctor, my stepmom's a doctor. She even is Ivy League educated, and I don't think they bring home that much money, unfortunately.
No, I know. I'm just being facetious, saying like, what if, like, how remarkable, because it would be mind blowing.
So I was reading the Reddit posts of like what people do to make that type of money, and like you're right on the money. Like certain types of doctors.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone whose wife was some type of a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that she was like a partner, so she was making $600,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked with this Jewish woman at Smith Barney Citigroup, and as a financial advisor, I was a paid intern working for her and helping her. And she was like, John, don't go into financial advisory. Don't become a wealth manager. She's like, my husband is an attorney. John, he's making over $1 million a year. It is a license to steal. And I'm like, your husband's stealing money? She's like, no, but it's legal. He's got a license to steal. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, you're so funny. She was like the worst financial advisor in the office, the biggest klutz, but she was, fun and nice. And didn't have a bad attitude, even though she wasn't making great money. Her husband was fucking killing it. She had a couple kids. Like she didn't need the money. She just needed to like stay busy, So she was a cool chick.
So how do you know how to get the good financial planner? You know what I mean? It's like
you can't. The right one is you. I really want to write a book and do like a website and call it like Fire Your Financial Advisor. And prove that your financial advisor is actually costing you money, and you are literally shaving off like your retirement. Because if you're giving them 1% to 2% a year over 10 years, that's 20%, 10 to 20% of your total net worth. And if you're only getting, let's say, 4% to 7% over 10 to 2, so they're taking half of what you made with them. That's crazy. And they tell you it's 1% to 2% assets under management, but they're really taking half of whatever you gain over a long enough period of time. So fuck that. And you're trapped in there. And they don't even do anything for you. They literally sell you a mortgage, they sell you a mutual fund from another company. But they don't do anything. They'll take your call and like they'll return your call and they'll mail you a check when you ask for a check. That's the biggest thing that's happening in these financial advisory firms. People just call in and say, hey, I need a check for $35,000. And they start cashing out. And these financial advisors and their team of FAs just sit there and draft checks for their customers all day that need cash out of their brokerage account. So anyways, Danny, my whole point to you is the basis and the fundamental groundwork of all success, Danny, is always meditation. And do you know what meditation is?
Just like resting your brain?
No, it's focused concentration. It's awareness on what you're doing, which is the now. And so guess what happens when you read a book?
You can meditate a little.
No, well,
Focus in on the now.
a book by function is a meditation because it requires your total concentration to read a sentence on a page. It takes your entire existence to sit there and stare and read left to right. And do you know why Jews read right to left?
No.
I don't really know the answer to that question. I think it's just I think it's just because like it's the Tao, meaning that they do it. Yeah, they do it different in order to be different. It could also it could also have to do with the actual language and the writing of it. You know, I'm not sure. We could Google it.
We need like Grace or that other guy. The Israeli guy knows a lot.
Yeah.
The older guy.
Yeah. He's from Chicago.
Which I forget his name. Probably the same guy.
It's Eitan.
Yeah. He knows a lot.
Yeah, he loves talking. Oh, okay. So listen to this. Jews read right to left because Hebrew, like other ancient Semitic languages, Arabic or Aramaic, was originally carved into stone with chisels, making it easier for predominantly right-handed people to carve from right to left to avoid smudging or injury. This historical practice continued with quill and ink, but some languages eventually shifted to left to right for convenience on paper, while Hebrew maintained its right to left direction due to its religious text and cultural continuity, with Kabbalistic tradition also linking the right side to positive attributes like kindness. I was like, holy shit, I was thinking that. I was like, because the right hand is the hand of God, we probably go right to left as opposed to left to right. Like, why start at the evil position to get to the good? Start at the good, then get to the evil.
Don't they say that left-handed people are more likely to be serial killers?
Well, Bill Clinton is left-handed, and see, I think that's also like a metaphor too, because if you follow the left-handed path is like a, like a pirate versus, the officer and the gentleman. So it's like cops and robbers. The left side is the robber, the right side is the cop. But it's together. It's when you clasp your hands, that's the union. And in Kabbalah, this is what a lot of people on Clubhouse don't understand. Like when they're constantly saying, how can there be a God when all there's this evil and all this death and horrible chaos? And that's because they don't realize God is a chaos agent. And God actually has evil attributes. And God is like a simulation that you can manipulate. Essentially, God is nature, and as humankind increases its genius, it gives us that ability to manipulate nature. But even that is a metaphor for our own dispositions. Like you sound like a good person, like a nice person, and that's probably because of the input from your parents, from your family, from your friends. Maybe you've had some shortcomings, but nonetheless, most of your input is good. So you're mostly a good person. But imagine organized evil, parents and cultures or societies dedicated to creating, evil characteristics, controlled evil characteristics, meaning that you don't want to create a warrior that just randomly kills and commits crime. You want to create basically Dr. Evil as opposed to Dr. Good.
Wait, so you're saying it's better to create a warrior than a good person?
No, I'm saying some people end up becoming Dr. Evil as opposed to Dr. Good. Like Bill Gates would be the example that like his parents, his conditioning, his experiences has produced Dr. Evil. Now, you might say that Kennedy is the production of Dr. Good. So, I mean, there's just a lot of conditioning that goes into who we are. And the fact that we speak English is because we've been conditioned to speak English. We could, if we chose, we could switch to a different language if we were competent in it, but we're not because we haven't been conditioned with that. So the point is,
Bill Gates, his father is the reason he's the way that he is.
Yeah, probably. So all communication is conditioning. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. All communication is spam. And, if you get spammed with a bunch of negative attributes, you can become Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
And so when you listen to people on Clubhouse, unfortunately, because all communication is projection, all communication is conditioning, all communication is hypnosis, all communication is political. You're being conditioned on people's political communication all the time on this app. And most people here, in my opinion, are very low energetic, very depressed, moping, and they don't know how to play the game as a system. Like I have an instruction booklet by U.S. Games Systems Incorporated out of Stanford, Connecticut, 06902. And it's based upon secret wisdom. But it's really just like prompts, because there were no computers so many years ago. That basically flashcards are a way to, condition yourself. So if you could use the tarot,
What's the book?
it's the tarot cards. Any kind of tarot card is basically a Gestalt prompting system in order to induce wisdom, because there are cards in there that are very smart. Like for example, tell me a tarot card in your memory. Do you have any tarot cards memorized?
The Fool, the Hermit.
Okay, so go with the Fool. What is the Fool to you in the tarot?
I don't know.
Okay, it's a cloaked individual dressed in rags. And that person is holding a staff and carrying a lantern, a lamp, a light source in the darkness. But that person underneath those rags is like a 5-star, Benz. It's like buying a car that looks like a piece of shit, but on the inside, it's all luxury. That's and the Hermit is also like a crab or a Cancer, meaning that it burrows, it goes within. So the whole secret is within. And that's what meditation is. Again, it's just a focus. But tarot is like a way of interpretation. But again, it's almost like a pre-computer system. It's basically AI itself, because you can use it to hypnotize yourself and others. But it's all the secret symbols which are there, which always go back to go within. Within is where the mystery is living. Within you, you are the secret. And so when the saying in Zen poetry is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So when you come on this app and you talk or you listen to people talking, you're listening to sounds outside of the silence. The silence is the secret. Silence is where it's at, which is peace. Peaceful disposition. The moon light reflecting off of a perfectly harmonized and balanced light. That's what you want your emotional state to be, is always in a state of bliss. So people on this app do not talk about the theory of joy. Do you know what the theory of joy is, Dani?
No.
It's a psyop. It's a psyop. But it's like riding a bicycle. Though. Once you ride that bicycle of joy, you can always get back on it and ride it without having to figure it out again, because now you understand, balance. That's why riding
above, so below.
Exactly. 50-50. Not too much of this, Not too much of that. Ich en jach.
I don't want to die.
You've probably died a million times already. You know, that's the thing is you don't want. But the truth is, it's not about what you want. The truth is always about your opinion. And your opinion is that you die. But the truth is, you probably don't die. You probably are like an infinite, immortal soul consciousness that can't be destroyed, or crushed, or eliminated. And you probably just keep reincarnating. That's probably what's happening. And when you wake up every single day, when you wake up in the morning, people don't go, oh, it's a miracle. I'm alive. They don't say that, do they? They just get up, they take a dump, and they make a cup of coffee. But they're never like, oh my God, look, I came back to life. Like, so every day.
Well, sometimes, I mean, I am very happy and grateful, and I'll sit with my son, and I wasn't raised that Jewish, I only knew the Shema with my mom, but, there's a couple more prayers. But like, I put on the Modeh Ani for my son, because I think that's the prayer that you're actually praying to God, that you're thankful for the day. And it's really beautiful.
Yeah, that's all you need. Yeah, that's all you need is a kindling, which is a little fire to start the blaze. I know a lot of Jews that have never been to Israel. They've never gone on a birthright trip for free. And I'm like, why not? Why haven't you go to Israel for 2 weeks for free? All expenses paid. Go. You're going to meet so many amazing people. It's like going to summer camp. Fucking in Israel for free. What the fuck? Go. What are you waiting for?
You know what? It was 2 levels. For me, it was, okay, I'm afraid, like, I feel like when I was growing up, like, the local newspaper was always showing all the dead kids in Israel for, like, propaganda. Like, it would be, like, dead Palestinian kids, dead Israeli kids, and they'd be, like, stoning each other to death, like, every week. And so I was just, like, afraid to go. I just thought that there was always, like that it wasn't safe. But they say it's the safest place in the world for the Jewish people. I mean, that's what the people in Israel say. That's what they say. I think it's a beautiful thing. I would love to see it. And I also wanted to read about the history to figure out all these things, because they say so many things. And now that I know the history, it's just like, it must be God's way, I think. It's the only thing I can think.
Well, God is everything. So, what I don't like, though, as an American, I know that, like, everything is a drama, meaning that all these foreign countries just want to keep causing drama to just, like, get our fucking money, our attention, our resources. They're, like, causing us to break our meditation. And, how long can we do that? I mean, it's insane.
So do you think it's them? You think it's them doing it, or do you think it's like...
Yeah, the Israelis are they're fucking drama queens. Are you kidding me? They're huge drama queens that constantly demand our attention, as if Jerusalem is like the most sacred city on the fucking planet. It's not. It's a fucking metaphor for you.
I feel.
That's the whole thing, is all these literalists are fucking psychotic neurotics. They're delusional illusionists. It's a metaphor for your fucking brain, for personal development, wherever you find yourself at. And your problem is, Danny, like, I'm trying to give you some secret, guess what? Because, you could do a lot of things with your life, and you don't want to be boring. You don't want to be stupid. You want to be a genius, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
This app is going to fucking drain you. It's a parasitic app. It's a vampire app sent from hell to drain you. Like, you can use it, because above is below, below is above. If it comes from below, that means you're above. So be above. Don't be below. It's all about your frame. There was a Jewish guy on here that doesn't use this app anymore. For probably wise reasons, because he says a lot of stupid stuff, but he was talking about framing one day and what it means in psychology. I was like, shit, I never heard anybody in my whole life ever talk about framing. You know, I've heard about framing pictures and paintings in your house, but I have never heard somebody talk about psychological framing, which is essentially communication hypnosis, meaning if I frame this conversation or frame a topic or category that we're talking about, I have now framed that and like put it in a box, put a perimeter around it. But then the other person in a debate can come back with a new frame and expand the frame or narrow the frame, but it doesn't matter as long as they reframed it, because now we're operating in the new frame. You see how that works?
Yeah.
But it's basically people framing and reframing. So if I had a debate with McZed, he's basically a chronic reframer. He constantly just reframes and reframes and that's because he's like a prosecutor trained in the law to essentially do a frame hypnosis. And then he frames you, and then the judge makes a ruling, and you're like, what just happened here? That motherfucker framed me.
Yeah, that's scary.
Well, you have that same power. It's not like a power of a certificate from a college. Anybody can frame anything. Like, you ever see the movie Cecil B. DeMille with the 10 Commandments with Moses?
No.
Well, the whole thing is a framing. And literally in the most real sense of the word, because it's a movie and they have to shoot a frame. But the script is essentially Moses framing. And then people come up to Moses and they frame. And then an Egyptian soldier will frame. So it's just like one frame after the next. And it's a little bit like, that's what a film is, basically. It's a progression of a story by framing. And that's what's happening in the real world. Like if you want to go buy a car and you talk to the car salesman and you're looking at a car on the lobby of the dealership, you're trying to frame up the situation, and then he's trying to reframe you. And then finally you get a meeting of the minds and you strike a deal, you sign the contract, and you transact the currency and get the keys. So this app is just like neurotic framers. You want to hear a sample? I can just prove to you my theory just by going to any random clubhouse.
I think this eggplant is.
You don't think your eggplant is trying to frame you to basically make a bowel movement at 8 a.m.? Hello? This person down there is a future turd. They're here because they want the dopamine. And but they're probably not even listening to what I'm saying. It's not even making sense to them because they're sitting here like, probably doing something else. Anyways, Danny, do you have any other questions, concerns, ideas, or opinions?
Is it weird that someone else is anoning you?
No. If I anon other people, obviously I'm going to be anoned as well because they're looking for some type of tidbit to frame me. You see what I'm saying, Danny? That's what anon is. It's a snitch hotline for framers. Don't get framed, Danny. You're always being typecast. Do you know what typecast means in the pictures business, in the theater business?
But how do I reframe it? I feel like I might be in too deep, like that.
Well, there you get by saying how do I reframe it? You just reframed it with the question. You see what I'm saying? You can't help yourself. You're already a serial framer. The trick is, Danny, don't get framed by other people. Frame other people, but don't get framed yourself. I am the president of the Framers Society here in Chicago. I frame as many pictures as I can. And I've been doing it for many years successfully. I have a huge framing production business. I don't know if you know this, but, I'm big into framing.
I'm nervous.
You're nervous?
Yeah.
Well, that's you just framing the situation. Congratulations. I would suggest you do a different frame, but everyone has their preference on how they want to frame things.
I don't frame shit.
Well, you just frame shit by saying you don't frame shit. doing a negative frame is still a frame. You see what I'm saying? Part of this is an extension of the Jewish Complaint Department, another nonprofit I set up here in Chicago, Illinois, to essentially listen to complaints, because what they're trying to do is frame. But anyways, any other questions you'd like?
Are you and Jeff in on that Jewish Complaint Department joke? Are you guys together in that?
No, I started JCD. I'm the founder. Actually, it was me and Grace that started JCD because we were listening to a Jew hate room put on by Amir and his group of terrorists. And I said, you know what this is? This is just people complaining all the time. I was like, let's just set up a complaint, department. And so we did. We set up the Jewish Complaint Department, and it's the thing is, it was founded by a Jew. It's not for Jews. It's not by us, for us. It's just the Jewish Complaint Department. Because there's so many Jewish complaints all the time. I was like, we need to essentially set up like a ticketing system for Jewish complaints. Whether it's Jews complaining or people complaining about Jews, I want to be at the center of all Jewish complaints. And so we set up the JCD.
Can we come up with a brand called Jew Fubu?
JFU, Jewish for us buys JFubu.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you know what NFFN is?
No.
Nigga faggot faggot.
No. But when I was a kid, I had FUBU gloves, and I think that was not okay because it's for us by us, but that's for the black people.
JFubu.
So it was like embarrassing that I wore FUBU gloves because I didn't realize it was that guy from Shark Tank brand for us by us. FUBU.
Why don't we call it how do we get Zubu Zionists Zionists for us by Zfubus. Zionists for us by Zionists. Zubu. Zfubus. All right, well, I'm gonna make another cup of coffee, Danny. You know what's better than a cup of coffee? A cup of
water.
No, a cup of espresso. Because an espresso is like a very expensive coffee, and it's a little bit like cannabis versus tobacco. People that choose tobacco choose tobacco because it's cheaper. Cannabis is very expensive, but it's essentially the same.
I don't know. I feel like cannabis is cheaper than
cigarettes.
Yeah.
That's possible at this point.
Yeah, if you could get like an ounce for under 100.
Yeah.
And cigarettes are like $20 a pack. Is gasoline very expensive where you live?
Everything's expensive, That's the frame. People who say, "Oh, I could never live there. The cost of living is so expensive." It's like, "Oh, you don't like to live. You don't like to have a high cost of living." And it's just the opposite of that is I like to have a high income, It's like
Yeah. I would like to have a high income, but I don't even know where to start.
I started at Google. That was my highest paying job ever. I was making $120,000 plus a year. When you get a paycheck for $10K a month, you're like, "Oh my God, can't believe it. Rabboni Shalom. What a miracle."
You should be able to make more than that.
It's not really just about how much you make. It's about your comfortability at that, organization. Like if you go to that organization and it just causes you massive amounts of stress, pain, and suffering, is it worth it? And the truth is, your birth wasn't about whether or not it was worth it. the truth of the earth really is all about the frame, you know, because when you're getting psyoped when you go work at a major organization all the time. They're constantly psyoping employees. You know, all communication systems, whether internal, external, are completely independent and categorical, and every organization is, which is so funny. Most organizations should be spending all their time spamming people on the outside, but most organizations spend all their time spamming people on the inside of that organization. And that's so stupid. It's such a huge waste of time. Like, I worked at the IRS for 5 years and I got spammed with so much information. I was like, eventually I was like, it was too much. I was like, I don't want to work here because of all the unnecessary communication that is constantly bells and whistling me on my fucking laptop. I was like, this laptop is like a giant fucking cell phone. You know, when you open a laptop, it's like opening up an old flip phone. And that fucking IRS laptop was like sticking that fucking thing on my head all day, every day. The worst thing is like when you go to sleep or you wake up and you're still thinking about that fucking laptop. Ugh, now I'm still thinking about it, still talking about it. I carried that laptop over here, you know, from 2 years ago, Danny. I just reframed the conversation with a work laptop. Hello?
When I used to sell shoes, like, remember like coming in and like talking to my coworker who had the same dream of selling shoes, and we weren't sure if we had a shared dreaming experience or if it's just because like you're just at the job so much, you know, you start to dream that you're there. But it was so weird to have like the same dream the same night, you know? Do you believe people can communicate in their dreams?
Hello? Hello?
He didn't actually make any critique of my argument, so you're lying.
He thinks it's false, though.
No, he doesn't. He never reviewed my argument. He's never seen this argument. He left before I posted it. So you're lying.
Then how are you guys on the same page?
Hello?
We're on the same wavelength in terms of our spatial IQ. You brain-dead side character. Stop unmuting yourself.
Hello?
What's up, Laura?
Hello?
Hello, moderators. I would like to give you my opinion on the problem of evil.
Well, let's see how long it takes me to kick you. Go ahead, my friend.
So I was wondering, why do Jews write right to left as opposed to left to right? And it's because of the problem of evil. Originally, before the quill and the paper, man had to use a chisel on a stone and did that right to left because that's obviously the logical place to start on a block of stone. And so it's really a meta or a metaphor. Some people on Clown House are so literal that they don't understand the psychological, the cognitive, the neuro-linguistic, psychological development.
We tried. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, boy. Welcome, LSF. Good to see you, my friend. Jordy, sorry for the abuse you endured there. Pluro is he's an unusual character. He's back. Welcome back, Pluro. Can't remember, Jordy. Are you an atheist or agnostic? Or I forget where you're at, Jordy.
No, I am an atheist.
You're an atheist, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Earl's argument, you know.
Yeah, Andrew, let's get your best argument for God's existence. Give it to Jordan.
It might be the best argument I've ever heard, Blair. I don't think I would want to get behind any of my own arguments. I'd probably want to espouse yours.
Yeah, how does it feel to not understand entry-level logic? You're a brain-dead side character. No one in the community takes you seriously, Andrew. I want you to internal.
Thank you. Well, it's hard for me to internalize.
Yeah, I have a verbal IQ of 179. I listen to Mozart every morning in my chambers.
All right, Darth Arian.
Yeah, I'm NSA certified. I'm formally published in metaphysics.
He has chambers.
Yeah, I can represent abstract relations clearly in my mind. My spatial IQ is 192. I'm formally trained in higher order metaphysics. I'm published.
Well, why are you afraid of these atheists that you say you're on the same wavelength with? Why are you afraid of them?
I think you're projecting, Andrew. I'm not afraid of them. I'm published with them. Sully and I are published under Brian Cutter and Josh Rashmies.
Oh, you guys publish under them?
Yeah, I'm formally trained under Robert Brand. I'm from the University of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Well, I think Piper's a better Hegelian than you are.
I mean,
Piper
your
is
reputation speaks for itself.
Exactly. You're my order. I don't know you.
Laro, why don't you accept biblicism like my friend Biblicist Super Reformed holds to? Why don't you accept it? Go ahead.
Sorry, what's the argument that I should answer this question? Go ahead.
What's the argument that I should answer your question or give an
Yeah,
argument?
nice stutter, nice blunter. What's the argument that I should answer that? Go.
Why
What's the argument that I should answer that? Go.
Thank you.
That's going to be a dodge. Nice concession.
I appreciate you, Plaro.
You're face down, ass up right now.
Thank you for that. What's the thing about going both ways? What did you say, Plaro? Okay, welcome, Biblicist. How are you, buddy?
I'm fine by the grace of God.
Nice. Can we convert these panentheists / atheists? You got some good reasons for people to accept Christianity, Biblicist?
Not the Holy Spirit. I cannot convert anyone. I don't do the Holy Spirit work.
Yes, but you think Christianity is reasonable, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so there's good reasons for somebody who's honest to accept it, right? Biblicist, are you there, buddy? Did I lose you? Biblicist, are you there? All right, when you get a chance, bub, come on back. Jordy, did you pretty much, are you a panentheist now?
So Christianity is fundamentally a religion of truth and honesty. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Right.
Yes.
So why should somebody accept those statements as being true?
Say again?
Why should someone accept those statements as being true?
No, all are fallen. They are by default.
Why should somebody accept that we are all fallen?
Because of this sin nature.
Why should somebody accept that we have this sin nature?
Nobody accepts that they have sin nature.
No, boy. Okay. So it's not reasonable for somebody to believe that? Are you there, Biblicist? You doing all right, brother?
Yeah. I'm eating. I'm at my lunch break.
Oh, Biblicist, did you know Andrew thinks God is evil?
That's fine. I don't. But he's a Calvinist.
He does.
I do not.
Andrew thinks God only actualizes the best possible world out of all possible worlds. But God can't choose any possible world that has no evil, right? Because in all these possible worlds, humans have committed at least one evil action. So God has to desire evil in some way on Andrew's view. The only way he escapes it is by appealing to God having weird knowledge of counterfactual conditionals, which entails a formal contradiction. So that's why no one takes Andrew's view seriously.
But which it doesn't inform.
It does.
Andrew is an atheist, so.
Well, that.
He hates God.
His view can't be distinguished from skeptical theism at the very least.
Mr. Beal, it's good to see you, sir.
It's good seeing you, atheist, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. My Calvinistic brother.
Yeah, he only thinks that because he doesn't believe in free will. If he believed in free will, he would understand that evil has to be optional because we desire freely to love.
Well, Andrew does believe in free will. He's a Molinist. He thinks that
not to be.
He thinks we have free.
I know, but you probably don't, right? Because that's why you think that that evil doesn't exist in every possible world.
That's not what I said. I'm a compatibilist. I think free will and determinism is true.
Okay, but do you believe that evil would exist in every possible world?
Well, I was talking about Andrew's view. I actually don't think there are possible worlds. I think the only possible world is the actual world.
Okay, that's fine too. So in this actual world, because this is the only possible world because God actualizes the best possible world. So you're right, right?
Well, not on all views, but on my view, sure.
Okay. So
yeah, Andrew doesn't believe in that, by the way.
Right.
Don't take his word for it. I don't know what he's saying.
Andrew doesn't want to say that God can only actualize this world, right? He wants to say that it's possible for God to actualize other possible worlds within those possible worlds. And it would be possible in all possible worlds.
Right, that's right. Him and I have had that discussion before. Oh, yeah. Remember? Oh, yeah, the different variations.
Yeah, but Andrew wants to say that evil exists in all possible worlds.
Well, so if there is God, right, then the idea would be that if somebody freely was not choosing God, right, then evil would be present, like, because God is like the absence of God is good. So it is a true reality. It actually exists, even if no one is operating in it. It is a thing because God exists in every reality. God exists in reality. And if God were to be removed, evil would be present. And if there is free will, then that is optional. It has to be optional because we're all choosing God freely. Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, God already knows what you're going to do, so you don't actually have control.
Oh, here we go. That's a whole
Andrew, is that
other
true
question.
that you believe that evil exists in every possible world?
Well, I think it's a fair response. I mean, I'm not super committed to it, but I think it's a response.
You were just advocating for it.
Yeah.
Do you think that God creates in every possible world?
No. I think there's worlds where God does not create.
And in those worlds, there is still evil, even though it's just God?
No.
Right, so it can't be every possible world.
In every possible world in which God creates.
Well, you didn't say that before. That's what happened.
I mean, homosexuality was considered some sort of psychotic deviation in the DSM-5 for some 17 years.
It hasn't been a deviation since the DSM-3, but your point is still valid.
Right, that's what I meant, the DSM.
Sure, but I think that we learn. We live and we learn, and it's easier to condemn things that you don't understand. And also in a society that was based off of Christianity and religious indoctrination, it wasn't accepted for so long because of that.
I don't think you're born gay in every case. I think, yes, some people are born.
I think that's a fair statement. I think there's a proportion of people that are born to be gay, and I think there's a proportion of people
that become
born to be gay.
Well, not necessarily because
I was born to be gay.
Opportunity and what the hell?
Happy.
But
not angry.
There's distinct groups of
happy.
People in its continuum. And
hello.
To understand the
hello
of where that may be, but also I think like the actual teaching on the homosexual acts, which is where the Jews are in this, right? Is the act itself that's the problem. Like they're pretty clear.
It's not illegal to be fabulous.
Like if you want people to be around and see the value.
No, John. It is illegal to suck a dick.
Don't fuck a dude in the ass.
Or fuck a man in his asshole.
There are a ton of things in life and religion that priests and rabbis can focus on. That's probably at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, rabbis don't really want to talk about your anal sex practices. Hello? Rabbi? Is it illegal to be fabulous? Or is it illegal to fuck a man in the ass? Hello?
I get that. Well, at least in traditional mainline Protestantism and Catholicism, that's not the case.
So you still like your fellow Christian people, friends?
Why wouldn't I?
I don't know.
Yeah, but I do have their uses, right?
I mean, I
That's
try
a
not.
very bad way to put it, Pearl.
Wow.
Not my
I'm kind of into that. It's not her words.
Not my words, even though I just said them. Hey!
So funny.
Is it funny, Bliss? You think it's funny?
This is my ex-wife, by the way. Hello?
We don't like anonymous in here. Please leave anonymous. Thank you.
That's my ex-wife. Hello?
Jason, you piece of shit.
Oh, you think it's Jason? Other Jason?
No.
I fucking hate him at this point. And even if you're not him, you're just gonna get all of the hate for that piece of shit who thinks that he knows everything.
Right.
Hello! It's me! John Kitover! John Kitover! The musical!
She's not like that level of like.
Dare.
No, I'm like going the opposite.
It's me! John Kitover! John Kitover! The internet troll! Hello?
Come up on stage and he's like, well, I think that this and women are subordinate and this is how I think and this is how the world is.
Yeah, you guys sound like freaking Fred. You should go on the road.
When somebody says he is obnoxious, are they projecting their own obnoxiousness? I think so! Hello!
Yes, I know it's you down there, you little cock smoker.
Billy, how you doing?
It's not. It's John.
John Jingleheimer, you believe you're not
John Jingleheimer Schmidt. Yes, it's my name too. John Kitover's in the goo. He's secretly listening to you. My name is John Jingleheimer Schmidt. Kitover, Kitover, John Kitover, Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Just for here.
What? For what? What'd you do?
Yakov, I'm sorry.
I went to the doctor. She said you can't drive for a year.
And who did she notify?
Did you have it? You had a seizure.
Yeah, state of New York TMV.
She notified them?
She
She's a mandatory reporter.
She's literally.
She's a mandatory reporter.
A kid came in beaten up. I had to report it.
Let's report her.
No, it's just the right thing to do. No. I asked her sheepishly. I asked her sheepishly, am I gonna lose my driving privileges? She looked at me like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I figure it's more money for Uber.
I'm fucking leaving right now.
God forbid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bum you up.
God forbid.
Okay, we move on.
On the road and you hit a school bus.
Yeah, I'm scared shitless of that happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yakov, the good news is that the best possible time in the history of human existence is not have a driver's license.
Yeah. It's now. Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, you do live in New York.
Yeah, no, but I live in the suburbs. This is Uber, as
At
Jeff
any
says.
point, if you want me to destroy her life, you let
No, she's a wonderful physician.
Jacob has a very nice wife. She's very supportive and
I don't know about that.
Yeah, she's not going to be driving me all over the place.
No, but maybe, I don't know.
She's not very nice.
Oh, she's nice. Come on, she's very nice. She's very nice. She's wonderful. There's occasional tinges of not nice.
Occasional? Is your doctor Jewish?
Yeah.
Okay. Just kidding.
I only go to Jewish doctors.
Why?
Just so you know, they happen. All my doctors. Actually, no, sorry. One is German Protestant.
I was looking at a video,
Last name is
a video of a soiree I went to. I thought it would be funny if I made a obnoxious laugh.
Oh, church. Oh, okay.
when I was a child, I went to a pediatrician, Dr. Rosenberg, and my mom loved him because he was the only man. My mom had a severely handicapped brother, and he was the only doctor or medical person who would actually treat my brother like a human being, like a decent person. And she just loved him. He was a very good person. So I teach you.
There was some Golden Girls episode where I can't remember which was like really kind of I don't know if it's racist, whatever, but she's like, yeah, the doctor's a Jew. He must be good. It was Blanche. I think it was Blanche.
Asian, Indian, or Jewish?
Don't forget Indian.
I said that.
Did you?
I dismissed so many by no, I don't like them. They're dismissive and kind of.
Oh, who's dismissive?
A lot of the doctors that I've had that are from India.
Oh. Long history with Joe. Persians are good. Yes, Persians are good. I had a Persian doctor when I was in Boston.
My favorite Persian doctor is Dr. Now. And then she got
Now?
Dr. Now. Okay, why?
How do you spell that?
He's the one on my 600-pound life. You know my 600-pound life? He's the one.
I've heard of it.
My 600-pound life?
And he's actually fat, which is crazy. Like, and you can't tell he's fat because the people he deals with are 600 pounds. But that doctor is overweight. Yeah, he's overweight, but like he's fat. He's so fat. He's so fucking fat. Not to be a fat doctor. I love Dr. Now. He's so epic. Oh my gosh.
I tend to go to overweight Gentile GPs.
You go to a gyno too, so I know I'll GP is a general practitioner. No, I know that for all us making a joke. Because he's all encompassing. What does that word called? All inclusive. Fuck you, by the way, again. Little piece of shit. I hope that your whole entire headset breaks down, your phone falls into the sewer, and you get hit by a bus.
Express your real thoughts.
You may be anonymous, but your energy isn't. So, do what you do for the career. I'm just saying, your presence is here. I know you can hear me. I know I've just strained up your fucking ear.
She says she wants me to drop my phone down the sewer and get hit by a bus. Roberto Shalala!
Hey, let's not disparage the cocksuckers.
Me? A cocksucker? I've never sucked a cock before! Ever!
That maniac around.
I don't know.
I know. Would you care if someone unconsensually did that?
I mean, to the extent that that's a thing, I would care, but I don't know that that's really a thing. I've never heard of that being a thing. Being raped me orally.
Yeah, okay.
She.
No, I don't know that. I don't think that's a thing either. Because
you wake
worst case scenario, I just had a lapse in judgment. I mean, am I really going to blame her? Maybe. I remember there was one woman that was so aggressive. I gave it 20, 25 minutes, and I could not get her to leave the fuck alone. So I finally started hitting on her friend, and she got the picture.
So it officially is not Mr. Douchebag of douchebags who
is running recordings of this room, meaning the
Okay.
I did a scrub, but I did in the scrub notice something of who that douchebag is on live with right now, talking about quote unquote psyops.
Oh, who is it, Danny?
Yeah.
Busted! Danny's busted!
How am I live right now?
You were on live with him. It's got
Must
you
have been a
on
couple
live
days ago.
video with him talking about psyops. I swear to God, I'll send the fucking link.
This is so funny.
Hey, Jeff, you want to hear something funny?
No, yes.
Fine.
No, go ahead. I want to amuse me.
Okay, so I kind of have a twin. If she's willing to come up here and say a few words, and it's kind of weird.
Okay.
Joelle, you want to come up and say hi first?
You're live now.
She's kind of shy sometimes.
You're live now.
She may not want to. I'm just saying. I saw
You're
her
alive!
but I just think it's really funny.
You're alive!
The beautiful full twin.
Post a link if she's live.
Are you? No, I mean like.
I'm talking. There's crosstalk.
Oh, got it.
So I'm telling Seth to post the link because he's saying that Danny is live and Danny's in the room, and he's like, no, she's still live right now. And I said, okay, post the link because she's not talking. I mean, she can't talk in both places at the same time. So, Danny.
No, this is us live right now.
Oh, it's us live.
Is you recording? So then maybe he's in the file cabinet on the bottom, DNR.
He is the file cabinet. Which means if he's here, he's following you into the room. So if you follow his new account that we haven't found yet, like, that's a problem. And I am going to have to block you and Zach and a few other people that I know. Like, there's no reason to come and be broadcasting my room.
How long is Jeff gonna do this for? Like 20 years or something? He's out here all day long! Permanent! Fucking constant Bluetooth in the clown house! The guy's the ultimate clown! It's the Jeff, we got anonymous now. You can't stop us from recording. It's not your copyright, Rabboni Shalom.
There's been more than enough time for you to get that you following his accounts creates a hardship.
He's blaming Danny for me following a public room in a hallway. This is totally crazy. Hello? They're just angry that she talked to me. I didn't follow her in here. I come into Jeff's room every day to record. I don't come in here because of Danny, Jeff.
Hello.
Jeez, what a jerk. Hello?
Is identical.
She's the best.
That's the weird part. It's not necessarily like the pitch or the sound is exactly the same, but like your inflection is, and that is creepy. Yep. It's like a parallel universe where like you have a kid. Yep. And you know what's going, Heather Kristen?
I know, right?
If John Kitover didn't make these people something, if John Kitover didn't make these people angry, somebody else would. I assure you of that. It's not a John Kitover problem. Hello? Jeff's little protective bubble. It's getting penetrated.
What it's all about.
It's Jeff's world. It's not Truman's world. It's Jeff's world, Mr. Jeff.
Incredible.
Really and truly.
I'm finding words when I hear you speak. It's like,
You're freaking me out because I don't know you, but I know Kristen, and you also, that's something she would have said. Very bizarre.
well, we've known each other for God knows how long.
Years, yeah.
You found her 4 years ago?
I did. Yes. Yes, we found each other 4 years ago. I think we found each other at Kitover.
We totally did. And then we did a game together, and people were like, wait, which one is which? And we're like, I can't tell.
I've gone ahead and blocked you, FYI. I'm going to encourage all my other mods to block you because well, not you, but she has a relationship with John and follows all his plans. And that's how he finds his way.
It's Jeff's crash out. Jeff's world is imploding. Jeff can't take it. Jeff, what are you doing this to yourself, Jeff? Jeff, just live your best life and let it go. Let it go, Jeff.
Look, Danny, you can also back channel so that I can block him. But you've done nothing productive with it. Is it down?
You blocked me. I can't send them. But yeah,
I mean, you have Kennedy's address. You can send me whatever you want to send me.
I don't think I do. But okay. There's plenty of people you can talk to, but alright.
Jeff is kicking Danny. Jeff is gonna ban Danny. Jeff is gonna ban Danny. And he encourages all his other mods to block Danny. Danny.
So that is really loud, by the way. I just hear, it's super fucking loud. You might have to mute your friend.
I'm blocking you, Danny. I'm gonna block you, Danny, and I'm encouraging all my other mods to block you, Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage all my mods to block Danny.
Danny, I mean, the first time I blocked you was 6 months ago. You haven't figured out that you couldn't follow his new account.
I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moms to block Danny too. My name is Jeff, and I'm a financial advisor living in Miami, consulting with high net worth clients looking to get the highest rates of return with the lowest rates of risk.
My Instagram is on my profile. You can follow. You can send it to me there.
Okay.
I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moderators to block Danny too. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moms to block Danny too. I'm Algerian.
Can't complain, man.
I'm not white. I'm an Algerian. And I'm a Jew. And they want me to drop my cell phone in the sewer. and get hit by a bus? I don't take the bus.
Weird, because you had the groaning in the track.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Really fucking weird.
He was weird.
And hasn't been around in like 2 years.
Hello?
I concur. He was very strange.
So now I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking. Okay, now this is when the game gets really fun. Now watch what's going to happen. I turn the volume down on my burner phone, okay? I'm going to sit in the room, but I'm not going to leave the room. And so they're going to think, unless they're watching the live stream and somebody says something from the live stream to the room, says, he turned the volume down, Jeff, but he's still in the room. Then we will know. Now watch, as you're saying that.
It's like a whole bunch of weird shit.
That's fine. He's welcome not to ever come back.
I haven't talked to him since he was really named Cheever.
Who's named a Cheever? Rarely is appropriate to be
I'm staying with him in Texas.
Oh, yeah. That was recently. Cheever going back? That's still a bit loud.
Not only is it loud,
I mean, that's also a fair comment.
Well, in that case, you're not wrong.
I'm kicking Danny.
whatever that was, not so much.
I have heard enough Young to last a motherfucking lifetime. Okay, I've seen him, Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
But have you seen the John Kitover band? We're putting the band back together.
Well, you know, Neil Young's been around for 60 years. Of course, we heard a lot of them.
Yeah.
He's the real deal.
The fact that I've seen him in concert as many times as I have, because he would like tack on to every fucking Champion show, the Allman Brothers and fucking Friends, you know?
John Kitover band. The John Kitover experience.
Through the forest. I am originally from Chicago.
Chicago!
And I was living in Southwest Florida for way too long, and now I'm in North Central Florida where there's actual green space as opposed to a cluster of land. So yeah, that's where I'm from. Where are you from?
Algeria. He's not white, and he's a Jew.
Well, you're from Jersey and you live in South Florida. Whereabouts?
Miami.
Yeah,
well, you know,
All the women want to hunt you down, Jeff.
I do not want to hunt down Jeff, okay?
I mean, specifically Kristen.
Okay, I'm not in the mood to hunt down. No, I have enough top of my own man. Thanks.
Oh, perfect, you're taken. Now, you weren't taken, there might be concerns.
I thought having a man doesn't necessarily preclude women.
Wow.
Oh my God, you are Kristen's twin.
Yes.
Yeah, we're all the same. We're one and the same.
Forever, Jody. You're Fort Lauderdale. You're Fort Lauderdale.
We should hold an event, Jeff, where all the women who want to have to wrestle each other for the win.
I don't like it, Jimmy. Much.
Yeah, because then you're going to be stuck with what you're stuck with, and then you might want to change your mind.
Jeff Green, financial advisor, Fort Lauderdale. Google search. Jeff Green, Fort Lauderdale, Financial advisor, search. Hello? I'm kicking Danny. I'm kicking Danny. And I'm blocking Zach. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach. I'm a financial advisor living in Fort Lauderdale. My name is Jeff Green. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach.
People got really confused. If you hear rumors that I was really pissed off at Jason, it's true. It's just not you. And that other guy can die. And I've said crazy things all morning about that.
Exercise the demon from the soul, bitch. Exercise the demon from the soul, bitch.
What he is, and I don't care to know.
Hey, look, I have no shame in my game, and I'll admit my own fucking guilt. But if you make my brand go up, hey, what?
I'm just letting you know that if somebody comes to you and is like, oh, let's just talk, it wasn't you. It was literally this piece of shit that I fucking encountered this morning.
Gotcha.
You're the good Jason, and he's the bad Jason, and by being a bad Jason, he makes you better.
Yeah, Jason it's Dusek. Jason Dusek.
Yeah, fucking ball sack, Jason ball sack.
Oh, Bliss, you're leaving it on the table. His name is Dusek. You should convert it to Dushek.
Douchebag.
Yeah, people usually don't tell me there's a problem unless they want to gossip about other shit. So no one tells me that I'm mad at you or you're mad at me unless they got other shit to tell me. I just watch those people and I'm like, all right, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, it's funny as much as I hold so many spaces and there's so much, like, I get everything secondhand. Like, I rarely have someone coming to me and going, I'm really mad at Jason. But what I will have come to me is someone come and say, these 3 people are mad at Jason. Or whatever. Like it's never direct. Like, hey, that person's annoying me. Can you help me? It's third hand.
Oh, I get rumors about myself all the time.
I'll put that on my list today, Bliss. I'll make a rumor up soon. Not today.
People will tell me things about myself that I've done or said that I didn't do or say. They'll be like, oh, I heard you X, and I'm like, no, what are you talking about? And then I'll hear it from quite a few people. I feel like with gossip, everything gets back to me.
ChatGPT thinks I'm dead, or at least it did at one point.
What are you talking about? You're not famous enough for ChatGPT to care about your death.
Well, I didn't say cared. I said it thought I was dead.
How did it even care?
Billy, do I have your permission to take your likeness and create something on store about you being dead? A parody?
Why? No, it's too soon.
Whatever you need.
Do it after he's actually dead. But why?
That's what he meant.
Oh. I thought he meant now about him being dead. And they said do it after. Okay.
We're all going to monetize Billy's life after his death.
I love that.
How about a strain of weed named for Billy?
Sunshine. Billy Sunshine. Yeah, that's a great strain of weed.
I'm going to call it Dead Daisies with Billy. There you go.
By the butt of your jokes, Jason.
The bud of his jokes, Billy.
There you go. Thank you, Norm.
You're welcome.
I will tell you after that, Jason, earlier today, like the battery for fucking stupidity and jackassery is now low. Fucking retard.
Green sunshine?
I don't get off of this.
I'm just workshopping it. Green sunshine?
Okay, I've got names.
Names of who?
Hypothetical strains of weed.
Billy's death.
Oh, no, you're using AI, Jeff.
Yeah,
Of course
we're gonna call it
So
BS.
we've got Sunshine Carousel, Billy's Backyard Nebula, Neon Sunshine Taffy, Bluegrass Billy Blaze.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, I like that.
Sunshine Comet number 7. Billy the Skunk Wrangler. I like that one.
I'm gonna call it BS.
Mango Sunshine Gospel. Cosmic Billy Jam. Billy's Electric Lemonade.
That's good.
Electric lemonade would be like a cross between like lemonade haze and something else.
Everything's okay. I got the winner. Billy's Sponge. Winner is
I like the time machine aspect. Well, how people like the fact that meat is smelling like all it's skunk. What about, wait for it, beaver skunk? Billy's beaver skunk. Billy's beaver punch. There you go. Billy's beaver punch. What did you do? They haven't called it skunk in a long time. No, they called it skunk. Well, it's been good evening to some disappeared. It's been several generations since I've had any.
If you live closer.
When I go to New York, I don't hear you.
Pachinko!
But it's been a discussion. I mean, I know. It's not right. But you told me I was waking up now to get it.
Pachinko!
West Coast.
Pachinko!
Somebody is high, they immediately get high over me. Naturally stoned at this point. I don't know what I am naturally at this point.
Aren't you in California, Billy?
Yeah. What?
Are you in California?
Yeah, Santa Cruz.
That's what I thought. You should be able to get stuff that's not
Pachinko!
Do they have any more of that Chinese
Pachinko! Pachinko!
I went to Club Saini back in the year. I won't even divulge it so long ago. Maybe you've heard of it.
Bingo!
Mountain in Santa Cruz. And there was the Mighty Ducks were playing featuring Neil Young.
Bingo!
12 people in the audience. I had to see if it's a piano. Is that what the name of it?
Pachinko!
Top of the mountain. That would be, well, that's the place where Neil Young did that Harvest Moon thing, I think. Yeah. If you hear the seagulls on radio, it always makes me tear up. You can hear the seagulls too if you go outside. It's weird, unless I'm just tripping completely. Anyway, I had 2 hits and I couldn't drive. I just had to sit there till it passed. Not a problem.
Pachinko! Pachinko! Pachinko!
Now, somebody mentioned that you had tried Special K.
Pachinko! Pachinko!
Like what? Like
Or recreational.
yeah. Which?
What's the difference?
Well, one is under a doctor. And
No,
comes
there's no
under-
doctor around.
Oh, okay.
Well, one would be for the pain or something, and the other would be for the pleasure.
Maybe
Well, I had a lot of back pain, so I thought now would be a good time to do it.
Did it work? Like, what was the effect?
Mostly I just hugged my dog,
Okay.
so it was very pleasant.
It's a nice thing to do. What's your dog?
The dog was like, fuck, he's high.
My dog is so crazy. 9 months now I've had her, and we spend all our time on the couch hugging each other, and she sleeps in bed with me. But if I'm standing up, she's running away from me.
She sounds very cute.
Maybe she wants to go work out, Billy.
No, she's lazy like I am.
Zoom in and look at that, and again,
Right now, she's.
Who the fuck has the audio with the zooming in? What is that?
I'm in a meeting.
Okay. It's a productive meeting.
Timing. Well, sometimes I have something to say.
Maybe you should focus on your meeting.
No, I like to multitask. I get more done.
Perfect. You should turn on the transcription so that we don't have to hear it, or because the voice isolation won't work.
Correct.
I like it this way, thank you.
Whether you have to be fully present for us or not at all.
I think that what you might be missing here is that it's really distracting for the rest of us because we can hear your whole entire meeting, and maybe that's not a meeting that we want to be a part of.
So what have you heard?
I was talking about he was talking about the files and, merging things together. I'm a stoner, so I will delete the information I'm hearing. And he was like, and as we come back to this, I'm like, what is I could tell it's a presentation, and then I just kind of was like, keep hearing this guy and the files. I don't have the files, Norm. I don't have the files.
Smoke another joint. You'll filter out the whole thing.
I wish that was true. But as a mom, I can listen simultaneously to 6 conversations at once. Pick up a 10 of each.
Like Norm is in a good relationship.
So let's talk about.
Who says I'm not? I love my relationship.
Well, by what you just said, Bliss, you just basically said you can do the same thing as Norm.
Right, but I would never induce that to you because it would be disrespectful, right? Because I know that even though I'm capable of listening to a meeting and you guys at the same time, when I do that at home, I put the transcripts on so that I can be active in the meeting and listen to you guys, but you don't have to hear those voices. Kind of really distracting.
That seems fair. That means that you actually care about human beings.
Being in control and what's okay for you is not okay for somebody else.
Oh no, I believe in what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's why I would never do that. And I would never ask somebody to do something that I wouldn't do first. And I live by that principle in all things, in manager roles, in experience roles, with my kids. If I'm not willing to clean the floor, I would never ask you to.
Is the title of this room, Jeff, the rest of the story, a nod to Chicago broadcast, Paul Harvey? The rest of the story.
Billy, new name for a weed trend. Billy Skunk Works. There you go.
Yeah, that's good, Jason.
Hey, Jake.
Hola.
Next, you can't say go Google it anymore.
Can't
No one Googles anymore. Your Google doesn't Google anymore.
No, but I'm impressed with the people who work for Google Nest. I'll tell you that.
Wait, you can't Google the way that you have before? It's all changed?
Yeah, because we use AI. Nobody's Googling.
Google got rid of its algorithm. It's all AI. Is it all AI?
But Googling is still a word to use for search in general, if you'd like.
Yeah, I still Google. And when I'm not finding results I want, I go into AI or Copilot and just give it the parameters.
Yeah, but Google, that's www.google now. It's no longer a search algorithm. It's literally just AI searching for you.
Well, after the top of the results, you get other stuff, but you're right. The default answer is always AI.
Is that better or worse than previous?
It's worse because now people, you have a whole group of people who didn't have that when they were being taught to fact check. And so even though Google is it still can be wrong.
So now fuck the whole SEO game then.
The SEO thing for America has always been garbage. SEO for USA is based off of what you pay for and your search engine optimization results and what you have the time and the back data on your website for. So it's never actually been authentic. What's interesting about that is that it comes down to freedom of speech. So in Russia, which I hate Russia, whatever, Yandex which is their Google equivalent, prioritizes facts first, and then later in the pages you get the opinion-based responses or articles. Google never did that because of monetization and because of freedom of speech, etc. But I find it to be a disservice to us.
Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Yeah.
Don't be Captain Save-A-Ho right now, okay? That's just an opinion.
I don't think he needs to get lectured by you on how to behave.
Well, you stay in your lane, I'll stay in my lane. I made an opinion.
Hello? 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 Hello?
That I said something and I could give that to you, but then it's just like, but don't act as if it's the perception of I can do it and you can't. So fucking weird. Like, no, dude. I'm just saying, like, we can all hear. And I was trying to let him know we could hear it. I wasn't like, hey, shut up, you're fucking mean.
Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Yeah!
It's very simple.
Is the only, like, yeah. Like,
Plus, you were fine. Whether or not other people want to say words.
I actually think you're actually very nice about it, to be honest with you. Like, I get annoyed when people react to you as if you're being mean or something.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing but you being polite in that interaction. And then, his response was not polite. It was pretty self-centered.
I was like, okay, motherfucker. She's like, as it turns out, I'm fine. I'm like, okay, cool.
He did this thing to me yesterday. He said drudges in a word, dredges. And I was like so annoyed because I was like,
Philip, you don't get to complain about anyone. You've been fucking weird for 3 days. You've been like angry, argumentative, Philip. You know, like you've got your period.
I should say on the forums. But yeah, maybe. But like that was just one of those things where I was going like that shit where he knows like exactly what there's be skin.
Everybody's weird at times.
Yeah, that's
Lots of personalities.
I'm not sure I'm okay with that.
Oh my gosh, I was like, wow.
Yes, sir!
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually
that was actually Kristen.
Good.
And Kristen is very opinionated. You haven't been around, like, yeah.
Ribono Shalom.
I was just very surprised.
Ribono Shalom.
Let's see what happens.
Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom.
An orange cat, a redhead.
Ribono Shalom.
See, Kristen, this is why we don't work.
Ribono Shalom.
Oh, they're the gingers of the world.
Ribono Shalom.
Achievers and like
Ribono Shalom.
I'm sorry, you made a claim. Can you provide some evidence to suggest they get along better than other breeds?
Okay, no, I just meant like if they grow up together.
Ribono Shalom.
Your claim seems to be that they get along better.
Ribono Shalom.
What I've observed, I haven't seen the others.
I'm calling bullshit.
Let's just like
find something.
let's put it.
Ribono Shalom.
All day long, these emails from Jeffrey Epstein. But Philip, did you see that last email from Jeffrey Epstein?
I have no idea.
Ribono shel olam.
Seriously, just mocking me.
I'm just mocking you.
Ribono shel
Sometimes he'll throw like a
olam.
serious question there. I don't know the difference.
Ribono shel
He's not
olam.
only monotone in speaking, he's monotone in hearing.
Ribono shel olam.
Is that you're working on the smoking part.
Ribono shel olam.
No, I didn't realize you were such a big supporter of me quitting. I'm going to keep smoking.
Ribono shel olam.
With my cigarette. Just remember that.
You can't do it.
Ribono shel olam.
What was the word?
Ribono shel olam.
Damn the weed.
Ribono shel
Oh, I
olam.
saw this one. Yeah, that's his cat.
Ribono shel
That's because golden retrievers are, it says
olam.
golden retrievers are the common denominator there, and they're known for empathetic patient temperament, making them the top breed to live with cats.
Ribono.
Tabby cats tend to be outgoing, playful, complementing the dog's energy without excessive conflict.
Ribono shel olam. Ribono shel olam.
Which is a great question because I missed her as well. And she made me laugh for the half hour I was around her. She's still doing very great. But she's busy at work, I think.
You usually
I think she's been working.
Ribono
I can't feel like
shel olam.
I kind of wish there was something silent after.
Well, we would all go over there, but we can't take Androids. He built it because it's way better than Clubhouse, and it really is. It's way better than Clubhouse. Right now, it's in the App Store, so you can get on the app through the App Store by downloading Cackles. But it's gotta be available for Android to move. And that's a whole new build, as it turns out. They don't make it easy. They don't like to talk to each other.
Ribono shel olam.
And do you have an iPhone? How would you feel about that? I didn't think so. I figured your personality was going to reject that immediately. Like, it's not like you're poor and can't afford a fucking iPhone. It's just that you don't want one, so.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's not going to work out for any of us, really.
What do you guys think about this new screening app on the iPhones?
I hate it. You mean the one that makes you, like, say your name and why you're calling?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so because of my job, that's why I hate it. Because I'm doing warm calls all the time to donors, and then it'll be like, state your name and why you're calling. I said, what the, like, am I making a jail call? Bliss, Cell Block 1. Would you like to accept a call from Bliss, Cell Block 1, an inmate at the El Paso County Correctional Facility? Press 1. That's how I feel every fucking time.
Ribono shel olam.
Plus, then people really know that they don't want to talk to you. You know what I mean? Because they're like screaming it.
Ribono shel olam.
Like, I thought about switching up my MO and being like, I know you're looking at your phone right now, but that's creepy. Can't do that. Because there also is that setting where, like, as somebody is leaving a voicemail and it's being transcribed, you are getting it in real time on your phone that and you can pick up in the middle of the voicemail at any time. Like, what is this psycho shit?
Yeah, that is a little bit, but I like the fact that like, if I don't know who it is, I can quickly send it that direction, and then I don't have to, like, delete a voicemail, I guess.
Whatever.
I get it. It's like, it's going to be interesting to see how you guys have to adapt to it, I guess.
I mean, it's warm calling, so I still do it anyway.
Yeah, good for you for doing that, though. That's probably why you're so good at your job, is that you're not afraid to cold calling or warm calling.
I call 40 to 80 people a month.
It's funny how many people like can't do your job because they can't get over themselves.
I can't get over that, or the hardest part is like being told by somebody else that you have to ask somebody for like a really large amount of money. Sometimes it'll be like you will have done a wealth assessment and realize that this person doesn't have what you're being pushed to ask for, and you can either push back and be like, oh, and adjust it, or you could just go balls to the wall. Most of the time, I don't give a fuck. I'll ask somebody for crazy amounts of money. Because what are you going to do? You're going to say no? It doesn't affect my life. We're not friends. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing a job here. So it's like you hate me. And nobody hates somebody for asking them for money. They just say no. Or it's just, here's the other thing I've learned is it's so awkward for people, like the conversation of money. Even when you owe somebody money, I find people have a hard time. So like, it's interesting because if somebody does have that kind of uncomfortable relationship to the conversation, it makes it 10 times easier for me to push you into a space where you're uncomfortable saying no because you're not comfortable talking about money, so you're less likely to tell me no.
Yeah, there's also a weird dynamic if you ask for too much that they're actually
Yeah, Jeff, where is my plane ticket to Miami?
No, Kristen, stop it. It's annoying. Thank you. I didn't sign up for daily harassment.
Are you sure? Because you're on this app, Jeff. As much as I was going to let that slide. Oh, God.
Yeah, Kristen, you probably have
Why can't I joke with you?
You better look
Because I don't.
No, I get it. I'm not arguing. I get it. I'm just kidding with
I find it uncomfortable. And
I
I think if you
understand.
were a man and I was a woman, every woman on the stage would agree with me.
Were there any women on the scene? I agree with you. And that's why I'm saying I'm just not going to mention that anymore. I'm just saying that I was just being funny and I won't do it anymore.
Hi, Leslie. We missed you.
Oh my God, I missed you.
Jason from the room. Did Jason Lilly get upset and leave the room just because you told him not to?
Wow.
Do
Where did he go?
I asked for Leslie and I got Leslie.
Billy, I was literally thinking about you last night.
Jay is like one of those.
How were you thinking about him?
I was just like, I haven't talked to Billy in a while. I should text him.
Billy,
Just
you
in
asked
the room. Where's Leslie?
Thank you.
And when you said to the room, "Where's Leslie?" I texted Leslie, "We miss you."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was finishing up something and I'm finally here.
Literally, Billy was like, "I miss Leslie," and I just sent a message. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Dude,
We've accomplished a lot this morning.
how many Valentines do I have here? I'm going to assume a lot. Hello, my Valentines.
Hey.
My Leslieans.
Help me in.
Real talk, I just got a phone call and at the end this girl was like, and by the way, happy Valentine's Day. And I was like, oh.
Hey.
Hi.
Is that today?
No, it's Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Leslie knows damn well what it is because we've been counting down.
Oh, yeah. Bliss is having a huge party with her girlfriends.
I managed to live a life where I never celebrated.
Because tomorrow is Valentine's.
Hello?
Right.
Hello?
Friday, the 13th.
Oh, wait, tomorrow's
Hello?
Thursday. That's right. I'm sorry. Wait, what's today? Thursday. Today
Yeah, so tomorrow. It's Valentine's, you're right.
Let's hear it for girls.
So my friends are coming over tonight to help me make my balloon arches. They're
Hello?
going to use slave labor and inflate.
Hello? Hello?
Maybe the first and
Hello?
last time that this same group of girls will do this, because after one time, usually people will never do it again.
Nice.
Which is fine, because I have enough friends to continue to rotate through
Hello?
for eternity. And never
Hello?
blowing up balloons. So
What about hospitals?
Hello?
what about the hospitals?
Do you get trouble blowing them up too, or? I never have any trouble finding people to help me blow up balloons, and I come.
Hello?
Hospital.
Good.
Maybe my timing is off.
Hello?
I'm just not always aware
It's okay.
what's happening.
Hello?
So walk out of the traffic first, so you don't get hit.
I think I'm gonna have to change my nose ring again. Not that it matters, but this thing has been a fucking problem.
Philip, this is an interesting article to ask you about. Still hear you.
Yeah.
Apparently, Israel had a policy that, or Ben Gurion Airport had a policy that foreign airlines could not park their aircraft overnight at the airport, which they've just reversed. Why would that be? And I will say it's meaningful because now it means certain, other airlines could start using Tel Aviv as a hub. Now, Philip, go.
I mean, the only thing that would make sense to me is that it was very much limited on how much ramp space you have, which is an issue at a lot of airports. It's like real estate, like parking a lot of, like, jets take up a lot of real estate. So the more real estate they take up, so it may have just been literally something where they just wanted Israeli aircraft to basically have the real estate there. That's literally just a guess, because other than that, I don't know why the government would impose that. I mean, the United States doesn't have.
Hello?
We literally sell our ramp space off to airlines.
They're up to something.
Is the Israeli airports, are they considered military airports as well?
Hello?
Just civilian.
Okay. Because you know how, like, a lot of countries, like, when you go into those countries, like, you see, like, one side of the airport's civilian and then one side's, like, military. Okay, yeah.
Hello?
You've never been to Israel?
No, I've been to Israel, but I've never paid attention to this stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I've just never.
I almost saw a commercial pilot aircraft come and smash into a plane going to Centennial, like a small. I was like, what the fuck? I swear to God, from where I was sitting, it looked like there was only 2 feet in between.
Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom.
You leave Centennial, like, the way you come
Ribono Shalom.
Basically go.
Ribono Shalom.
Basically just turn to the east, and then you go to IKEA. And then as you come over the IKEA, they'll either send you to IKEA or they'll cross you over IKEA, depending on which runway they're going.
Can we talk about the exits of I-95 Northern Virginia, please?
What?
I want to talk to you about the best exits of I-95 Northern Virginia.
To be fair, like, the stuff that happened at Washington, like, it's really interesting because, like, as a pilot, it's always confused us what they've been doing there with helicopters. And it's never made sense. Like, this is.
Oh, you mean like that Black Hawk thing?
Yeah,
that's why I brought this up.
There was, like, something that, like, so a lot of this kind of stuff out there is very interesting going into that airport. And it's always been confusing to us about how we have to be, like, looking out for these military or really helicopter routes that we could be going over. And they do things at that airport where to help traffic, they do what's called, they'll have you circle to a different runway and it'll come out of nowhere.
Like taxiing to a different runway?
No, it's circling. So, like, you're supposed to land on one runway and then, like, you're on final approach. Then the controller will say, you know,
Hello?
34, 65, switch to runway 35 right, and you're on 25 left. And the issue, it doesn't seem like a big deal, like, it happens all the time, but for pilots, our workload goes, when that happens, we get a real big increase on workload, and you typically forget about what's going on around you. And that's typically a lot of us, when we saw what happened at Reagan, or not Reagan, I mean, Dulles, it was like very much like, it all makes sense, especially at night and all this other stuff. Like, during the day, at least you would have been able to see it coming. At night, it's like, there's just, when they make those switches, your workload goes up, and a lot of times you just start ignoring what's going on around you. And that's why they have controllers. Controllers are supposed to be out there looking for us. You know, the FAA actually is, for the first time ever, just took responsibility for that incident.
Ribono Shalom.
It's always the pilot's fault.
Yeah, it came up yesterday briefly that they were finally coming out with a decision from like NTSB or whatever.
South Cleanse, yeah, that's kind of the way they send us. For South Cleanse was, she probably were saying to your place. My guess is we probably, the other thing I realized is things can look different on the ground in the air. Like when we fly aircraft, we're told the sequence behind them. So like sometimes it'll be one of those things where maybe what you saw was a pilot just basically coming
I feel like that I watch. I mean, I get to see a lot of the like where I live is flight space. So I mean, they're live by the airport, or close enough to an airport, or near or in restricted areas.
What they say, live by the airport, you die by the airport.
Seriously, I don't think anything good ever happened by the airport. No offense to anybody here.
Anyway,
By the airport. By the airport, baby. By the airport.
You know what? You should have been on Broadway, Jeff. Missed opportunity, really.
Who says I wasn't, Bliss?
Missed opportunity.
You fucking weren't. You would have told. It would be.
It would have come up already. Trust me.
It would be out there.
I mean, you know, I'm a very humble man. I don't want to tell you all of my accomplishments, all of my accolades. I gotta keep something for the Holy Spirit.
Right.
I said you sound like Huey Lewis in the news talking, but not singing.
Jeff, just so you know, it's all capacity. The whole thing was all about capacity.
Meaning they didn't have enough apron space to make that accommodation to the foreign airports.
Yep.
Seems like they got to resolve that.
Sounds like they have kind of resolved it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how they did that. What are you gonna do? Ooh, I thankfully picked up some cough drops. Hello, Mentholympus.
Now the question is there any room to build anything onto that airport?
Why do people get cough drops?
Because I'm sick.
Like your throat is sore?
Everything's wrong right now.
Yeah, actually, I'm not suffering that much comparatively. But my biggest issue is my nose and stuff.
There's actually quite a bit of room for that airport to grow.
Which one?
Ben Gurion.
The Centennial Airport? Or wait, what are you talking about?
Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion.
Oh, whatever.
I think part of what may be informing that is, you know, they opened Ramon Airport in the south, and they just decided, apparently, to open another airport in the middle. So I think they're thinking that they can push off some of those, you know, some of the activity at Ben Gurion will be deferred to a different airport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a lot of ways this stuff works.
What are you doing, Philip? Where are you? Are you home?
Let's go to the gym. Fuck
I'm
that shit.
until tomorrow night.
Finally.
Are you sad, Philip?
No, I love work. It's very funny. Like I really do like my job, so it's not hard at all to get ready for it. I don't know. Like I think I described to you guys. Like I show up for work. The worst thing that happens is maintenance delays, and I don't get home on time. Beyond that, like, you know, like recurrent training's kind of stressful, but.
Do you ever fly to Arizona?
Yep.
Did you happen to fly during the lease management?
No, that's a whole shit show, by the way.
Because there was a woman that was like,
was for being a strong man, and then said that other men these days have too much estrogen.
I don't know to be putting names on it.
Yeah, put a headshot on it,
Brother.
Oh, it was Lisa. Like, let's be very clear.
Oh, Lisa.
But that's not a complete surprise. Lisa was talking about how men these days have too much estrogen. Too many men have too much estrogen, and was
Since you have a dick and
Y'all keep forgetting the balls.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This is what happened to Melissa. Y'all said she didn't look young. That's what the went downhill. That's what went downhill.
Hey, honestly, that's a good analysis because he did that immediately.
Whatever Muhammad, whoever you want to pick.
Jesus, he's just Jesus, false Messiah. He's a false prophecy. Adopted by the Arabs. No, I'm not a Muslim. I'm Moroccan.
Okay.
I think a lot of people think Moroccans are only Muslims. There is Jewish.
Ribono Shalom, they also make great soap and great gloves for exfoliation and mud too. They're great in the beauty products coming out of Morocco.
Came on.
Hello? Yeah, I know. Some people are talking about Morocco. I'm adding to the conversation. Is your green bean of power making you feel powerful?
They weren't done talking, buddy.
Not doing that shit.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
We need some of that poetry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like to add a proprietary comment because I see you're now trademarking the rooms, and I just want to say that everyone's opinion is proprietary. And Megatron pointed out one time that no one's perspective is identical. That's just impossible. So we're never going to have total agreement. And what we're doing is we're not meditating. These rooms should be a meditation of peace, not friction. Hello?
Oh, not the hello guy. Hello? Hello?
The funny thing is I've been doing that at my job for like 5 years, and this nigga started.
Also, now I know where Megatron gets it from.
Bro is wild, bro. It's a nigga. All right, let's see.
Well, the philosophy of God is that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So if you want to know the truth of the earth and find out what's going on from the point of your birth, you got to know that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
I tell you what the truth is. Go outside and do some grounding.
Tyler, I don't think you're looking for the Septuagint. I think you're looking for rabbinic sources that say he was a conqueror.
No, I gotta find it. No, it's a Septuagint because this.
No, the Septuagint said that Job was the Edomite, not Obadiah.
Yeah. Job. Yeah, I'm tripping. Okay, I knew. Okay, all right.
See, this is what happens to you smiling without eating a bit of pork now and again.
Right.
I agree, Job was the Edomite.
Pork puts worms in your brain, and worms is part of the reason why people have seizures. So keep eating that pork, baby.
Truth.
I just want to let everybody know that I'm about to go have a delicious ham sandwich. It's the biggest Jewish dilemma, a free ham sandwich. Hello? Never had one lesson. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Hello? never had one lesson. Hello.
Has anybody ever been to like a live harp player?
I want him to be the voice mail to my answer machine.
Just take his voice and record it.
Listen,
Put it in ChatGPT and
all communication is hypnosis. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. All communication is spam. Hello?
Who kicked him down?
Hey, I have a question. Are you Jewish?
Is who Jewish?
Sorry, I was busy. No, I'm not Jewish. Like, if you're asking my ethnicity, no, I'm not Jewish.
Yeah, because we have a lot of Jewish cities in Morocco, and it's part of our identities and culture as well, because there is a lot of Jewish people in Morocco.
Yeah, that's true.
In France, Meknes, and also the royalty that.
But at the end of the day, people are obsessed with saying his name when they mention anything presidential. But when Biden was sleeping at the White House and sleeping on stage and fucking losing his damn life, nobody said, no one said, yo, I have never paid that much in gas in my fucking life when this nigga was in the president. Oil changes, like everything. We went broke with Biden. We went broke with Biden. Broke as shit. Like
everything doubled in cost. It hasn't gone down.
And there was and y'all don't see between the lines. Obama did the worst shit. There's an interview with Obama telling us, hey, if you guys put Trump in house,
hello? Is this a Black History class? Hello?
Hi, sir. Yes, it is.
I wanted to say that Jeremy the Talking Ape, his real name is Jeremy Hill, and he's the CEO of Cloaked Wireless. And I've notified his investor that he comes on here 100 hours a week and makes hypersexual, hyper-racist, horrible anti-Trump, anti-American rhetoric. And I've reported him to his investors as well as his employees. His name is Jeremy Hill, and he's the CEO of Cloaked Wireless, otherwise known as a fat, disgusting white piece of shit out of Canada, aka white trash. And he has run his mouth long enough in the Talking Apes. And finally, a silverback in Illinois, in Chicago, in America, is fighting back against the tyranny of that fat, disgusting, loudmouth piece of shit CEO, Jeremy Hill of Wireless, Canadian piece of shit CEO of Cloaked Wireless. And again, we've notified him about his stinky legs. He's got stinky legs and he needs to wash his legs. And we've notified his primary investor, Mr. Back, who he loves to tout, who was an early crypto enthusiast, just like Jeremy. So again, Jeremy, CEO of Cloaked Wireless, we've officially doxed him. We've officially put him on every platform. We have filmed him. We have made an ass of him, but it's really himself who is a giant ass who sits here and runs his big, fat, disgusting mouth. And America is sick of it. And we are fighting back against the CEO of Cloaked Wireless, a talking ape piece of shit named Jeremy Hill. Hello?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh, wow. What's going on there?
Yeah, we're aware of all that stuff, sir.
Was that like a public announcement or was that propaganda? You tell me. You tell me.
Anyway, so yeah, back to the shit we were talking. When it comes to political conversations, people love saying Trump, man.
Kind of want to get a Cloaked Wireless phone now.
And as soon as you curve the conversation to another president, everybody gets quiet. Our politics are all fucked. We know that. And in all honesty, when we sit here and want to talk about politics, talk about religion, you guys need to be happy. That is the overall goal in your life. Make sure your family is happy and well. Make sure that you are happy and well. Make sure that when you come up on this app, you actually have time to be on the app. Make sure that before you come onto this app, your kids are taken care of, your spouse, your family, everybody's doing
Yeah, it's called the theory of joy. Does anyone here ever talk about the theory of joy or bliss? No. CEO of Cloaked Wireless, Jeremy Hill, all he does is run his fucking mouth and slobbers all over the place, all messy. He's getting messy. I'm about to get messy here, boys. Jeremy Hill is a disgusting human being, and he should be censored, and he should be limited from even being in the Talking Apes. You need to get rid of his privileged status. Get rid of his ability to make rooms. We've had enough. Enough anti-American anti-Trump rhetoric out of his disgusting mouth. He's got a family. He's on here 100 hours a week. He's taking money, millions of dollars from investors. He's got 2 YouTube videos up, and the guy is on here lecturing us all day long. No, resist. Jeremy Hill, CEO of Cloaked Ventures, aka Cloaked Wireless, is a human piece of shit. Everybody knows it. He's got the biggest, most disgusting mouth on the platform in the house. We're pushing back. This is a public service announcement. Jeremy Hill, CEO, Cloaked Wireless. He has been put on notice, and I challenge him to a Talking Apes trial by combat!
Fatality. So he actually had people vote him off the island. He actually people wanted him to be a leader here, and they said no. So he removed his title. Thank the Lord. So yes, he's no longer. He's here, but no longer here. Yo, Mossy, what up?
Oh, shut up.
Oh God, his sister's here.
So again, this is a public service announcement. Candidate John Kitover is publicly challenging Jeremy Hill, CEO of Cloaked Wireless, to a Talking Apes trial by combat. Who here is strong enough to judge and moderate the trial? Hello? Mountain. Kaiser. Ta. Hello? I would actually request that Day adjudicate. Day can splurge out sometimes, spurg out, crash out.
Worry about your own father.
Is that a projection? Are you projecting onto me your own fucked up relationship with your father? Hello?
Worry about your own pappy.
Hello? You're projecting? Because all communication is projection and conditioning. Hello? Ooh, are you bisexual? Hello?
I knew it.
Hello? All communication is conditioning.
Anybody else wanna?
Hello?
Because I'm gonna keep to.
All communication is projection, conditioning, propaganda,
You know what I'm
politics,
saying.
hypnosis. Hello? I got earplugs in. I can't hear you, Mossy. Hello?
What the fuck is going on?
Hello?
Hello?
That's fine. Hello?
Fuck, you guys gotta be killed.
Hey, Mountain.
What's up?
My friend today.
What's up?
What character is it? What character are you today, Mossy?
TA Mousy. Always a TA. Are you gonna be in today?
You've already gotten out, man.
What?
You keep cutting out.
Who was that individual that came on here saying that about Jeremy?
Wow,
That was John Kitover.
He's in the goo. He gave his name.
Well,
I think you should have had a chance.
Well, you did challenge him to combat of death like that. So, all right, here we go, guys. Wish me luck.
Cowboy Gumbo!
You don't like hearing the truth?
well, I don't like people being doxxed.
That's cool. Then every room got him because of how he is. You think that happened in this room? That's public information.
I know. You know, regardless if he's a good person or a bad person, I think we're not supposed to be listening to people being doxxed, even if it's already happened, if it's gonna happen, or if it's happening.
Well, as a fucking green bean here, you fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that too, honey. I was like, whoa, wow. He really was getting doxxed out right now and then. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But it's not, don't get me wrong. It's not something that we all didn't know already. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't make it right. I'm just saying it's not like we didn't know all of that anyways.
Yo, both of y'all sound like some losers right now.
I guess I'm a loser then. I have a heart for people.
I don't give a fuck what
You know, whether you like me or you hate me, I still care about you. I'm just that kind of person. Y'all been part of my life now for over a year, so I tend to
don't give him all that extra, honey.
Yo, Juju's over here saying that to cover his ass, but he don't got a green bean, so he's good. You got a green bean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You could have jumped to the goo, so you didn't, and it happened. So there you go. There's no point in backpedaling to look like that. It was allowed.
Why do you give me a green bean now? What the fuck?
Well, I think Taz was being a fucking asshole.
It was allowed to be done. Hold that.
You know what?
Well,
if you're going to give me a green bean, Jeremy got doxxed right now again.
Honey was upset that he put out information everyone already knows.
Oh yeah, that's
right. It wasn't new information. I just don't like to hear it. And I was trying to move him to the audience, but I didn't have the option to move him down.
I moved him a couple times, but he ain't saying nothing new. We already.
Yeah, exactly. We already heard.
I was going to hear what he said. I didn't even hear what he said. So.
Yeah, everybody.
I always tune him out because he always kind of says the same shit. So I like John, but he just
You ain't shit you can do is this nigga out here fucking getting beef everywhere he goes and shit.
Right. That's in every room. That's
so John does. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But stand on business. Ain't no need to backpedal him.
No, there ain't no backpedaling. CEO of Cloaked Wireless, Jeremy Hill, is on notice. That big, loud, disgusting mouth of his. I'm challenging it.
Oh, you dropped? No, I was going to drop him too. I'm like, man, I'm going to do that shit, bro. You already repeated yourself 10 times, bro. We allowed you to do it a few times now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got it.
Oh, you just want to hang out with me then? You just want to hang out with me. I get it. You just want to hang out? Hello?
Yep.
For the what does he call that? Fuck, dude. He says the same shit Taz does. For the impression, gang. Fuck.
You acting like a straight bitch this morning, bro.
Those are the two dictators of the talking apes, Jeremy and Taz.
Do me a favor, dog. Anybody who has a green bean, give me one when Taz is here. I'll straight kick his ass from the room. I don't care if you guys block me for whatever the fuck. I don't care. Fuck that dude.
I was going to if he was, because he kept on kicking me down. I was just waiting for somebody to give it to me, and I was going to fucking boot that bitch. I didn't care. I was tired of it.
Yo, man, what's up? Welcome.
The way
I let him rock because this is shit. He
was being a bitch to Sabrina, too.
Yeah.
Now he boomed the room.
That's true. You see how he gets, bro? That God complex be affecting motherfuckers.
Oh my
vicious.
God. You really did. You just held the whole room hostage, dude, for 6 fucking hours.
Marty, we can hear you,
crazy.
All right. So did you know that there were Black Americans from a long time ago in the Dominican Republic?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
There's some Black Americans that I forgot the history, but they went to Dominican Republic a long time ago.
You do realize that Haiti is pretty much Dominican Republic, right?
Of course, Hispaniola, but
yeah,
but it was Haitian first.
Obviously, Poppy.
We have a Dominican here if you want confirmation. His name is Kaiser.
Okay, well, I don't know much about it. I mean, what is Hispaniola first, and then the islands.
But living in Indiana, they probably would have been far more interested.
Right, exactly. When anybody brings up Real Housewives, I'm like, oh God, pull me down.
We don't have predictions, so we
might as well
can't.
be talking
We
about
can't
my
have
neighbor.
evidence in
We
the
have
future.
predictions.
Let's talk about your neighbor. Let's tell us some stories.
No, there's no evidence of other things.
There's this whole thing because like Simone Biles is dating
Exactly.
I don't know, one of the Browns. And then my neighbor, her husband is Shelby Harris.
Very familiar.
There's a weird situation, like I guess like cattiness between her and Simone Biles and my neighbor.
We can only trust them.
Well, that's kind of like, I guess, like the hottest goss that anybody would care about, I guess. It's not really anything. I really don't like Simone Biles, personally.
No, is she like a full-grown adult now?
Yeah.
I was like, you want to call her Simone Vile?
Let him come up. Well, he's back. So
He's back, bitch!
I was just gonna say, John, I just wanted to see you come back with the paint on. There you go. Just do yourself proper. Don't come in as you.
Thank you so much. I
don't be a real man.
I'm going to take off now, but I appreciate the room and the topic, bro.
Absolutely.
All right, bye.
Yeah, bye.
He's back.
I'm gonna chalk that up to paint on being
Intellectual and theological.
I think that's your microphone or something, bro.
Hello?
My concern, though, is that religions are using all these fancy words to redecorate simple bigotry. I'd like somebody to show them wrong about that.
No.
Yeah, well, I think that the God of the gaps should have been shrinking over time because we need faith to explain fewer phenomena over time. That doesn't make people more reliable. That doesn't make trust part of human nature. That doesn't make people good. Just an understanding of the mechanics is a little, it requires baking in fewer mythologies and superstitions and magic.
Hello?
People gravitate to strict religions to explain the unexplainable. Right, as you said, David, there are fewer and fewer things that are unexplainable, which would make sense. There's a lack of religiosity in the country, or like a growing lack of religiosity.
Well, I think the faith sucks up the rest of the oxygen in the room when people don't understand statistics and probability, and something low probability happens. They want to believe. Maybe they fear.
Hello.
Fear other bad outcomes. So
Hello.
The most convenient architecture to them might be that they were told to have faith that God's got a plan for them, and it continues to fuel the egoistic society.
Hello.
What would you say, David, to an alternative view, which is that religion stopped explaining science a long time ago, and most people hold on to a religion not for its science explaining capability, but for its moral explaining capability?
Well, I just think it's moral laziness.
Hello?
To not look around and see the expediency of an organized religion and how it is part of explaining reality. It's part of explaining human history. That if you want to adopt a scientific framework, that the Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is evolution is true. That physics explains these things. And that take on fewer assumptions that you shouldn't make claims about the future because it's not knowable. You shouldn't make claims about
consciousness. I don't have any memories in utero. I kind of understand why certain things don't come online, like theory of mind, having a memory, the substrate you would form a memory on. But I also looked into the math of souls and what they say in church versus what science says about souls. And maybe I hit the fork in the road like you did and chose the path that had more explanatory power.
But that was, I mean, I think some of that stuff touched on like eternal life and I don't know what a soul is in a moral sense, but still I feel like
it's language.
Science is not touching.
They're placeholders.
Science is not, but science is not touching morals, do you think, or am I wrong?
What touches morals? That's a social thing. Science doesn't touch social things. Almost, I mean, you probably agree that economics is not the same kind of science. It's not a hard science like
I don't believe chemistry. Economics is a science.
Right. So when I don't know where the membrane is. Am I stepping outside of science when you take a scientific language like math and explore finance? That's not economics, but
how would you use science though to solve a moral difficulty?
Tell me a moral claim that science can address. That scientists even go on a ledge for.
I guess I'm just asking what you would.
Look, when I go pick up my kids from school, am I using science to say hello? No. Like, what if science isn't used for
hello? Hello?
I'm just asking, what would you say to somebody who thinks that their religion remains necessary because
hello?
Well, then I would just ask them, what else informs their moral perspective? What is the right thing to do about buying Bitcoin? That can't actually be in the Bible.
Hello?
Because they're not. So I would step as far away from talking religion with them and see what they say about moral things. The trolley problem and prisoner's dilemma. You can talk about hypotheticals without bringing up religion. If you do that too early with somebody, you're probably going to get them to not exactly tell you what they believe.
Hello?
Because they're going to be so defensive that you're looking up their constitutional skirt too much.
Hello?
Try to use case studies. I mean, I don't think I interviewed people about their money and started, what informs her moral point of view from religion? Those things either happen naturally and people want to share them with you, or you're trying to interrogate somebody and they're not at church, or they're not where they would share that kind of thing with you until they feel more comfortable.
Hello?
Now you're running the room now. So I don't know. I don't know what informs people's moral.
I gotta get to the gym. This grown man has got to leave. We finally found the perfect content for you. I hope you enjoy. I hope it brings you contentment. We're talking about the skirting around the concept of God. That's all an atheist does, is they swirl like a turd, swirling around a toilet, facing the inevitable suction and demise.
We've kind of are largely outsourced people's own
desolation
to talk on these topics. But
oblivion.
How do you bring up moral
down the toilet
questions? I mean,
an atheist is a swirler.
Every day when people bitch about their taxes, or like are proud that they pay their taxes.
Ooh. Hello? Hello?
I don't exactly know all the time what people mean when they say morals. Other than I feel a way about a thing. I don't really get how I'm making a decision. I'm making a decision based on things that I value.
So let's go.
Pretty much means. It's also an extra word.
Safe. Fun.
You usually get when people
joy.
In context, but the idea that there's objective morals and all that stuff goes way off the range.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin, when people say that their morals are informed by this really old book, I might need to follow that up is, upon whose authority are you Catholic? Is there a pope? Is this, what intermediates that book, if anything? Because they didn't write the book. They had to have heard it from somebody else.
Hello?
And usually, largely people's religious environment is an inherited thing from how they grew up, which is got its own problems. What's up, hero? Yo.
What's up, Caleb?
Yeah, I think that moral discussions are largely private, things that are usually not even addressed by, Brand breaks up with his girlfriend, decides to go on a ski trip, then he invites her. Is that a moral thing? I mean, it's not science. It's social lives. People's social lives are messy. So I think the desire for morality feels like there's some rule book, and for science is a procedure book, and most people's lives are the collisions of other kind of particles.
Where would you put this one? So I was speaking and performing at a conference, and my previous girlfriend came with me 2 years in a row, because I was the speaker 2 years in a row. But for the second one, they added her to the conference. She had she had a MFA, and it was, some of it was education, poetry, and all this kind of stuff. So she was a journalist at the time, so at BU as a grad student. So anyways, they brought her. They're like, oh, she'd be great to add to it. And we broke up in between. It was coming up in like a month, and but we were on good terms, but it was coming up in like a month at the point which I was already dating my current wife, and she wanted to do it because they were paying her to do it, and I wanted to do it, and my wife wanted to come. So it was one of the first events my wife came to with me, and at that was my ex-girlfriend, and it was very, very awkward. And my morals were, I wanted to take that money, and I couldn't tell the other person not to go, and I wasn't really all that upset that she was going, because I didn't think there'd be that much overlap. My wife wasn't too happy about it.
Well, here's the moral question. Did you discuss with your current wife and probably girlfriend the dynamic ahead of time? Or was it like, oh, I didn't know that?
I did.
So you had disclosure, and she said she wasn't happy, or she wasn't happy. She says, I will be going with you.
That's what she said. She said, great, I can't wait to go. And because, I was in the mountains, and it was at well, not the mountains.
What was the moral dimension of the mountains here?
And I was just saying, it was like it had a little going away on vacation kind of deal. It was up in Plymouth State in the beginning of the winter, and it's pretty far up there in New Hampshire. Anyways, so that was just brought me back to that wonderful business decision I made. That was not a good decision, and I have paid the dividends of that ever since.
12 produce 70 that go to Egypt and leave at like 2 million, right? So that group that occupies the land of Israel, that era you'd want to put at like 1,000 or something BCE. And the amount of time that they spend in Israel, 400-ish years of a monarchy and different civil wars. Then they get expelled 70 years. They come back roughly, another 400 years until you're at the year 0 with the final expulsion, right? So that's about 1,000 years, okay? 1,000 years of history for the Jews that we're talking about that I'm saying I descend from. Then about 2,000 years of those same people living in Europe. In eastern Italy, northern Italy, the Germanic region, then blossoming into the Ukrainian, Hungarian, Austrian, Lithuanian regions, right? All blooming up from Italy and France, right there in the middle of the German Ashkenaz region. They were in Europe, my ancestors were in Europe for 2,000 years, and claim to be from the era of Jews that were in Israel for 1,000 years. So yeah, I am very European of the past 2,000 years.
I know me, I'm a nigger Jew, and I'm proud of it. Yeah.
What did they say? My ancestors were Zoroastrian, and Benjamin yesterday read a paper on how we are all Zoroastrians, we're all Jews. So by association, I am Jew too.
Do you know what I mean?
How'd you doing?
You got it. I want it.
You know the Jew to you
God.
Chill.
You know nothing about
Please, chill. I'm just joking. I'm not really. Have you ever seen Batman save the black man in the animated series?
You black.
No, because black people don't need a savior. We good.
You black, nigger. How people think like you
Listen,
the word and the N-word,
bro, I'm
like,
just
like we took the word and we made
joking.
it what it is. Like, how the hell is that supposed to hurt me? I'm gonna use it on you.
Because the N-word is only allowed in black people community.
Yeah, nigga, boy, we use it the best.
I'm sorry.
Do you know the address was a 115?
No, nobody cuts nigger ass.
What's a 115? There you go.
Thanks so much.
Have a good day. Just delivered some Catholic Church.
To Jew or not
Hey,
to Jew?
Smiley.
That is the question.
What kind of shoes this nigga boy got on in this picture? What kind of shoes is that?
You definitely got those at the market.
He was supposed to put a picture up of his body without a shirt.
They aren't
He's a little shy. What the hell? What kind of shoes are those, nigga? You going hiking? The fuck?
Oh my god, I saw it.
Broke ass shoes. No wonder why he's mad at you.
Then the motherfucker don't iron his pants.
That's how they dress up there in Morocco. Y'all ain't got no style, bro.
What's in his earphone? His earpods under his phone.
This nigga still got wired earpods.
Hey, it's all about what's underneath them clothes, man.
Yeah, we scared him out of here. What the hell did you just say, girl?
Girl, aren't you married?
Mate, I'm lusting. I like to look but not touch.
Hey, where'd
Look
you
at
go?
that Jew in the room. That Jew in the room.
Y'all kicked him out.
Ooh, nah, I didn't kick him.
I ain't kicked.
You did?
No, I said I didn't.
Oh.
Who'd you kill?
There's a really cool area along. If you go to Rome today, there's the Chestavia River.
Okay.
That's the oldest settlement of the Jews in Europe ever. It's around 200 BC. Yeah.
That's the guy that looks like, everybody look up Grow Your Dreams on YouTube. This guy looks exactly like him. Yeah, I'll put it up.
Who does?
Hey, say again. Sorry, I'm in the cafe. It's kind of loud here. My apologies.
Yeah. I'm gonna put his page up. This guy looks just like this guy.
The oldest settlement of the Jews is in Mexico.
Big said, are you familiar with that? The
Trastevere River. It's beautiful. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, I've been to the Roman ghetto many times.
Oh no! This is before the Roman ghetto. This is before the Roman ghetto.
Look like Matt.
Yeah.
Swear. Just look at the link at the top. They'll look just like Matt. That's your brother, Matt.
He's a handsome-looking guy, I must say.
There you go. This is the guy, Grow Your Greens. He's all about gardening. I used to watch him.
Who's this guy?
Oh man, I'm doing some gardening today. But yeah, if any of you listeners been to Rome, it's so beautiful. Rome is so beautiful.
What are you playing?
What am I planning? Oh, okay. So along my fence, I'm gonna do some hops. You guys know hops that you make the beer with?
Wait, before you keep going, what kind of fence do you have? You have a white picket fence, traditional kind of fence?
Well, I'm in Calgary.
No black people get
That's just smarter. No, I'm in Calgary. I'm in like quote unquote the most dangerous neighborhood in Calgary, but it's beautiful. It's no problem whatsoever, bro. It's a nice place.
Alright, so what kind of fence?
Yeah, actually white fence, yeah. My neighbor's Vietnamese. Okay. Well, all the folks in my town here are either Vietnamese or Ethiopian or Sudanese or Eritrean.
So what kind of grass you got? Is it fescue? We talking?
I don't know. Grass I plant, regular grass. Grass that will grow in Canada.
Is it strong? You couldn't, or is it like cooler kind of temperature?
Oh man, sometimes minus 40 here, bro.
Alright, so you got cool grass. Alright, so you fescue, Kentucky blue, maybe something like that. Alright.
Oh man, I wish I had the Kentucky blue. That would be amazing. That shit's beautiful.
All that matters to me is I want to hear about the flowers you plant. Alright, fence, what you got?
Yeah, so that's why I'm gonna do some planting here, but yeah.
What kind? What you got? Good store.
Okay. So I'm gonna grow some scarlet runner beans. You know what those are?
Scarlet water beans, no.
Runner beans.
Runner beans, no.
Okay, so they can grow like 12 feet tall along a fence. And they're like little red flowers, but you can also eat the beans. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna throw in some morning glories, some blue morning glories. You know, they grow everywhere. I'm gonna try to make it so that my entire fence is just covered in creeping vines and flowers.
So all of these are tall.
Oh, really tall.
Well, you better keep up with it.
And then I'm gonna put in some sweet peas. They smell amazing, you know, sweet peas. Really tall creepers. But the hops I'm the most excited for because the hops can grow like 9 feet in 1 year. The hops, if you grow big space. I don't have much space. It's small. I'm in a neighborhood, but
it's big enough.
Yeah, it's big enough. Big enough, you know. Gotta try to make whatever you have around you beautiful. That's my.
Make you a nice trench, bro. Get you a nice deep trench. Maybe probably put some. You got a white fence up, probably some white rocks. So it doesn't grow fast. Just a white fence.
Okay. Yeah, looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely nice.
Yeah, you can pray a ton of dogs too.
Well, when I was in Dubai, the Muslims, they were saying at any mosque, anybody can pray. If you're Christian or Jewish, you can pray
This is
there.
the guy that does the fragrance, right?
Yeah.
Perfume?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, this guy's cool as fuck. He was over there. He was selling. Yeah, he was over there. He was mixing stuff.
doing custom fragrances and shit. Yeah, this guy's cool, man. I remember talking to him early in the morning on my way to work one day. Yeah, about how the culture is so different. You know, it was.
I like Java. But I think the Italians have the best soil in the world.
I remember people, bro.
Yeah, the sweet peas. I'm excited for that. I really hope to grow them well. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess you could say that.
Yeah. In Argus in LA, it's hard to grow stuff, eh? It's really dry and hot.
Listen,
what can you grow?
Like the only thing we have is an olive tree, and like it depends if you go to Ramona on the suburbs of San Diego. We do grow really good grapes, and there's a lot of wineries there.
Okay.
So grapes do really well. Avocados do excellent in Fallbrook.
Okay.
I was thinking of purchasing like one of these avocado farms where ROI is fantastic on it, but it's extremely hard to freaking maintain it. So they're very delicate sort of fruits or vegetables, whatever they are. Eat them very often. You need like a good crew to maintain your farm, etc. So it's a very tedious kind of investment, although the ROI is good on it. But other than that, I think olive trees grow well. What is it called? Anjir. What is Anjir? Figs grow well.
Oh wow!
My neighbor has a whole lot of tomatoes. Like her entire backyard is filled with tomatoes. And when you're living in the heart of the city, I live very close to the heart.
Nargis, if you have the chance, grow something called osmanthus fragrans. Osmanthus fragrans. Get this. Try to picture this scent. So you take apricot jam, and then you take vanilla, and you take coconut milk custard, and mix them together, and that's exactly what osmanthus fragrance. It's like an apricot and vanilla and coconut milk scent. It's unbelievable. I'll throw it in the water. I know you can grow them down where you're at because we can grow them in Tokyo. So yeah, I'll throw it in the water.
Matt, I want to ask you something. I have synesthesia, right? So for me, I smell and I taste and visualize simultaneously. Since I was like, when you mix perfumes in your mind,
she feels life simultaneously.
Can you smell the fragrance?
Yeah. So it's kind of funny. I had COVID hit me, but I was still able to mix perfumes because I can kind of like
in your head.
Yeah, exactly. I can write down like pen and paper and formulate from my mind's eye, kind of. Like for example, there's many famous musicians. If they lose their hearing, they can still like write symphonies and stuff like that, or write music. It's like it's in your head.
Never made
of course you can.
Yeah, of course. That's why I asked. Because Hendrix never learned formal music. He too had what I have. And it was just like a mix of variations of colors and the permutations and combinations of these that led him to make a tune out of it based on the colors that he mixed and matched.
Well, it's not a strange thing because the human brain always thinks in terms of analogies, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, everything we do is analogical, like the old expression, like the map doesn't match the territory. Like the universe and reality is super complex, and so as human beings, we're just analogy making machines, and that's when we come on the app, we're basically arguing with each other about the analogies. We're like, no, your analogy's wrong. No, I believe your analogy is too simple. You know what I mean? But none of us are actually talking about the real fucking world,
Right. Also,
it's too complicated.
I agree. Also, in the Eastern world, like you see that how they came up with pictorial depictions of demigods, goddesses, etc., was simply because language was not that prominent at the time, right? It wasn't as formulated, as sophisticated. And so, like, attributes, etc., were shown in the form of, like, very ornate deities, etc.
Yeah.
So symbolism is very innate, I think, within us humans, and figures and forms. And this is why I think, like, the one God concept without a form is one of the hardest things to sort of, you know, come to the conclusion of, because we, at some point, we are in it, some form, some manifestation is just, you know.
Yeah, I threw that flower down there, guys. If any of you guys like live in a place that's kind of warm or hot, you have to check out this flower. I swear to God, it smells like better than anything in the world. It's like so creamy, like milky coconut, but then also like a beautiful, like overripe apricots, you know? Anyways. Bro, it's amazing. It's amazing. Anyways, guys, I have to fuck off. I gotta go get some work done. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, have a good day.
Later, man.
Grow your greens.
No, girl, she can't grow a damn thing.
That is one interesting ass dude. Didn't hear he was talking about something. Gem. He just travels places and makes people custom, like, fragrances.
Perfumes.
He says that he was in Dubai because they love that shit over there.
Dude, Matt is
like everybody wants their own smell.
Matthew is such a kind-hearted human. Like, he's so kind-hearted. He's one of those rarities who wants the world to be a better place.
Yeah, I want to be a better place. I wanted to stay fucked up. You know.
Look at this jukebox.
That's so black. Then we can't. Then we won't be able to understand how good, you know, a good is. You know, we need some fucked up shit here and there. Yeah, that's true. About the world is how quickly we get used to stuff. Like, I do drone delivery now. The first time I did a drone delivery, I went out with my son. We were like, wow, this is so convenient. We just ordered it. It only took 5 minutes. And I'm like, man, where are my pretzels, man? Ridiculous, man. It took 5 minutes, 30 seconds. You know? Say drone delivery. I don't appreciate what. How do you doing drone delivery? That's an option, or is that just doing it in your neighborhood? Yeah, we in Texas, man. Wait, well, hold on. Wait, what is this? Drone delivery. Like, you got a drone and you pick the shit up with a drone and you deliver it to the house.
What that be?
So, depending on the state you live,
like the drone delivers it?
Yeah, the drone delivers it straight to your house.
Wait, so walk me through this. You wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you pray and shit. You say, in the name of Jesus and our Father who are in heaven. Then you finish the prayer and then you say, good morning, son.
No.
You give him some cereal, then you do what?
Like this. Oh man, I forgot to get eggs.
Oh shit.
Stop and get eggs.
All right, you got to fucking
am I gonna drive in traffic for 30 minutes?
All right.
Or I'm gonna press a button and it comes to me in 5. Which one would you do?
Shit, man. I'd rather take the trip.
Autism, baby. What the heck?
My lazy ass. All right, look, fast forward.
It's not laziness. It's
It's just laziness. Because then you're using gas, right? So it costs more. And
look, fast forward.
Yeah, go ahead.
You do all that shit, get the eggs or whatever, make the pancakes or whatever, and then you go to work. Like, what happens now?
No, I'm still stuck on the fact that people complain after they've had that done for them. But you won't get it because you're not thinking about the grandmother, right? Who has disability issues, who this is changing their life. You're not thinking about that.
Yeah, this is going left.
So why are you straining the system? Won't you let them
Yes,
use it?
bitches. Why are you not thinking about those women?
I'm protecting it. You need people to onboard so it scales. How do you think you're on Clubhouse?
I'm all with you, Freeman. All for convenience, comfortable life.
I just want to know how this drone shit work.
So multinational companies are building drone beehives so they can just send their product to the consumer without an intermediary.
Cooling and Electric understands the meaning of great service.
How do you get the fucking drone?
I turn on that company's app, Amazon, and I enter. I want this, and then it sends me what I want.
Right, son.
I don't keep the drone. The drone hovers above the house and drops on a through line the product in a box, and then flies off.
Oh wow! So you don't steal? I'm saying it doesn't come all the way back to the ground, so someone can take it.
No.
That's cool.
It's coming to a city near you.
Yeah, you know white folks is they show stuff coming all the way down to the white folks. Where white folks live. Yeah, look up there. Now, how many? Are you using that service? You got Amazon stock?
I got Amazon stock, man. I got Google stock. I got Zipline stock.
There we go. So how fast is this how fast we talk?
5 to 10 minutes.
God damn. So you just bought it at the store? Yeah, it took you long enough. Man, that's pretty convenient. Yeah. So my thing is I hate my shit. Like, I feel like if I gave you my money right now, like you're not gonna wait for it to get to me to charge me. You're gonna charge me right now. So I need my shit right now. No, I had to wait 2 weeks. Not all the time. What it is,
Yeah, that is correct.
you want to grocery up
Yeah, for the past maybe 4 or 5 months. Because it's very traumatizing to do grocery shopping, and one must protect their mind because of the amount of options that you have, and plus the interactions you have with each other. So
I think sometimes it's good.
Yeah, but they give you some bad vegetables. That's the bad part.
that's correct, Amy. That's true. So then, listen, you can return it.
It's just trade-offs. even if you go to the grocery store now, you're checking yourself out, which I don't like. You want to talk about blood in person? I buying the material. I gotta check myself out. And then there's somebody at the door to make sure I didn't steal. So like a lot of this stuff I still with my friends. It's just crazy. You go to the store, like you could go to any store, any restaurant, now they got all these stupid kiosks.
And then they go to the damn store. They got 18 registers.
Half the time you try to use the machine, you need to call someone over. But there's something, these companies are greedy. Like, I do like the drone thing because I was a delivery driver for years. I know how dangerous it is to like, almost get hit by a car and you're like, man, I'm taking food to someone's house. I almost just died, you know? Right. So if they can eliminate people on the road, that's great. But some other technologies...
That's all like being a mailman. I'm walking in the neighborhood. I'm on the sidewalk.
You know?
One time,
they should do that for USPS. I think drone delivery would be great for USPS.
What if they drop it in different people's homes?
Oh, there's all sorts of horrible things can happen. I mean, it's an FAA. It takes a lot of coordination. That's why it's not in every state, because it takes a lot of coordination if you have these things in the air. What if the drone dies and falls on someone's head?
What if you've ordered something super expensive?
I'll run right under that motherfucker and give me a loss.
The technology exists right now.
I'm over here playing catch with my son and I got hit by a drone.
Drop on me.
You know people doing that shit.
Fuck, man. Imagine death by droning. Literally.
How your dad died? You know, he got hit by a drone.
I got hit by
Was that a war? Oh, man, Amazon, man.
I would think these drones would have been activated like years ago.
No, the technology exists. The problem is regulation. They've got to really, because
that's the Democrats. Ever since the Trump administration came through, all this regulation came about. You know,
I think there's wisdom here, because we have planes that crash into each other, so they really have to figure out how they can command the same airspace without colliding. Then they should slow walk it, definitely. So right now they're doing a lot of testing where I am. We've got like 6 companies that are flying medical supplies. I mean, think about it, man. Like, someone gets bit by a cobra and the venom is far away. That kind of solves that problem, you know, time-sensitive things. So it is a good thing, but they shouldn't rush it, because these companies are super greedy. They just want to make money. They want it on the road, and it's like, no, it's not perfect yet. Because like you said, sometimes they deliver to the wrong house, you know?
Can you imagine like someone else's Vicodins being delivered to your house? Or the actual?
It's the same thing now, though, right? How many times you go outside and it's like your neighbor's package?
Yeah.
So, or the delivery driver steals it.
Listen, one time the delivery driver stole the blush I ordered with mascara. So it was bizarre. And then my building has, what do you call this? Cameras, security cameras. So when I went and watched it with the management, the chick she's opened it, she's tested it on her hand, okay? Like, who would do that? And then she's freaking she's just conveniently walked away with the package. She's seen the shade, like, look nice on her skin tone. She took the freaking package and scooted in a freaking Amazon van. Can you imagine?
Yes. I mean, like I said, I did delivery for years. Delivery people, they eat your food. They do all sorts of stuff, man. So,
bro, my mom and dad had just arrived. I ordered a whole lot of like meat, they're meat eaters, and all kinds of Middle Eastern food, Mediterranean. This restaurant has like all 3 varieties. And they had just arrived, and I was like, okay, let's have a feast. And they're tired. They've flown for whatever, 12 hours. Freaking that thing never arrived. Again, went to the management, looked at the security camera. The ladies come all the way to my doorstep and walked away with the food. Just taken it and gone. So she's made the effort to come to the door. She's taken a picture, right? Hasn't rang the bell. And that was 300 something bucks of food. Picks it up and goes. Just like that. And then I felt bad. I didn't complain because I think she really looked very skinny. And I thought maybe she had her eyes.
I don't like that. No, that's when you just went left. No compassion. Because you got family to feed too.
Yeah, maybe she.
Look, I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up in the city, but like, I'm kind of hardened. I drive by a homeless person. You gotta just think like, hey, some of them are on their job. Some of them, that's their job because they're begging.
And I didn't call
Hey,
it.
how's it going today? Y'all making money? Duh, I asked them how y'all doing. Like, if you grew up around it, you gotta know, like, it's not everybody's suffering. Some people are just in that situation because they choose to be. That's the truth.
I thought because it's food, right, Freeman? Like,
yeah.
Maybe she was hungry. Like, who does that? Maybe it was for her children. I didn't call. My parents said, "Don't call. It's okay. It's okay." She's taking for children. She's taking. A whole story was built around how she needed the food and how I shouldn't complain and stuff. But I mean, it happens, right? Like drones can also, like, whatever, drop wrong food and different or wrong items.
I mean, she stole $300 worth of food.
Yeah,
that's a lot of money. You know, the average. You know, everyone want to talk about poverty. What percent of Americans do you think live check to check? Do you guys know?
And that's the
It's like a ridiculous number. It's like 70%.
Oh, wow.
So if you stop and think about it, everybody's walking a tightrope in so-called one of the greatest nations in the world. So $300 is nothing to laugh at.
I also saw like about 80% of Americans don't even have $1,000 saving.
So like, any emergency. Do you know how many people I drive by in the suburbs with like their car windows been broken for months? They don't have the money to fix it, you know? So yeah, I think I get mad when I see people stealing because it's like you don't know what we're going through. Sometimes I'm mean. Sometimes if I see someone coming up and I know their neighborhood, whatever, I'll be like, I ask them for money first. I'll be like, hey, you got any money? I was just about to ask you. Oh, okay. You know, you can't just, I mean, I don't know. $300 they stole from you, Nargis? I can't accept that.
And call my family friends, this and that. Like, I thought they had just arrived, so maybe like we could have a feast. And yeah, she drops the food, takes the picture, and just picks up the whole package and walks away. I mean, doesn't realize that the camera's all over the place. Kind of felt bad. That's why I thought maybe she was just ignorant about the cameras, or she's really maybe in need, or the smell of the food might have. Oh, so sad.
What's sad is that you lost $300.
Yeah, but I just considered it charity at that moment, and I said maybe like.
How you know she had kids?
I don't know. We made that whole story up in our head. Me and my parents and then freaking charity giving. No, Nargis is good. She had family, she had to go family, she take it home. The whole freaking story was spun around. Like her rushing to her family to feed them.
Steal from a store.
Bro, I
Robin Hood stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Why she steal from you?
I think she was a junkie also a little bit. Like her eyes are all sunk because when Uber drivers drop off, they also like have to give you like picture of how they look and things like that. So when people complain, it's a legit complaint, right? Yeah, she looked like she's using, I think.
I saw this girl, it's a video, so she ordered some food, her food got delivered, she ate her food, and then she said that the DoorDash driver didn't deliver her food so she could get a refund.
That's messed up, bro.
And then the DoorDash driver went back to the place, which was her work. It was like, you fat ass bitch! Yeah, it was hilarious.
She said she didn't get the food? Well, don't
and she's recording the girl, and you see the girl is so fat. Like, you know she would have done that.
Oh my god. So wrong. This is a DoorDash driver driving back to freaking complain about it.
Yeah, she was really mad because you know, that will give them like a bad review. Yeah. She was like, this is my job. You over here lying so your fat bitch can't eat. You know,
Did they have us on video? Is this real?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the video in the chat.
Hold on, I'm going to see it.
Let me just make, because my daughter crashing out.
Nargis, you there?
Yeah, Freeman.
Yeah, so I was doing delivery in DC. Yeah, I'm going fast. I just finished doing the delivery. I was getting back on my scooter. Someone grabbed my shoulder, pulled me off, put a gun in my ribs, robbed me from my phone and my wallet. Now let me ask you, what story do I need to construct in my mind for why he needed to do that? You know what I'm saying? Because the good thing is, you know, I was able to cancel the credit cards. I called to cancel the credit cards before I called the police. I'll tell you why in a second. I called to cancel my credit cards and debit cards because I know that's what he wants, right? The charges he tried to place on the credit cards were all from a company called Burberry. $600 worth.
Well, Burberry, he was freaking buying Burberry?
Can you imagine? This dude put a gun in my ribs and threatened my life so he could buy a Burberry scarf or whatever for $600. I know he was mad when he got his stupid computer. I grew up in that same city, so I know what the game is. I didn't even waste my time calling the police first. I called to get my cards canceled.
Dude, he wants to kill a father for freaking Burberry? What the fuck?
So when someone says,
it's not even a good brand.
There's like a thin line between stealing and killing. If you steal, you kill. It's the truth. So, like, my mind is like, yeah, you know, you're in dire straits, but stuff like that, I could give you so many more stories. These things happen, and there's people who comply with people who do that and get killed, you know? So if this is the world we live in, it's hard for me to build sympathy for someone who's willing to do that, you know? And then you're stealing from people you don't know what situation they're in, you know? Like, growing up, you see people crying because they come outside, their car's been broken into. And that car is their one lifeline to get to work, you know? We're supposed to worry about the person who did it? Nah. So, I think I'm scarred. That's what that is. I don't like, you know, you go through those experiences, you'd be like, nah, I have no sympathy for someone who does that because they know they're wrong.
Yeah.
You know? They know they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. They know they're wrong. And still they do it.
Still they do it. Some people do it, they don't know they're wrong. That's all they were taught. Like young kids. I've seen young kids stealing. I get that. But you're a grown person. Either you're on drugs or something.
Yeah.
You know, you're not doing it because you're... Because, look, this is America, too. There's so many homeless shelters and food giveaways. And even, okay, like, one thing I give credit to the Muslims in my area, all the mosques, they give tons of food every Friday. Every Friday, without fail. And you see the line going off the property. They're giving food. So people know where to get food, man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Made me so mad, Darkest. Like, he did all that. Had me terrified.
For Burberry.
You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. I can't even afford a Burberry scarf.
For Burberry. Good Lord. For a piece of, like, cloth. Or a bag. Or a jacket.
Let me finish the story. I had all that information. I called the police like 3 days later. I said, here's what happened. Here's the street it happened on. Here are the transactions. Here's where you try to withdraw the money. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, you didn't die? No, we're not going to waste time on this case. Like, so the criteria is, do you die? You know, well, how are they going to help me if I die or get shot? You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
So, long story short, like, you tell me someone's story. No, what's the point? I only gave it to the police because I was interested to see. Notice I told you, I was interested to see what they would do. I didn't call them first. You know what I'm saying?
You should have got a lawyer and sued the fucking cops.
Well, no, the thing is this. Police, they deal with crimes on a sliding scale. So, like, car break-in, they might not even come out. They might just tell you, call your insurance. Where I live, where I lived, I should say. It's not the same in Texas. There's less car break-ins here because they know everyone's got a gun. There's less robberies and,
Someone's supposed to protect you, right? So this is why, like, you get a hold of the bigger part. So who's the one who's supposed to protect you under these conditions? Because the guy obviously has nothing. That's why he's stealing, the motherfucker. And he's probably doing it to a whole lot of other people.
A bunch of people. He gets a thrill out of it, obviously. I mean, now you also get a glimpse into his mind. Why is he stealing? Is it something that he needs? Not everyone is stealing because they, it's just like, okay. And guess what? He's stealing someone who's clearly doing food delivery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not, this was years ago, but it's not, if you were looking and saying, okay, let me rob this Mercedes, they can afford it, that kind of, no, that's not the thinking that's going on. So you can't assume you can enter the mind of the person, that's the point I'm saying, who stole $300 from you. You can't. All you know is that they stole they don't even know how much the food was. They just saw an opportunity. It was a crime of opportunity.
Yeah,
like,
it was down.
Here. But, they wouldn't have done it if it wasn't there. So that lets you know who they are. Sadly.
You can't sue Burberry, obviously, because he's probably bought the product online. And if he'd gone to the store, what they probably asked was ID.
Do you notice that, to make it spiritual, do you notice the 10 Commandments just says, do not steal?
Yeah.
It doesn't give any outs. It doesn't give any, you know what I'm saying? It's like, don't do it. Because there's no amount of the condition you're in can justify the act that you take that harms somebody else in that way. At the end of the day, there's poor people everywhere. Tons of them in all countries all over the world that aren't stealing. There's people in Iran who don't know where or Nigeria or wherever, they don't know where their next meal's coming from, literally.
So in countries, so I always used to think that something happened to me some time ago, and I'm still like,
wait a minute, I'm not Nigerian, okay?
So I totally understand the punishment.
Oh no, I know you're not.
Freeman, the punishment for stealing in Middle Eastern countries is basically the loss of hand, right? But it starts with, like, in Iran at least, it starts with the tip of your pinky, which they paralyze, so that the second time the person does it, it's just they take the fingers off, and the third time your hand is out, so that you don't do it again, right? In Dubai, during the year that we lived there, you could basically buy an entire store, leave the product in the middle of the mall, right? Walk away, come back in a month, and pick it up exactly from the same location.
That's very true. And I think that shows that
it's not a good rule. Now, and people are it's human condition, right? Anyone can steal. For the whole freaking year, my family never locked their door. There's no need. We traveled in that year. That was the year my family decided to travel. We didn't lock our door ever when we left home. Nobody dared come in. It just doesn't happen.
And that's definitely, whenever there's a punishment that's that much, you really, if someone is stealing in that condition and they know that's what's at stake, either they're insane or they truly think they'll get away with the crime. So that makes sense. But what do we do with a country like Norway or Japan? These cultures, you drop your wallet, you're going to find your wallet with all the money still in it, by and large,
Same thing. If you're in my neighborhood, that's true. I live in a good white neighborhood, and we don't steal. No, I'm serious.
brought race into this? I never brought any race. You know, I'm just saying.
Japanese ain't a race.
That's a people, bro.
Dude,
It's a culture. That's a nationality. That's not a race.
It's a culture.
Yeah,
It's a race.
No, it's not.
Oh God,
You're so American, Smiler.
Let me tell you what's happening in Norway.
America has very safe places. I'm sick of this stereotype.
Yeah, my neighborhood is safe.
America has safe places, definitely. And guess what? People move to safe places on purpose. Like I never.
No, I'm saying you're so American because only Americans will say something like that.
Smiler, I live in a very, very safe neighborhood, and this still happens, like every now and then. Not just to me, but sometimes.
Yeah, that's probably black people from a couple neighborhoods.
Here we go.
There's nobody.
It's not the people of that neighborhood, that's for sure.
Such a racist.
What's the law? What does the law say about stealing, Smiler? What's the punishment in the Tanakh?
I think
restitution.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay. According to you, you don't have to pay restitution because you don't follow that law. So.
Oh yeah.
You steal and it's like bad. It's a sin, but you don't have to restitute.
There you go.
You don't have to reimburse nobody.
Hey man, I believe. Check this out. I believe the New Testament says very clearly that government has been given the sword not in vain. So I wish I could have called the police and they actually prosecuted crime. One of the reasons criminals are emboldened in the U.S. is that if it's not a felony, they're gonna be out in like what, half a day, if that. There's literally I literally knew people growing up who made sure to know those laws. Like, I'll make sure I steal under $500. How crazy is that?
Oh yeah. People be tripping. But in the Islam, it's the same thing. I mean, they have.
Listen, in countries like Morocco and Egypt. No, but in countries like Morocco and Egypt, you think it's safe, although like they still comply with the whole stealing laws and stuff like that, which I'm assuming. Fucking, you get ripped the moment like you get stolen the minute you go like see the pyramids.
There's a different kind of thievery.
It's a different kind of thievery. Shoes or something or the other is freaking lost. Now, it doesn't mean that a thievery doesn't exist, although there is that kind of Sharia law. The Dubai just implements it well because of the bigger pot that people, live in. That hold bigger amounts of money. It can't afford as a country to go through that sort of fear of economic loss.
Welcome. Right? That's one of the reasons I don't like going to Nigeria. I tell people straight out, like, I don't like it because, no, man, like the police will stop you and be like, oh, God, hey, come on for some money. Like, what is going on, yo? How am I paying you money to drive on the road? They will set up roadblocks and be like, oh, we haven't been paying. I'm like, yo, this is insane, and my family be like, you just got to keep a little money. You got to break them off a little something. I'm like, in principle, this is insane.
Yes.
I'm driving down the road,
In India, Saturday night, when we go like clubbing or go to a concert, on the way back, if like there's a freaking, if anyone's drunk, they just stop people to get the alcohol from them, these cops. They say, what are you drinking? What kind of cigarettes do you have? And that's how bad it is. And you basically give him whatever, your drink, and then he lets you go.
It's like a cop tool to move around Nigeria. So, nah, I don't like that at all. That's for me, that's stealing also, That's stealing.
That's bribery and stealing. Kidding me?
Yeah.
That's stealing life off a person that this fucking drunkard is gonna hit and die.
Like, Nargis, where you been that you've had it's like that? India, you've been to India and
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's not good to stick out. Like, when I go to Nigeria, they hear my accent, oh no. All of a sudden the price went up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you're freaking fair skinned, you're sitting in an auto rickshaw for the experience of it, or you're just riding the 3-wheeler freaking taxi. First thing he'll ask is, "Madam, where you're from?" And then he like, yeah, and then I speak back in their local language because I learned it. No, but where you're really from? And then like, when you're off the rickshaw, every single time I've paid 3 times more than what everyone else gets charged. Just because I'm a foreigner in the land. Fucking rip off foreigners like anything. It's messed up.
Man. Smiler. You thought you were going to go to the motherland and it would be all love. You can't even get your, like in Nigeria though, one time they tried to hold my luggage hostage. I was like, in the airport? Damn. The handler was like, yeah, oh God, I'm like, no, don't give me that, oh God. That means boss. I'm not your boss. You know what I'm saying? Give me my luggage. So what I do is I play dumb. That's like the best thing to do. Like I play like I have no understanding of that, you know? Like, cause they're speaking Haitian English to you. You know, like the Creole. I'd be like, no, I don't know what you're saying, boss. I need my luggage though.
Let's not forget you always get a amount of cash in your pocket, Smiler. Because you never know who you need to bribe when. Yeah, that's exactly how it is.
I guarantee you, Target too. All the people who go to Mecca, because I read the articles, that's where they spend the most money.
What is it?
Yeah, what you gotta do is this is what you gotta do, right? So you gotta fold up the $20 bill in like a square triangle. You know what I'm saying? Like something you can just fit in your hand. Because if you're pulling out money and you like peeling it off, then you're done.
You know it.
Try that. You're done. So just have the little cubes in your pocket.
That's right.
Whatever it is. This way you do the little cube thing. You just give them, you know, like a drug exchange or whatever it is.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Nobody sees anything.
You put your hand on the shoulder.
Nobody sees anything. Exactly.
You put your hand on the shoulder.
Don't be trying to peel off money, trying to be cool guy, because then you're gonna get fucking ripped off. Yeah.
Good Lord, how do you know this shit?
I was those better.
Yeah, you.
Because I travel. What? What?
So this is what it is.
About the belt? You don't know about the belt money? The money in the belt?
Of course I do.
Hold it up.
Of course I do.
Yeah, they can rob you, but you got the money folded up in the leather belt with the.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, they don't know about that in Argus.
They don't know. Sometimes you fold it like a rock here, right? The thing is, you put your hand on the shoulder. We still do that in the jewelry trade. It's all like just a handshake. So you put your hand on the shoulder, you get close to the man.
Yeah, then people want to be nice to you. You know what I'm saying? That's when people want to be nice to you. But if you're trying to be a cool guy, peeling off money like that, they're like, oh, no, fuck this guy.
Always lay low. Always lay low.
I would give them some funny hadiths instead, and they'll find some funny.
They're not going to know them. They're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't know these hadiths. They don't know these hadiths, bro. What hadith? They're going to look at you like...
the people in the back. They don't know
the intellectual discourse. No one knows this because of the information age. And freaking the biggest downfall I think that happened to the hadith corpus was information age. It was everything being on the internet. People just type it in and it pops. They didn't know they had this shit for the longest time.
Margaret, where did Matthew Amir Richardson go, man? I want to hear his Khomainism now.
Matthew?
I want to hear him later.
Bro, Freeman, they're on TikTok. They're still
they're on TikTok still preaching it?
Still preaching it.
They're bold.
They're doing very well too. They've developed a fan following.
Wait, so how are they framing?
There ain't nobody on TikTok, bro. Stop.
Are you serious?
Nobody on TikTok.
They told me they are folding people. They told me they are like.
I gotta say on the live. I have to say on the live. If I gotta say live, then I don't belong in that fucking site. Straight up.
So they were telling me, like, why don't you join TikTok? We're doing so well on it. I said, I don't support your political ideology, obviously. I don't know how they're pushing it, man, Freeman.
And low after all the, summary executions of, the people. I thought he was making chill out for a little bit.
But to be honest, like, I had a talk with them, and I said, like, what is it that you're pushing? It's not the person per se. I think they're pushing, like, the ideology of the Republic, which played a role, where there's, like, a philosopher king, he's wise, under him are wise men, and such intellectuals, much mass-ruled society, which seemed to be the very intent of the revolution when it came about. And it flopped quite quickly because within the first year, there was the 9-year war that followed, right? So if I have to objectively look at it, I think they never got to exercise that. It just never blew. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Hey, so
yeah,
you work for it.
Think about it, like idealism and politics, theocracy and politics. Just two things that cannot be married, unless the ruler is a Jesus or a prophet or someone extremely pure with like high level of compassion, justice, etc. Otherwise, this philosopher king will always fail because of human condition.
All jaded right now with philosophy in general when they see the outworking of, if Khomeini falls in that category, he's going right, I'm going left. That's how people are looking at it.
Freeman, if you read his work, at least his mysticism, right? He was a big fan of Aquinas, a big fan of Ibn Arabi, and within the first year, he was like feared, mostly by all like traditionalist Muslims in his own country and outside of it. So it seems like he did come with some sort of revolutionary thinking in order to better the world. In fact, he did initially start to extend his hand out to the Arab countries around him who were already like pretty much subjugated by the West and were booty clapping for it. So it didn't work. This thing just didn't work out for him. Now, did he go cray after that? Yeah, I think not just he, but his cabinet. It was something that never, ever came to fruition for whatever reason, right? But I think the brethren are saying that he intended for such a thing, and such a thing is possible. And it's called a noocracy. So this system of noocracy is what they hold to, like, politically. Now, whether it works or not, bro.
Yeah, I think the biggest part, I can't speak, Persians have to speak for themselves, but I don't like the idea of, who I am being swallowed by an ideology that maybe is not necessarily foundational. You know what I'm saying? There was something called Persia before there was Islam. I'm not saying that religion or truth doesn't speak to even who you are. It does. I'm just saying it doesn't destroy it either.
I agree.
It's hard to see Persians today. They don't even use the word anymore, right? Maybe they do in passing.
We do, very much we do. Like, we use it in California a lot. Like, I introduce myself as a Persian. I don't introduce myself as an Iranian for the longest time, right? Simply because I don't want to show, like, solidarity with the freaking government. However, like, if you look at our history, from the very beginning, whoever came and invaded and overtook us, we embraced it. Like, there's a very interesting girl on one of these Iranian rooms that I go to, who was saying we took everyone's culture, religions, philosophies, we eat it up, we chew it up, and what we spit out is something that looks highly creative and a new version of that thing. And it's true. This sort of inclusivity allowed for the Persian Empire to expand the way it did. Because including language, like here the Afghans speak Dari, which is the original Farsi, and here like someone like me or Sela, for example, speak Farsi. it sounds Frenchy, it sounds German, and it's simply because of the inclusivity and the freaking intake, which we don't have any.
Yeah, Nargis, that's a good thing, but you met the final boss. Islam is the final boss that, like, yields the least amount of ground. So, like, look, let me give a concrete example. My Persian friend, who was my best man in my wedding, right? He told me one time, oh, yeah, God is Khuda,
Khuda,
but he said, now, when he travels to Iran, he said he slowly noticed over time people would be like, Greek with Allah instead of Khuda. It never was an issue when he was younger,
It's still
so, like, there's like, and then me also speaking another language, I don't think God, yes, we know who the name of God is in Christianity, but like people are going to call out to God from within a cultural context,
Correct.
Like in Yoruba, like the creator of the universe is known as Eleda, and we had no problem when Christianity came. In fact, the missionaries were very careful to say that creator is, Hashem. Right? So, like, it's not removing from where people are. Whereas I feel as though, like, there's an imposition being made on the Persians right now that, like, they kind of have to decide what direction they want to go. And they are deciding because you see a lot of, Neo-Persian.
Yeah, and religion has become such a crass thing now to even adopt or talk about simply because of the policing, But the Ottoman rule didn't do well for Persia simply because of the black and whites. There was no art and freedom in that, which is the very vein of a Persian. I was telling Daniel this a couple of days ago. So even then, Islam was taken, chewed up, and spat out as Shia Islam, right? That which allows for imagery and color, allows for music and whatnot. So, and Sufism, and all of these mystical traditions that arose from Persia, even that was transformed into something else. What the regime politically was to subjugate in terms of policing, which I think they should have done.
Do you think if Saladin met Sam Shimon and Sam Shimon went through time, do you think he would change his ways?
Yo, what? Oh, shit.
Imagine Saladin, he's trying to storm the walls of Jerusalem, and Sam Shimon brings a mega speaker back in time, and he starts reading these funny hadiths to him.
Reading it in English? So I think there'd be a language barrier there.
Sam Shimon could speak Arabic.
Can he?
Yep.
That plays it Syrian. Okay. Yeah, I think he would be. Shamsun would probably be slain in under 30 seconds. Saladin really didn't play that much. You know what I'm saying? We got a nice, gentle image of Saladin. He didn't play that much. But coming back to Persia for a second, Vargas, I 100% agree with you. Let me get now we're talking about hadiths, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I have a question. Was Farsi a written language when Islam came, or did they have a writing system?
Yeah, I think so.
It's hard to know, right?
It's hard to know.
Because I know the Shia Muslims, their hadiths. Well, first of all, the Sunnis that are Persian wrote in Arabic, but I'm thinking even the Shia sages wrote in Arabic.
Yeah, the script was pretty much common in the region, Freeman. Even Farsi is written in the Arabic script. However, we have more words more letters like je, pe, ge. These are words that do not exist in Arabic. Pepsi is written as Pepsi. Yeah.
What do Persians think about the fact that King Cyrus is written in the Bible and is kind of extolled? Is that a point of pride? Is that a passing thing?
Of course. No, of course. Christians are well embraced and very loved within Iran, including the Jews. It's a system in which coexistence has been a very strong factor because we are nationalists. We're not tribalists like the Arabs. So you will never find a Persian ever tell you, or an Iranian ever tell you, I am just a Kurd. He will first introduce himself as an Iranian. And then if you pick up on his accent in Farsi, he might tell you, oh yeah, I'm from that region where the Kurds came and were dwelling. So in that way, we've always had an upper hand in the Middle East so far as like a oneness sort of theme, an ummah of Iranians versus like how the ummah system, I think, sort of failed within the Middle East, although I think it was a very great thing that they tried the pan-Arabism, but it's too tribal, man, Freeman. It's so built on who your father's was, similar to, I think, the Jewish community. It's not that different.
I got a good question. Do you think there's a possibility start making AI-generated videos of Sam Shimon doing his evangelical work with a mega speaker back in time with Saladin being outside the Jerusalem walls? It's like Sam Shimon's out there with a megaphone. Do you think there will be a following for that?
Man, you're going to have such a group of people flock to you who are like you. It's going to be like amazing. But Nargis, the tribality, man, I don't know, man. I think we're designed to be tribal.
Agreed.
It's human beings.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that enough.
Yeah, you know? I agree. Yeah. In fact, tribe succeeds simply because we take care of our communities, etc. But I think, although we're designed to be that, we're also designed to kill. We're also designed to steal. It's not that we don't have it within us, the potential, right? We choose not to. So in doing so, we're ascending from our
I could put my up on.
Yes. Mute your mic.
When I say design, Nargis, I mean that, like, obviously there's like a Yoruba tribe or a Kurdish tribe. That's from God. There's no doubt about it, you know?
Yes,
the question is, what do we do with it? Like, how do we live amongst each other? I think Islam is one of the reasons why Islam makes more incursions as a religion than any other religion is that it's like tribalism met religion, you know, because there are physical, you know, a tribe. What makes someone a tribe? The way you speak, the way you dress, right? But Islam has all that. You know,
but it has it under one system. Exactly, it's a drama in itself, right? So, but it does seem to encourage. Actually, it does encourage a kind of oneness of humanity, sans color, language, region, geography, etc. And I think that was the very intent of historical Muhammad, to come and preach this simply because tribalism was so extreme. Much like Buddha came to overcome like the freaking high priests in the caste system that had developed in Hinduism. That he was like, no, we're all equal in the sense that we're spiritual beings, etc. So even verses in the Quran that I've read where it says your position on earth is based on your piety, not the color of your skin or tribe or your language. And I think this is a great advantage and an attractive point in Islam and Christianity as such. Judaism too follows such laws, however, keeps it within the Jew community. And I
think that like there are pros and cons to uniformity.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you mean that like Islam came to have everyone be one in a certain respect, like in dignity, for instance, I think that's a pro. But when you mean that everyone should be one in dress, you see what I'm saying? We have an issue. Okay, you're meeting a people, for instance, that wear no clothes. How do you bring Islam to them? Right. They don't wear clothes because they're not savage. They don't wear clothes because they're in the Amazon, for instance. And this is the best way to live here, right?
Right. But even with clothes, right? So even with clothes, it's not that it's saying no to the culture. In fact, it talks about how one must like encourage each other's culture and language. But it does seem to like place a standard for modesty, for example. Which, again, you might make the argument that this might fail because in the Amazon, for example, in the forest, women who, show their breasts or shake their boobies and walk without ever finding that to be absurd or even immodest, that works within that culture, right? It is not like men are groping her or sexually abusing her because of the way she is. That is just the norm of the place. One could make the argument that, yeah, but I think it was addressing like a majority position, wherein like a family system can be held well if some sort of modesty is maintained, both from men and women.
Yeah, I think if you're speaking of modesty from a morality principle, yes.
Yeah.
Whatever is immodest within that cultural context should be avoided.
Correct.
I'm just thinking about the strict letter of the law. Now, this is where I'm going to get on Not Smiler. I call him Not Smiler. Because he, Not Smiler says everyone should be circumcised. Not Smiler?
Because Smiler is dying to get in some kind of dogma structure in Christianity, which I don't blame him, bro. Smiler, hello.
I'd love to know what A thinks about this. A, what do you think about this?
Sorry, I just came back about what?
Do you think everyone who becomes a Christian is supposed to be circumcised?
Like a grown man?
Look, I'm just speaking about the law y'all say y'all keep. I'm keeping it real.
So from what my understanding of what the New Testament is saying is that you don't have to be circumcised to come to Christ because the law of circumcision is on the 8th day anyway. So you can't even keep that law if you're grown and not circumcised. But I believe that Christians that have children, that have boys, should circumcise their boys.
As a matter of religious principle, or do you believe as a matter of, like, how do you believe it? Like, remember, I'm speaking in terms of, if God commands us to water baptize when we come to the saving knowledge of Christ, that's a command that's like, hey, if you don't do this, you're out of order. You know what I'm saying? Do you put circumcision in that same category?
That's what I'm saying. So if someone is already grown, they can't keep that law because the law says to be circumcised on the 8th day anyway. So if you're like 30, you know.
Yeah. We're not talking about infants. I'm talking about a child, and you're a parent.
I think Christians should circumcise their children. Yes, 100%. But I wouldn't say, hey, if you don't circumcise your child, you're going to hell. And I wouldn't say nothing like that, you know.
Yeah.
But I believe children should be circumcised. Boys, of course.
Yeah, I just look at circumcision, like, from what I see, I could be wrong here. I'll say that readily, but what I see is, in Acts 15, the Judaizers stood up and says, unless the Gentiles get circumcised and keep the law of Moses,
they can't be saved.
No, they can't be saved.
Yes, that's exactly what they said.
I'm going to read it to you. Hold on, okay. Acts 15. Acts 15, it says in... Where is it? Hold on. Okay. Verse 5. The Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. See that?
Read verse 1.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Verse 1 says that. Unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved. Right. But the people who are saying that in verse 1 are not the same people talking in verse 5.
1 second, let me open the chapter.
Yeah. This is where I jammed Not Smiler up the other day.
Yeah, what are you reading, Freeman?
We're at Acts 15. We're jamming up the Judaizers today. What's up, Mixed?
Snaps. All right. So Acts 16 is where you did it?
1:5.
Acts 16, 1 through 5.
Man, I said 1:5. I'm about to fight you.
Acts 15.
15.
Okay, what verse?
Well, let's just start with the first section, right? I'm saying the first thing I just said is the people speaking in verse 1 are not necessarily the people speaking in verse 5.
Okay, that's fine. But I think it's the same idea. I think the idea here is if you don't keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved, which I believe is wrong, you know. I think that's the main issue.
So why then later on, when they send the letter out, because they send a letter out in
21.
Let me read. Yeah, verse 23. It says, to the Gentile believers in Antioch, Syria, and Sicilia, we have heard that some went out from us with our authorization and disturbed you, troubling your minds by what they said. And yada,
But
yada, yada.
that's the point. The point is, they're saying the thing that is troubling the Gentiles is because these people are saying, if you don't keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved. If you don't get circumcised and keep the law, you can't be saved. So this is troubling the Gentiles because now they're thinking like, oh, am I really saved in Christ if I'm not circumcised? And, you know, just how that. Because you see this in Galatians too.
Okay, let me ask you about verse 2. You see verse 2? The second verse. It says, this brought Paul and Barnabas into sharp dispute and debate with them. What were they disputing and debating?
They were disputing and debating if the Gentiles need to be circumcised to be saved, because the thing about circumcision in the Old Covenant is that circumcision was absolutely necessary to enter the covenant, right? So if you wasn't circumcised, you was not part of the covenant at all. So if you were a Gentile and you trying to come and serve the God of Israel, you had to be circumcised, right? But so I think that's what they're discussing, because they're like, well, are they really in the covenant of Christ if these people are not circumcised? You know, that's what they're disputing about.
So if this whole chapter is about being saved, how come the letter doesn't address salvation?
It does in the first verse. This is the claim. That's the claim. If you don't get circumcised and keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved.
So are you saying that when it says you are to abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, from the meat of strangled animals, this is what you need to do to be saved?
Nope. What I'm saying to you, wait, give me that verse. Let me read that verse.
So verse 29 tells them what they need to do. Why do they need to do? Yeah. Why do they need to do that?
Okay, because those are the things that. Okay, because these people, I don't want to call them pagans, but yeah, they were pagans, right?
What, the Gentile believers? Don't do that.
Yes, they were. They were pagans.
They were.
They're not pagans.
Now they're believers. They've been washed.
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying to you is like these people been pagans their whole life, right? And now they're coming to the faith of Messiah. So what happens is it's basically, okay, before I move on, do you agree with me that the verse you just mentioned, it's a starter pack?
That's what I'm trying to find out, because I'm trying to see if you're saying I need to do, not the starter.
It is. It has to be a starter pack.
29?
Yes, you have. Because the reason why I say it's a starter pack is because all of you would agree with me that there's way more commandments than these ones that as a Gentile you must do.
In the Old Testament, yeah.
See, this is
like even in the New Testament. Even in the New Testament, because Acts verse 20. Yes.
Hold on. I want to be clear on something. Are you saying by the term starter pack that they got to start here, but they really need to eventually keep the whole law of Moses?
That's exactly what the text saying.
This is so crazy. Okay. So why didn't you just say keep the law of Moses?
Because
what was being argued?
No, but this is what I'm telling you, because these people have been pagans their whole life. They're just coming to the faith. They're babies in the faith. Like just like Paul said, if you're a baby, you cannot chew meat. You have to be on milk. So they can't just be like, hey, you got to keep the whole law of Moses. No, you start little by little. So they start with these commandments, which is like, don't sacrifice things to idols, don't eat blood, don't commit sexual immorality. And then if you read chapter 21, it says, because the law of Moses is preached every Shabbat. So if they go into the synagogue to hear the law of Moses, it's because they're going to learn with time. Because verse 21 doesn't talk about bestiality. Does that mean Gentiles can't commit bestiality? No. They're going to learn as they go.
No, see, this is my argument. So then my argument is that, go ahead, Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so then you're saying, then the new covenant is the same as the old covenant.
No, she's saying that the new covenant creates an on-ramp for Gentiles to have a starter pack and get their way to full-on Mosaic Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, that was already part of the Old Covenant as well. So what's the difference?
Not the starter pack.
The starter pack was
when the Jews had to put him on Sinai.
No, the starter pack is not part of this.
The starter pack was a part of. Yeah. I'm just saying the starter pack was a part of people coming, foreigners and strangers coming into the land.
No, you're thinking of either the Noahide Code, which was for strangers to maintain a standard, but it wasn't like encouraging them to join Judaism. Or you're talking about like someone that did adopt Judaism by circumcision. This is attempting to have a new means of joining into the covenant without having circumcision. That's a new concept. The Noahides are not part of the covenant.
Exactly. And for you to be saved and have salvation in Jesus, you have to be part of the covenant.
Sure. So, we're talking about joining the covenant, right? And so foreigners and strangers coming into the land of Israel, in order to join the covenant, they would have to get, that would be the starter pack, would be getting circumcised.
No.
Circumcision wasn't the starter pack for.
No, I'm saying circumcision. The circumcision would put them in a covenant, but this is not talking about circumcision. This is talking about.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there is a starter pack for Gentiles in the old covenant to come into the covenant.
But that's not a starter pack. That's just the whole deal.
Yeah, they just check the whole deal.
No,
that's straight up circumcision.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is that listen to what I'm saying. The difference is a foreigner and a stranger didn't grow up under the Mosaic covenant. So as they're coming in, they're going to need to start somewhere. So circumcision was the starter pack. Keeping the Sabbaths, those are starter packs. Then
that's full on conversion.
That's full on conversion.
You're doing.
No, but they don't learn everything all at one time. Would you agree?
I'm saying, listen, what I'm trying to say is that a non-Jew that lives in Israel under the Mosaic Code, he is expected to obey the 7 laws. He has to follow those. Anything else he does is optional until he decides to get circumcised, keep the Sabbath, and be a full-on Jew, at which point he is.
Yeah, so the reason why...
What she's arguing is that Jesus is preaching not to just non-Jews that happen to be in the land of Israel. She's saying that Jesus is coming with a new on-ramp for everyone in the entire world. And the on-ramp does not require circumcision. Instead, it requires refraining from sacrificing to idols, no eating of blood. And then you're going to eventually get to full-on Mosaic law, but you're going to be in the covenant before you even do the circumcision. Right. That's her understanding, and it's a fair read.
Okay. Oh, hold on. One thing. She said, I don't want to speak for you, but she said that if someone is a Christian, the child should be circumcised on the 8th day as a matter of religious obligation. Okay? So she's not, that's, I just want to bring that caveat. And that's what launched this conversation. Now, I want to ask you, when you read the passage with Paul, is it Peter talking? He said that the Gentiles were given the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And he said that shows that God accepted them. How do you understand that? It's not a gotcha. I just want, is it that they're accepted before they do any of the law?
Yeah.
And then in doing the law, they remain accepted? Or what are you saying here?
Yeah, they accepted before they keep the commandments because they accepted because they have faith in Christ. So having faith in Christ is what puts you inside of the covenant. Once you're inside of the covenant, you're going to keep the commandments of God. But for you to enter the covenant, you don't have to keep any commandments. You just have your faith in Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what do you mean when you say you must keep the commandments and the laws?
Okay.
It's just a matter of you've entered the covenant, and out of love and duty to Hashem, you keep the commandments and the laws. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, I mean that too, but I mean more than that. So So in the covenant of Christ, okay, so for example, Jesus, right? I believe Jesus is sinless. He never broke any law, right? But Jesus kept the law not to be righteous. He kept the law because he was righteous. Because the Bible says, he who's righteous does wrong. There's no way that you're a righteous person and you don't practice righteousness. And we know the law is righteous. So once you've been made clean and righteous by the blood of Christ, you're going to keep the law of Moses because it's a righteous thing to do. You're not doing it in order to be saved. No, you're doing it because that's the right thing to do. Does that make sense? Because faith without works is dead. So if you have faith in Christ, I have to see your faith through your works.
The part that makes it difficult is that line that says, notice how they say, then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. Now, you're saying that the new covenant does not require circumcision, right?
To enter it, yes. Yes.
But then that means you agree with them. You actually agree with this statement that, in a sense, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. You agree with them, right?
No, I'm saying...
You don't agree with them.
No, I'm saying, as a grown man, if you don't get circumcised, you're still saved. You don't have to get circumcised to be saved. But once you enter the covenant through faith in Christ, you should be keeping God's law. I'm not saying circumcision because circumcision is on the 8th day anyway. So you're not going to keep that law. However, you should get your children circumcised because that's the right thing to do.
When your children are circumcised, are they keeping the law or are you keeping the law?
We are keeping the law, and that's the reason why that's the reason why when you get baptized, you have godparents. And your godparents.
Who said both of us?
I don't know. It was
smiling. It was smiling.
No, so you have godparents that's supposed to make sure that you keep up. I suggest everybody to next Wednesday get their ashes. You know what I'm saying? Get your ashes. You can go at night if you don't want to walk around with ashes on your head all day, right?
Can you explain to us the whole ritual from the beginning?
No. We're
so
not going to
the ashes.
Oh gosh.
Okay, all right. Sorry. We're not going to do that. But listen. From the book that I posted about the laws, I actually asked it this very question, and I'm going to post from the book. From the book. And because this is really interesting.
Do you believe in pedo baptism, child baptism?
No.
Of course.
I don't believe in that.
Why you gotta call it pedo baptism, bro? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
Yeah, pedo just means baby.
Pedo just means child, man.
But you know, man, come on, you gotta do that, man.
Okay, well,
I don't believe that.
The reason I asked you that question is that, like, it seems as though if you're saying that I should have my child circumcised, which is a sign, on the 8th day, pedo baptism is very similar. That's one of the sacraments that all the church agrees on, right?
No, that's not in the Bible. So that is not a law that God gave.
No, when I say pedo baptism, I meant baptism. Sorry, baptism is one of the sacraments everyone's agrees on.
Yeah, but the point of
I just want to say the word pedo again.
Yeah, but the point say it again. Speak and feel it. Repeat again.
Baptism.
Okay. I would disagree, and I would say it's not the same thing because circumcision, God Himself said that. So we can't compare that to church tradition, right? Because the point of baptism is for you to be born again. So every single person within the Bible getting baptized are grown up people that decide to put the old man away and be a new creature under Christ. A child doesn't understand that. So only a grown up can truly be born again and truly decide to follow Jesus because they have making a conscious choice. Okay, I don't want to live wickedly. I want to follow my Messiah, so I get baptized.
This is incredible. There you go. Yeah. The circumcision is a sign of the first circumcision before Christ was a sign of entering to the covenant.
circumcision was the sign of the most Abrahamic covenant.
Oh, I see what they're saying. They're trying to say that baptism is also a sign, so even babies should get it.
Well, if that's the case, we should see a book, chapter, verse. It's really that simple.
It is. Well, I mean, if you're saying
if they're going to be hypocrites and use the Tanakh, then yeah, we do.
Stop it. What we're saying is, Smiler being polemical again, man. We're not Muslims.
Oh, sorry, bro.
He on his Muslim mode.
Sorry, he just can't help himself. So we see Paul.
You know how you'd be like, they want to eat that pork, so I want to keep that law, man. I want to keep that law.
But if you believe in that, I don't like that, bro.
I'm not saying keep the law.
Sorry, Jason.
I'm calling Jesus a liar.
He's a question, because I asked her 7.
Call liars. That's what I want you to do.
I want to hear A's question, because I asked her 7. Where you at?
I was going to ask. Oh, yeah, but Jason wanted to say something first. Sorry, go on.
Oh my God, Jason.
Well, I gotta find the verse, but there is a verse that states that baptism is the new circumcision of the covenant.
Hey, let's get it.
Yeah, but that still wouldn't make your point, because
this thing didn't bring nothing up.
So you're basically saying that children can sin. You can't impute sin on a child. So baptizing a child doesn't make any sense, because the child doesn't sin.
We're not saying you don't get baptized because you're a sinner. You're baptized because you're entering into the covenant.
Entering the covenant. Remember, you said the circumcision.
Why do you enter the covenant?
Because you're not in the covenant.
Hey, that's what we're saying.
And why aren't you in the covenant? That's the point.
Because you believe.
You're not.
You believe in Christ.
Yeah,
and Christ preaches righteousness.
But hey, similarly to when Abraham had to get sacrificed and everybody in his house, because they weren't in covenant at that moment until he gets the circumcision, then he enters the covenant with God.
Can you be saved without baptism?
Yes,
absolutely.
So it's not the sign of the covenant then.
Yeah, can you be saved without circumcision?
In the new covenant, yes.
In the old covenant.
In the old covenant.
In the old covenant, you don't even enter without circumcision.
Okay,
that's the point.
But you're shifting the goalposts. I'm saying,
repeat your point, Jason. That was a good point.
Can you be saved without being circumcised or being in the covenant?
1 second. You asking in the covenant of Christ?
I'm saying in the old covenant.
There's no salvation in the old covenant.
Alright, well, listen, I'm not gonna.
Where's the salvation in the old covenant? There's no salvation.
The salvation.
You just keep the laws and that's it.
Yeah, I would say the old covenant points to what salvation is in the new covenant.
Abraham believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness.
That's the same thing you do. When you believe Jesus, it's counted to you as righteousness. But once you've been made righteous, you gotta keep righteous things. You gotta keep the law of God.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as entering into a covenant.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in the new covenant, the baptism replaces circumcision.
Wait, let's ask a really important question.
Is
circumcision in the new covenant, is not entering into any covenant. It's just keeping the law.
Yes,
correct.
You're not getting circumcised to enter the covenant, because the circumcision law is on the 8th day. Like, you guys keep missing that point. It's on the 8th day.
It depends which one we're talking about, because the Mosaic.
We're talking about the law of Moses. That's what we're talking about. So according to the law of Moses, circumcision is on the 8th day.
I don't know if that's what's on the table. Let me tell you why. The people in Acts 15 say you must be circumcised and keep the law of Moses. But if the law of Moses is part and parcel of the circumcision, why would they be redundant?
Because they're saying in a sense of like, hey, if you need to do circumcision, meaning once you do circumcision, you're not in the covenant. And now you're in the covenant, now you got to keep the law of Moses. That they basically treating these Gentiles as proselytes. Like, you got to fully convert into this.
So it's a double covenant? It's a double covenant?
No, it's not a double covenant.
Yes, it is. You're telling me I need to get circumcised and I need to be baptized.
Who's saying that you need to get... I never said a grown man has to be circumcised. What you guys talking about?
No, we're talking about as a child.
Yes, your parents should circumcise you.
Let me say this.
Okay, so that's one covenant. And then later on, You're just not still ain't fully in the covenant yet because you haven't been baptized in. So it's a double covenant.
As a woman, you really don't have skin in the game on this. You gotta let the man.
Yeah, I don't really care about.
Yeah, there's no pun intended. No skin in the game. No pun intended.
We got skin in the game on this, man. You know, I gotta get this right too, because you don't even know where I stand, Hank. You know what I'm saying? I could. My baby could be 7 days old. I might have 24 hours, eh? You don't know that.
Yo, your wife better pull out that shank real quick.
Moses' wife wasn't playing, but that was the first covenant. And Ace, see, this is what's so beautiful about this. We can have this conversation. Nobody's at each other's throat because it's not salvific. We all agree. This is not a salvation issue. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all be doing the faith alone too much. Y'all be doing the faith alone way too much, man. That faith alone.
Faith alone doesn't save you. We know that.
That shit be getting y'all caught up. That shit be getting y'all caught up. That's the problem.
Right, but it doesn't save you.
Hey, coming across Protestants, man. We're ready. We got our sola fide on deck.
Nah, you ain't got no sola fide. That's crazy.
Faith alone can save you.
Show me where Jesus says sola fide.
So you guys are mixing things up, man. You can be saved and not be in the covenant.
Yes, you can.
This is Old Testament and New Testament.
No, I'm saying you can be in the covenant and not be saved.
Let me ask a question.
And vice versa. I'm saying.
Because there's people that believe in Jesus, they're in the covenant, but they're still gonna go to hell.
Yeah.
Can you have the Holy Spirit? Can you have the Holy Spirit then? What you?
They are though, because they have faith in Christ. They're casting demons in the name of Jesus. They're doing things.
Smiling. You've been on
because if you're in the covenant, you're part of the agreement, and the agreement was that if you believe in Christ, then you go to heaven. That's the covenant.
Okay, no. That's not the only. That's not the only agreement. But you can't just believe in your head. I believe in Jesus, and you're going to heaven.
That's that faith alone. I'm telling you, so.
You can't do that. So I believe in Jesus, but I'm gonna go fornicate. I'm gonna go kill. If I believe in Jesus, I'm in the covenant.
All right, hold on. Let me read
That's some Muslim shit right there.
Here's the verse, Colossians 2. It says, "In him also you were circumcised with a circumcision made without hands, putting off the body of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, having been buried with him in baptism, in which you were raised with him through faith in the powerful working of God who raised him from the dead. And you who were dead in your trespasses and the uncircumcision of your flesh, God made alive together with him, having forgiven us of our trespasses by canceling the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands. He set aside, nailing it to the cross. He disarmed the rulers and authorities and put them to open shame by trampling them over them. So we see that the baptism is replacing circumcision, physical circumcision.
I don't see that.
Well, it says, okay, so he's saying here, baptism circumcises your heart.
But that's the point, though.
That's true.
So, but this is what I'm saying. He's saying that once the baptism, you're born again, right?
No, he didn't say born again.
But that's the circumcision of the heart. Once your heart is circumcised, you were born again because Megatron, you're the only heretic here, bro. Don't start. Like, go pray to Mary or something.
What it's saying is, what it's saying is we're being baptized into his death, burial, and resurrection, which is the covenant.
Which is to be born again.
I mean, that's a different argument, but sure.
Right.
Like, I don't want to get into the born again details, but
can you follow Jesus without being born again?
Can you follow Jesus? Yeah, you can follow Jesus and not be born again. Yeah.
No. I'm saying based on what he's saying in Colossians, that can you be buried and risen with Christ without being born again?
Can you be buried and risen with Christ without being No.
But right, so that's what I'm saying. So when your heart is circumcised, that means you have the love of God in your heart.
I agree.
Right. So once you have the love of God in your heart, you're just gonna walk in righteousness.
Yep,
that is the circumcision of the heart.
I agree.
Okay, that's my understanding of the text. I don't see this as saying, hey, you don't need to get circumcised in the flesh at all. Like, I don't see that.
I just wonder, with the Pauline verses, like, I'm thinking off the top of my head. Again, I really want to know what you think. It's not me catching anyone.
Which one?
When he says something along the lines of, wherever God found you, that
like it there so much?
I guess. I don't know. I'm not really into flannel.
What are you into?
You know, marijuana.
I'd like to know.
Marijuana, the arts, you know.
Sounds good so far.
Plants. I like plants. I like to eat food.
Okay, keep talking.
I don't know. I don't like driving.
I know.
Are you ready to get what do you call it? A robot chauffeur or what?
I mean, honestly, you know that like you have to pay extra for the Tesla to drive itself, right? Like even though they have that in them, that like you don't just get that as like a feature.
It's $100 a month.
Yeah, so like that's weird. And
Well, it depends on what you're driving.
Sometimes the lane tracing is fucked up, and like my car will try to. I don't have a Tesla, but my car will try to kill me. So I don't know how I feel about. Okay, like what are you doing?
Would it be kind of like Siri? You ignored me last time. Let's see how you handle this. So in this case, the Tesla will tell you if it sees some fucked up changes in lanes. It'll say, grab the fucking steering wheel because
Yeah, my car does that too. And an alarm goes off. It tells you like lane tracing unavailable ahead. Grab the wheel, and I'm like, well, that's fucking unhelpful.
Yeah, but it's only for a short break, and it just catches it again and says go. Oh, there are a lot of people who say, hey, I'd prefer a digital chauffeur that can drive my car instead of me driving because people lose their shit too much on the road. Like in my case, the way No, but like the case where
Yeah, go ahead, Raph. You were going to make the point.
No, I'm saying... No, you go. I'll go after.
Just depending on how far your commute is, it could be well worth $100 to be able to work while you're supposed to be driving.
Well, especially me, I drive like a fucking maniac. Once I use my phone, I'm smoking cigarettes, I'm drinking coffees, I'm eating, like I'm literally steering with my leg. For other drivers and myself around, it would be better if I had full FSD, full self-driving mode on, compared even like trusting me to do everything simultaneously.
We don't trust you to do anything.
Because a lot of people on the road do a lot of stupid things, and this can help kind of the safety for others. Is that an admission of guilt or just talking from experience? Which is it?
And then some people do all the stupid things, and we call them Raffy.
Exactly. Like I do all the above. So I can have I could just see Raffy now telling his bot, hey, do this. Stop paying attention to the rules.
He needs to get a bot, you're right.
After you do what I say fuck my life so I don't have to.
He does need a bot.
Hello? Hello?
Cars driving me nuts. Oh.
Guys, you know it's long weekend, it's family day this weekend.
What?
It's also President's Day coming up.
I just found out today, yeah.
Yeah, Monday's off day.
I'm off all of next week.
You're lucky, man.
Yeah.
Is it like winter break or something?
Yeah, they have
Word
a
on
break.
Monday.
And my birthday falls during that week. So
Oh, shit.
When's your birthday? Really?
the 20th.
Okay, well, happy birthday, girl.
Hey.
We'll have to do something.
Are you gonna be legal?
Oh, I'm way over legal.
Are you a legal beagle?
Just making sure you're of age now. That's always a big deal.
You're the greatest show bar. Don't
Are you afraid that Heather's underage, Ruben? Is that what it is?
Ruben, I think she might be too old for you.
I am too old.
Everyone ages out. Hey, Jeff, some of the fun stuff. Sorry.
What fun stuff?
Well, it's been a little while since I've seen you, and I was going to say that I'm about to start construction on part of my house, which you've been witness to. It's formations, and Catherine is taking a slightly different job at her company and getting a house in San Francisco, and that's what's going on.
Nice.
Yeah.
So by slightly different job, it's like 5% less responsibility and.
It doesn't. She would have an office in San Francisco where she would be expected to go and not travel, and that's already radical. That's a radical shift.
Yeah. So instead of being stuck in all the other cities you're not in, she's just going to be stuck in one city you're not in.
Yes, but it's a city I want to go to, and she'd have a place that I would want to be in. Yeah.
That's improvement.
I mean, it's improvement. This is really my point. Isn't that I've reached the goal because she does continue moving the goals, and I'm a pussy about it. But
there is hope.
She's definitely making. There is progress being made, and I've insisted on continuous progress, and she's up for it. She thinks that she could do that. So,
I mean, that's
I sent her a list. I sent her a list of what I need for her to be doing, or I'll break up with her. And she was like, "Great, I love lists."
Way to hold your ground, Ruben. Way to hold your ground.
I like that.
It's a very fluid city, okay? But yeah.
Ruben, you sent it by email?
Yeah, no, I texted it to her.
Live in society because my tweet.
We choose to trust you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Earlier this week I received a text and asked me if I would take the time to speak tonight, and if I would like to. I'm always honored to speak to you women, and I'm always honored to get the opportunity, but I'm also always nervous because I don't ever know what the Lord is going to say, what he's going to do. And when I got the title, I was so...
Their games. So never think that NBA scout is going to come by your game and put you in.
Because it could happen at any time.
Where did curling's an interesting sport? Where did that start? Does anyone, without me having to Google?
I think you'd have to Google. I do not know. I'm not following it enough, but I do know that the headquarters, I was watching quite a bit of Olympics here and there, but the headquarters of curling in the United States is in Duluth, Minnesota. So you know that all of those athletes have something to say about their home state. Because, or not their home state necessarily, but that's where they train.
This is crazy, bro.
Let me clarify. It actually tells you that God instructed him which animals were clean and weren't clean. So he didn't know. God instructed him when he was loading up the ark.
But that's my point. He ended up finding out, right?
Yeah, he just. But
the text doesn't say.
But it doesn't say what. It doesn't say what purpose is they're clean and unclean. Right?
Okay, that's fine. Right, it's fine.
Moving to go. So the point is because he was instructed to bring 5 of the clean animals, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. For example, when you look at Moses' father. Did his sin for marry his auntie?
You said, say that again?
Did Moses' father sin for marry his auntie?
Did Moses' father sin for marrying his aunt?
Yeah.
I don't even know the story. But this is before the Mosaic Law given, so no.
That's the point.
Oh
you make it on point.
No way. No way.
You make it on point.
I don't know what point you're making. What's the point?
The point is today you cannot marry your auntie today because the law tells you not to do that. So if you do that today, that is a sin. If you today marry your sister, like Abraham did, that is a sin. But in the time of Abraham, it was not a sin. When Jacob married two sisters, that is a sin today. You cannot marry two sisters today. It's sin, but it wasn't back then because there wasn't no law to tell them.
Hold on.
Two sisters.
She just finished saying that sin is the transgression of the law. So please, A, tell us what law they transgressed in the latter case you just gave.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they did not transgress the law because there wasn't a law telling them you cannot marry your sister.
Yes.
So they didn't sin.
No,
they didn't. Get it? They did it not.
Got it. Okay, I got it now.
But if you do it today, you sin because there's a law today that tells you not to marry your half sister.
Okay. Is it? Let me ask you this.
You gonna toss that law out too, or what? You ain't got no.
Acts 15, free man.
If God is immutable,
so it's not just they thought these people were bad and therefore or these people were savages and they were close to monkeys and all. That's not really the case. Or they were subhuman. Like people get that wrong about Kant too. Kant, even though he had horrible things to say about the African and the Negro.
And it's a couple things. It's practically a historic day.
Parks and Rec. I mean, it's time to ladies celebrating ladies with frittatas.
So I'm gonna tell my Valentine to go celebrate with another lady.
Yep. On the 13th.
I'm confused by that one.
Yeah, whatever. Google it.
Did you just try to pull a quick one on me?
No, I didn't. I'm being serious. Google it. Ain't nobody got time for this.
Yeah, that's hard to explain, Bliss. I agree. If you don't get it, you don't get it.
Thank you.
Oh, we get it.
Oh, no, you don't get it. Because I'm not nobody's making a mosaic out of the favorite bottles of your crush sodas. Of your fucking face. That's not happening.
Yeah, can I have some money?
What?
I don't know.
You just want some random money?
Yeah, why the fuck not?
Yeah, where do I send the Monopoly dollars?
You gotta have something to do with that. I mean, no one's gonna give you money if you just. And the Virginians have to change, or maybe they have to add on to the slave codes because blacks and slave persons. Well, I think I'm baptized, so I should be free.
It becomes very, very complicated because enslaved Africans and Indians in America start to press on that. He also, in the interview, he said, and I didn't know this, which is actually kind of interesting. He says that they, excuse me. He says that they began to treat wars within Christendom as civil wars. So if you had a war between nations, it could justify enslaving, either get either enslaved or executed if you were like what we now call prison, we're captive in a war or whatever. But what they began to do was they began to see nations as sort of subordinate to Christendom, right? And so if I was in France and you were in England, the reason why, even though we were in different nations, we were still under Christendom. And the African wasn't, or the Indian wasn't, or the Asian wasn't. And so he talks about, the book is obviously more detailed than the interviews I've heard, but I'll read it in the book. So it's very, very interesting stuff, at least to me. But the turn to Rome is fascinating, and the fact, there's this new book that I didn't know about. Your mom was about to share with us. I look forward to reading that too, because Rome is at the center of a lot of this stuff.
It's called The Origins of the Just War by Rory Cox.
Origins. Thank you. I will order that right now. stuff is at the center, and this is completely gone out of how like regular people talk about slavery, but the question of war, ethics of war, just war, that stuff is at the center of all the justifications of slavery before 1750. Let's say 1725. But we don't really talk about those things anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't find Gerald Horne's Marxist, overdetermined readings of this stuff to be compelling at all. I don't. Horne says it's because the Crown didn't have the resources to enslave the Irish and Africans. I find that to be just wrong. So I don't.
One other book on war that has a section of a chapter on just war, and the Augustinian line there is by Beach. It's called War: A Genealogy of Western Ideas and Practices, by Beatrice Hauser, Heuser. I read that a while ago. I read it a while ago. I only read part of the book, to be clear, and I read the chapter that I'm telling you about, or the chapter I mentioned. But I've since heard her do an interview, and I thought the way in which she tried to approach war as an intellectual, rather than a physical concept, I thought was interesting.
I got it. Thank you. Hey, Britt, what's up? So, y'all, this is not really politically correct. So, if people are here for Blue Direct, everybody kind of left. So, we could either close this and do another room, or we could stay here. But this is not really politically correct.
I'm enjoying it. I just have chaos over here.
Dan, same here. I'm actually listening to it. I'm just heading.
No, I was just for anybody relevant that was coming in. I mean, I know you and Brother Messi. I know you guys don't have anywhere else to go.
Listen, motherfucker, I'm about to go to the gym.
Yeah, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, you're not.
On Xbox.
And I'm over here listening. I'm just practicing how to say the CAR.
Did you say French?
Yes. How's the practice? Yes. How's your practice going, TT?
Don't do that to yourself.
TT, say CAR, TT.
Ask him to say water. Okay, let's not do that.
You know what I'm obsessed on, y'all? The way people say worship. Oh my God, I'm obsessed. Y'all listen with how people talk about worship. Oh my God, it's
how they say it or how they talk about it?
How they say it. How they talk about it.
I just want to say that I was a good sport. I did not crash. And I was thrown into the boom.
That was mad.
Oh, I sent you in a nice car.
That is very stable.
I sent you in a nice car.
TT, you need to act like a TT and get him for that one. Because that was good respect.
Oh, let me respond to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, this has everything to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with political rights. I mean, the reason why they didn't do it there is because there was a huge, there were religious-based civil wars. Remember the fate of Charles, and then his son and nephew come in, Charles II. Then James II. CBS News I saw the other day called King Charles II.
That's insane.
I know it's a typo.
Oh my God.
That's a pretty famous king to mess up.
Good Lord.
But yeah, those things.
And Charles don't tell him Charles II wasn't English, but anyway.
Oh, not this. And everything everything he brought when he was in exile. He brought all that shit back from France. Yeah, I mean, it was a whole Catholic Protestant war. So but they didn't enslave each other. That's the thing. Yeah. So the thing with slavery, I'll just say it again. So what's his name? What Harpham lays out is how the English adopt Roman law around slavery, essentially. And instead of the idea that persons who are captured from foreign nations can be enslaved, they and other nations in Europe as part of Christendom. And therefore, they don't enslave them because they're all part of Christendom, which is why, as I was saying, in the early colonies, say in Virginia, say 1630, you have Africans getting baptized and saying, well, I'm now baptized, I should be free. So they have to change the slave code. I think it's 1660. Someone can I have to look it up. They changed the slave code to justify the fact that you get baptized, you shouldn't be free. That's part of that broader European idea that you shouldn't enslave people in Christendom. What they see in Africa is that the wars that the Africans are having, because the Africans also enslave captives from their warring nations and tribes, they say, oh shit, there's the Roman model right there. And so they use that, they sort of map on Roman law to their reading of Africa as a way of justifying. Because remember, the English come late. They kind of start a little bit, they're exploring. Elizabeth gives some guy, I forget his name offhand, a charter, saying, and they take the time. Then, of course, they have their own civil stuff. They have the Civil War. They have Charles I executed. And then after the Restoration, you get, when is the Restoration? 1660? Was the Restoration 1660? That sounds right. Thank you. After the Restoration in 1660, Charles II comes back from exile, mostly in France. His brother, the Duke of York, gets the charter, him and his boys, for the Royal African Company. And all of a sudden, he has Royal African Company. And what Harpham is sort of laying out here in detail is how how Roman law gives them the justification. A lot of people, when they know a couple of things here, they go back to Aristotle. So part of the intervention in the book is he shows, put that Aristotle shit aside, because they're actually not using natural slavery as a justification. Because what people do is they then do Aristotle, natural slavery, and because they're black, they can be enslaved. You don't really get versions of that until the United States, really. So I don't know. Anyway, I could go on and on and on. You guys could talk about Donald Trump and Pam Bondi. What do you think?
No, we're gonna take up an offering for you.
I know no offering. I'm not Baptist. I'll be able to. I'm fine.
I was gonna say, because God loves a cheerful giver. I was really gonna roll out the A&E style offering. What's going on?
Just give it to your local black woman so she can continue to be the most educated demographic in America.
Mama, I thought you were in the NOI.
Oh, I can't be pinned down. I'm all over the place.
NOI is nasty. I don't remember. I have to go and look at Horns. I don't remember Horns' documentation offhand, how he argues and sustains the argument that the reason. No, there was anything on Horn. I said I don't remember Horn's idea that the crown couldn't enslave the Irish, so they went to the Africans. I don't.
I think that might be in his book on the origins. If I'm accurate on this might be in the origin of his capitalism book. His origin of capitalism, is that the book?
I don't know.
I think it's
the counter-revolution.
Oh, the counter-revolution. Oh, what? Okay.
No, it would be no. This would be slavery in the origins. Yes, hold on. It would be on the apocalypse of settler colonialism, the roots of slavery, white supremacy, and capitalism in 1790. Yes, you're exactly right. Yeah. I mean, I'll go back and look it up.
So the reason why I was off mute said, because you know this is the critique of porn, right? He moves too fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I didn't know Horn had the languages for this either. Horn, how many languages does he speak? Does he speak Dutch? Does he know? Can he read Dutch? I mean, you have to work through Dutch. I'm not just telling you. Anyway, but yeah, the race thing is really, ironically enough, it's an enlightenment thing in many ways. It really is. These ideas, if you read Hegel's philosophy of history, it's a really good encapsulation, a kind of an endpoint of enlightenment. That's later, it's 50 years after Kant, 40 years after Kant, something like that. But that's not how people in England, the way Kant and Hegel see the African is not at all how the English, for example, saw the African and African civilization in the 17th century. It's just not at all. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know. Well, I'll just leave it there. So it's a lot more complicated than like, oh, they had to do it because of capitalism. Oh, they did it because they were black. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not it. Now, I will say that by the time you get to, say, the 1770s, because I just read Falconbridge's account from 1778, they're just taking any African they can take. And they were, and this is how I know Harpham is correct, because in Falconbridge's account, which anybody can read, it's only 60 pages actually, on maybe 70 on Google Books. He spends some time disabusing his readers of the notion that that African captives were begotten because they were prisoners of war, or they were captives from other nations. I think he does that because that was the common understanding, that the people who are being enslaved, that are being sold into slavery in the Gulf of Guinea and Senegambia, et cetera, these are people who are captives from war, and therefore, in the English imagination, that justifies their enslavement. He spends a lot of time in a short book saying that's actually not why they're enslaved. He says what's happening is that the kings and the merchants under them of African kingdoms are quite literally stealing people. And that when we're not here, he says, there's no strife. It's actually us who bring the strife, because we're the ones that are feeding the strife, because slave trading with us has become core of their economy. It's quite deep. I mean, you really have to get into this stuff to really understand what it is. Now, it is true that he says that another way they got slaves, although fewer slaves, was through what they call boating. And boating is when, the big slave ship comes, they have the canoes, whatever, and they will go along the coastline of the Gulf of Guinea and get people who live in coastal areas. They would get some of them. But generally, then these people are kidnapped. They're not actually captives or prisoners of war. That only makes sense in 1778 if you believe that these people are prisoners of war. That's why Harpham's book is so interesting, because his book stops 1700. So that means that justification in the broader popular English imagination was, oh, these people are prisoners of war. We all believe if you're a prisoner of war, you can be enslaved. So that whole they did it because they didn't have the money to slave. I I don't see that. It also depends on the monarch. Some of the monarchs were Catholic even after the Restoration. I think Charles II was like a crypto-Catholic. I think James II was an actual Catholic. Of course, they deposed him in the Glorious Revolution of 1688, 1689. It's just a lot going on. It's just a lot going on. These are. I have to go back. I'll go back and read this book. This Horn book, but it's just not it's just not compelling to me. The economic arguments are not overly compelling to me. Now, this is a new book. We were in a lull, so we were talking about stuff. It's called The Intellectual Origins of American Slavery, English Ideas in the Early Modern Atlantic World. And I listened to a few interviews with the guy, and I ordered the book this morning, and he essentially argues that the English justify slavery via Roman law.
Google, hold on.
Yeah.
Car service.
Oh.
Total.
Under the Jacobite Rebellion. Yeah, the Jacobite Rebellion. Yeah, that's that comes after they tried to put James's son back on the throne. I just think that the Marxists and the Marxist sympathizers just do not take intellectual history, religion, and law nearly seriously enough. I don't. And the justifications change over time too. Like they're black, they should be enslaved. It's changed over time. It also depends on who the enslaving power is. The Dutch have to, it's very complex. People, as Kimberly Foster would say, people should be very wary of a single story. But anyway, I've talked enough. You guys can go ahead and talk about how, go ahead and break it down, how Chuck Schumer and John Thune need to come together on the SAVE Act.
Yeah, it's actually, I didn't know. No, I mean, it is a very complicated story about, ideology, attitudes, prejudice, belief system.
Not biased. Remember, Brian taught us the other night. Not biased.
Oh, not biased.
Were you here for that?
No.
Never mind. Y'all get the joke. Keep going. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, it's a very complicated story, and I was in another room and they were talking about did people truly believe X, Y, Z was people? Some parts it doesn't really matter.
Bring the
and
theory.
other parts, what people believed and what they used to justify was evolved. I mean, we're talking about ideologies that morphed over hundreds of years. Like, this wasn't just like even like a 50-year period of time. We're talking about generations, centuries worth of logic and making this shit up as they went along. It's not and then one place was different than other places. So even whether you're talking about the colonies, whether you're talking about differences in colonies, whether you're talking about the Americas or Europe, or the Caribbean or South America, all those ideologies were differing. There's differing ways of engaging, sort of actualizing those beliefs. It's really complicated.
Yep. And then then it's also like you have to begin to really theorize, when does an English intellectual history begin to recede, and when does an American one, begin to rise and become dominant? You know what I mean? It's like they're British for a long time. And depending on how you read it and what you're talking about, say in this case, the view on slavery, when do they become American? That is to say something that's not British. The royal governors are there, people going back and forth, posts going back and forth, laws being set by the crown and by parliament, trade being set that way, newspapers and periodicals that circulate through the young empire find their way, in the house of, what would they call it in Virginia? The House of Burgess, whatever it was called. Yeah. It's just like, when does it become an American thing? Then you get clash, and then you get sort of revolutionary sentiment, you get the loyalists versus the patriot. It's just very, very complicated. And these sort of, it was for capitalism, it was for profit. And by the way, it wasn't always profitable. That's the first thing. But then, this stuff was for, that's the gang. And then stuff, this is for, because, they saw the African as less than and therefore enslavable. That's not always the case.
Right, because wait a minute, like if we think about the timeline, we have the British in control of the West Indies, but they're fighting black people in America. They're fighting with black people in America in 1812, sending them to different areas where slavery is still on the books, but not being enforced on necessarily everyone, because you have like people being sent to Trinidad, right? But this is before the 1830s, right? They're being sent there as free land-owning men, right? They're also being, they're also escaping to Canada, right? So it's kind of like, but then Jamaica still got slavery going on. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's real, like their timeline is real crazy. Like they were just basically, not just basically, because I don't actually want to simplify it. I mean, I want to keep it to the point of how much more complicated it actually is.
I want to show a lot. It's miracle.
Hold on, y'all can hear me?
Hello?
As soon as we muted you.
You didn't say anything today, but you didn't get that much out.
Hello? Avard.
Gracious, right? It's not. He's actually imputing graciousness into the law.
Yeah, but there is also grace isn't a law.
Yeah, no, but not in this instance. So, right, life for life, tooth for tooth, eye for eye, whatever the case is, right? That's justice.
So, but you don't have to do those things, Jason. If someone does something, no, you don't. It's up to you. You don't have to like if someone kills somebody, you don't have to go and be like, I want you to be killed. The law gives you the opportunity to do that, but you don't have to do that.
Of course, but what I'm saying is, Jesus is saying,
don't do it.
Yeah, but what he's saying is, if someone's
from the circle, ash and salt and rain. I breathe in the thunder, exhale a silver stream. Eyes close to the chaos, palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my mountain meditation, crown of quiet fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden brown. In this night of meditation, hear your words slowing down. I hold the storm inside my hands until it bows. Old words on my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their hold. I trace you a doorway made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. In this my life, meditation, comfort and fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden brown. In this night meditation, hear your heart slowing down. They were too nice.
Nah, in slavery, and I think is God.
Not until you just said it. It's okay. You're divine, honey. You're divine. At the pole vault in the Summer Olympics. Yeah, go ahead, Sia. You want to tell everyone about it?
I don't, hell no, but I was thinking somebody was going to say that.
Oh, women are very well aware of all the penis episodes that happen, especially in Netflix.
I learned something.
Now you need to, AJ. You are now assigned the penis assignment of the day, which is go find out what happened in the pole vault at the Olympics with a penis. Go do it.
Okay, I'm assuming they really wear short shorts.
Oh, no. Track and field. Okay. We can see everything in track and field. We see everything in track and field, number one. Number two, if you want to really see a lot of penises in sport, you can watch any cross-country race or track race where men are wearing split shirts.
Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, that happens at the gym sometimes. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that.
OP shorts, those high-cut shorts from the 70s. OP shorts.
Down and
onion skins. Like, or the cord.
There. Yeah. I've seen my share of just members at the gym.
I'm sorry for making you Google, but I'm not sorry. But you are the person who comes back.
I don't want my algorithm to get messed up, so let me do it in the private.
Yes, do it on your private browser. But you will come back and report to us and give us, the book report about what happened in the Summer Olympics. When you have a penis that is not,
secure.
There you go.
There were hundreds of puns or just accidents.
That's it. There was one I saw the last time it was done. The pole went on the guy's nutsack, and all you heard was like a rip in the shorts and probably a lot of pain that
Yeah. I think the best way to describe for people that have never experienced pain what the pain is like. It's like, in a movie and you watch someone get sliced really bad with a knife or they get cut, however, and it's not really...
But they get cut right in the penis.
No, my point is they don't even know if they got cut, right? There's no... Getting hit in the nuts is like what the pain should be getting stabbed, but really doesn't, right? That's what it actually feels like when you get stabbed. It's just for some reason getting stabbed is somewhat not that painful if it doesn't hit an organ. You know what I'm saying? So, oh my God, am I bleeding? Because it was so clean. But when you get kicked in the nuts, that's exactly where the programming should have been in the human body to feel the pain of when you get cut. It should have been like that. And that's what you feel. You feel exactly the way that it looks like it's going to feel in the movies. And it just goes into your upper cavity and just your spinal column, sensation, ripping through your whole body. It's just all concentrated as if, oh my God, this is what death feels like. Right? That's it.
I like to compare it to childbirth.
Because we know that well too.
Well, I'm glad it happened.
Exactly.
I don't want any nuts. Thanks. I'm good. I don't want to feel that pain.
It's a clerical thing.
This is Z, and I raised a son, and there was a lot of boys in the house, so there's all kinds of stuff about getting injured. Down below. So, and my son.
And the great part about it, if there is a great part about it, is after the 2 to 3 minutes are up, it drifts away into nothingness. And by 4 minutes, it's like nothing ever happened. There's no sustained injury. It's just hey, wow, I made it. The sun shines out again.
Yeah, and defense class, they tell you if you can get them in the nuts, that's the best place to get them. And then, there's other techniques, but nuts are the first thing to try to kick them in.
Right, there's nothing you can do for at least a minute, if not 2 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, you got a minute to escape once you've done
it. So, I guess now isn't the time to go into all that I learned about circumcision, pain, and penis. No.
Okay. And you used a quota on saying the P word. I know you love saying that word, but we all have an aversion to that word too. Saying it too much. It's just you went over the quota.
Just say cock or dick.
Yeah, say something else. Don't say that word.
Or erectile tissue. At least make it funny.
Really want me to say erectile tissue? How about
kind of, yeah. Say it one more time.
You handle the anatomically. I can't handle the anatomically correct word. This is
maybe
very.
Just use a funny accent. Maybe just call it penis or something.
It's anatomically correct.
Official names are not that great. Vagina. Vagina is terrible. Penis.
But
this is terrible.
You don't need to be accurate. You don't need to be accurate.
No.
And some of the bad names are bad too. The C word for woman is.
Oh no, that's a great one.
Caretaker.
I like all the dirtiest ones. Those are my favorite.
You're just a dirty doctor over there.
I am.
No, I was about to say, aren't you in psych?
Just like Freud. Just like Freud.
What I said right when he came up.
He's the rapist. He's not that kind of doctor.
Cocaine and ass.
Is it Jamal you're thinking of at this moment? No, you gross fart. does the skiers thing work? And basically, it seems like really counterintuitive. If you make yourself bigger or heavier, then you're just gonna make your outfit bigger and larger. Aren't you just like increasing drag?
No, think of a little flying squirrel. Sorry, I'm filing my nails.
Are you saying that the nuts flare out like a flying squirrel?
That's what they're saying.
Well, that's an interesting visual.
There's actually an article on that about the guys doing the injections because they inject their penises with something to make it
Silicone. Yeah, silicone.
I thought it was.
No, it's not silicone.
Is it the?
I mean, are socks not allowed?
Membrane. Which one is it?
Sure, that's the very practical.
Can't they just get fitted with suits with socks on?
No, because you end up like everything is done. Okay. So at least in track and field, I can verify that every implement, everything you use, your uniforms, your spikes, everything has to be inspected specifically by the officials of the sport. You have
cheaters no place better than track and field.
Yes, I know.
Are cups not allowed? I mean, safety first.
Nope.
Oh, this is all speculation.
You're scaring me.
Yo, everyone, Heather has a gun. Leave her alone.
Heather's got a gun.
And now you know the rest.
Heather's got a gun.
The more you know.
No, the rest of the story.
Hello?
Was this for Paul Harvey or what was this for?
Oh, what was your?
Heather's got a gun.
I mean, yours was Paul Harvey.
Heather's got a
The
gun.
rest of the story. Or is it just...
No, it had nothing to do with Paul Harvey.
Oh. Most memorable moments. Sit in the tractor and wait to hear Paul Harvey say, and that's the rest of the story. Good day. Just
That's
iconic.
And that's the rest of the story. Good day. Hello? Hello? Hello?
So this is a pretty fucked up one. Canada is discussing euthanizing newborn babies.
Ooh, let's go to Bush.
Oh, why? Did he come in the right color?
Wait, what is that about?
So, the Quebec College of Physicians, College du Medicins du Quebec, told the Daily Mail that in a rare cases, medical assistance denied Canadian end-of-life policy, MAID.
Johnny,
Hello?
how's your day?
It's good. I just had dinner. I just was at the gym working out, and now I took all the garbage out. I'm gonna clean up a little bit, take a hot bath, sipping some
That's what
coffee.
I just did. I took a hot bath, gave myself a pedicure, manicure, polished, and had this itch around my ankle.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a couple of weeks. I put some triple antibiotic on it.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? It's soothing it.
Oh.
Must be a little fungus there.
Try warm compresses and then ice it.
Why? You thinking it's something arthritic?
It's just amazing what icing does, because it draws the blood to the area.
Oh, that's a thought.
Because the body wants to circulate the blood to prevent hypothermia, so it'll bring in new cells to the area.
Could be working out in the dirt. I got something,
Yeah, you got a rash.
Huh?
You've got a rash.
Yeah, a rash. It's probably from working with mulches and moss.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
It's inflammation.
Because I usually wear a low tennis sock.
Yeah.
We have such pretty mild winters, and it's like right where the tennis sock top edge is.
Well, try the ice. I think you'll be surprised.
Yeah, that would feel really good on it. So, Sam showed her birthday picture. You probably got it too, 11 years ago?
Yeah.
So, you were living in California, if I recall.
Yep, I was living in Hermosa Beach.
And you drove to her house.
Yep.
And you brought a dog.
Yep.
And you laid in the lounge. She had a recliner. And that dog just loved laying on your body.
David.
It was a really good dog, you know that?
Yeah, that was a good rescue dog.
Mm-hmm.
What was
its name?
David Bowie.
That's a good one.
I think I brought the dog back to the shelter where I got it from. I can't remember. But yeah, I brought it back to the same shelter.
A lot of times people pull a fast one over landlords and say, they get caught finally, and then the landlord says it's you or the dog.
Yep.
Were you renting at that? Yeah, you were renting at that time. And how long have you had that building you're in?
Since 2019.
19.
Yeah, 2020 basically, December of 2019. So five
I was
years.
thinking 6 years. Somewhere between 6 and 7 already.
5 years, couple months.
Wow, time's flying, huh?
This is my burial chamber.
Your burial chamber. That's what somebody else says about their house.
Yeah, it is.
What the hell is
Everybody
that?
is.
Mausoleum. I'm living in my mausoleum now. Who is that? It says that. Huh.
Everybody is.
Anyway, to Samantha's hometown football team cream the other team.
Yeah. I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it either. I was passed out.
Yeah.
So I read this that the Bears looks like they're building a stadium in Arlington Heights.
It's also tentative. They're just looking for the best deal, And Chicago.
You think that's a good location?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It'll be like a huge development. It'll be awesome. They'll have it'll be a casino.
They got that much land out there, huh?
Oh, it's huge.
Really?
Huge piece of property. Huge.
And what highway would take you there?
I think that's 294, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not exactly sure. It's been a while since I've been out in Arlington Heights. That might just be 90, actually. I don't know.
Huh. Well, that would sure bring the dough into that community.
Oh my gosh, that village township will make so much money from that. It's unbelievable. But the state of Illinois too.
I just read today we're having elections starting early voting starts Saturday, and 4 people have been dropped off due to electoral signatures.
That's what happened to me. Not enough signatures, but I've made an impact. I've definitely, my voice has been projected far and wide, and I have not gone unnoticed. So this was my first, marketing camp, and I'm still pushing for it because I did get confirmed in some counties to be a write-in candidate. So I keep pushing, and using AI to create videos and pictures and.
Oh God, I saw those you sent Samantha. They are hilarious.
Yeah, they're funny, aren't they?
How do you
It's an app.
do you engage with some kind of an outfit that does that kind of thing?
It's free. It's all on your phone. It's an app. It's by Microsoft.
So what do you give them? A picture just like a straight up picture of yourself.
Yep. A video. You film a video.
Oh, how about your voice? It does sound like your voice.
I know.
Is it your voice?
Yeah, you give them a voice signature, and then they copy. They use your voice in your videos.
What else do you give them for that?
It's just a video of yourself. You look to the left, you look to the right, you look up and down, so they like scan your face and take your audio.
Wow. Very cool. You're the first person I've known to do that.
Yeah, I'm doing some groundbreaking stuff, and it's it's like combining all my background into one effort. And no, it's funny. Nobody likes me, but they hate the guy that I'm running against. So it's possible. Well, the primary is March 17th. And so we're going to find out how many people voted Democrat in a supposed Republican district. But everybody hates the guy. And, it's going to be.
What about those, what do they call those guys that sign?
Circulators.
Circulator. Huh?
Circulator.
What?
Circulator.
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 No. A write-in ballot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm a write-in candidate. But a lot of the clerks in a lot of the districts refuse to put me even as a write-in candidate. They hate me that much.
So there's this kid here who's 23 who's really been advertising himself using Nextdoor to push his agenda and allow people to give him feedback.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking about him, and I said, well, it's just like that, getting his feet wet, seeing how the cycle works.
It is a cycle. It's like, it's cyclical. It's very, very difficult.
Two people said this to me. It's not so much the candidate running with an agenda as much as it is the city manager and the budget person. They are the ones that really run the city, not the mayor. The mayor is the informational highway.
Mm-hmm.
And he may have conversation with the council, the 7-member council or 6-member council.
Mm-hmm.
But I do sort of feel, truthfully, that we're the highest water-paying state in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And they had Xfinity blow through here, and we have original main water lines in our roads. And Xfinity hit a shitload of them. People and their sewers got broken, water backed up into their houses. One of the people on the block had it happen. And so what did the city do? They decided to raise the water rates for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Now, why wouldn't Xfinity be held accountable? Now we got this other company. I got a notice on the door. They're coming this next week. Easy. Internet's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going through the same rigmarole as Xfinity.
Yeah.
I got lucky I didn't get hit. But I might get hit this time.
It'll be fine. You don't have to worry about it.
Just disgusting. Oh, and so this woman wrote in on Nextdoor that it happened to them. They had moved in the day before Xfinity came through their neighborhood, and they hit the main sewer. you, when they say shit like that and you got to get a contractor on the job, it's never the amount that the contractor says. It's frightening. It's frightening. So we have to tell you that Mom and Linda and Sherry and Sam was here, came for cocktails out on the patio.
Nice.
Like that.
Nice. Any fist fights, or did you have to bury anybody in the backyard?
Nope. Mom didn't say a peep.
Nice.
It was Linda, Sherry, and Samantha mainly talking. I was attending to, the kitchen and serving. Samantha sent wings and 2 pizzas for football day. I'm telling you, I felt like I couldn't sit down. I had to attend to the food. And then I was drinking while I'm cooking. I've done landscaping for about 3 hours. So I get a drink then. She told me to get a bottle of gin.
Yes.
I've never drank gin before. So I had a drink when I finished my landscaping. Then I got close to party time, so I started cooking, and now I had another drink. I don't know how many drinks I had, but I know I was laying in the lazy boy, not listening and not seeing. I didn't even hear those guys, if they were rooting and hollering. I don't know. Anyway, anything else new? You're having a mild winter.
I know. I was thinking today when they say that Punxsutawney Phil, the groundhog, says that we're going to have like a longer winter, that really means we're going to have a shorter winter.
How's that?
Because it's like the opposite is generally true. So they, and who knows, like the whole thing is so stupid. Does the fucking groundhog see its shadow? What the fuck does that mean? So they just make it up every year.
I know. We're at 70 already, and the Farmer's Almanac is saying we're going to have a hot summer. Well, what the hell is new? We have hot summers every year. I did plant some bush type stuff, and I got lucky because I put them in October. And they're already thriving because I think of the mild winter. They didn't take a hit. Me lucky. Me very lucky. So anyway, what do you think? What kind of gummies does Samantha eat?
Cannabis gummies?
I don't know. Do you get buzzed on them? Do you get low key on them?
It just alters your consciousness. It makes you stoned.
So she was having 2, going after a third in the sack. And so I was trying to grab them from her, and she wouldn't let me get at them. I think she took 4.
Yeah, it's possible. It'll put you to sleep, basically.
But she didn't really act stoned.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to change her into some, different person. She'll probably just, I was dating this girl. She was like, my boyfriend used to smoke weed, and whenever he smoked weed, he stopped talking. And I can't stand being with somebody who won't talk. I started laughing, and I was like, because it does put you in a certain state of mind where you're more focused on listening as opposed to speaking. Do you know?
Well, I wouldn't say Samantha talked any more or any less. Here's a good one. So we knew what time our train was supposed to leave. So we go to the train station, and so I said, well, let's have a seat. Looks like all the same people that were on the train when we came here. So she says, no, let's go over to that store right over there. I don't want to sit in the train station. Okay, we walk over there. We're just shooting the shit with the old man that owns the Yeah. So I said, well, oh, fucking well. Let's just go walk around some more. She said, we're taking an Uber home. I said, I'm not paying for it.
She paid for it real quick.
She paid for it. She did. I couldn't believe it. I don't know how much she paid because it's kind of like a silent thing when you plug in where you want to go.
You didn't even ask her?
No.
It's probably $100.
Because I'm not paying. But we got home. Yep, we got home. That's my first experience taking a long Uber drive.
Mm-hmm.
So Samantha had said to me, heads up, do not say a word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know why, but so anyway, we're passing I-25 south to go south, and I'm going like this, I'm wagging my finger at Samantha down near the seat, and I'm going, no, he was supposed to get up on that. So I don't know what he's following. Is he following Uber's directions, or what was he doing? So he missed another get on. So what was happening?
Oh, it's just like you guys, you were talking and he probably wasn't thinking. And that's the thing. If you're not paying attention, you miss your spot. You miss your time. Yeah. I mean, can't tell you. I mean, I remember when I was young, I went up to Crystal Lake to go see Billy. And on the way back, I fell asleep on the train. I woke up downtown in an empty train by myself.
That's funny.
I was terrified.
I was on a bus once. Where was I going? Shit, forgot where I was going. So anyway, the bus driver had a co-driver, so he says, could you sit back further? I said, yeah, I don't mind moving. So anyhow, we go past my stop, and then I said, so the buses keep going right down the highway. So I said, hey, that was my stop back there. So I had to like support myself, and I said, it's your obligation and your responsibility for my safety. You have to go back and drop me off at my stop. He did not like that. He did not like that. But he knew where I was supposed to get off. And he said, could you sit back there? I need my co-driver to sit up front with me. That's probably somebody just to shoot the shit with. But anyway, he took me back.
Nice.
Did not make me feel good having to be bossy, but I had to look out for myself. Oh, I know what it was. He was supposed to stop in Albuquerque at the Albuquerque bus station. That's what it was. But no, he kept going out by Isleta. And so he stopped at a gas station. Everybody gets off the bus and go get snack. And then they all pile back on the bus. Then he had to flip himself around and go back to Albuquerque, making him late on the other end.
This guy I worked with in Manhattan Beach, he was like, squeaky wheel gets the grease. I was like, what? What does that mean? He's like, closed mouths don't get fed, John. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, squeaky wheel gets the grease. So ever since then, I've been...
Closed mouths don't get the meal?
Yeah, closed mouths don't get fed. Meaning speak up. Tell people what you want. Communicate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't do that so good in a relationship as much as I do in the business world.
This guy I know, he's like, I gave my girlfriend a list of everything I expect. And he said, oh, she was so happy. She loves lists, she said. People delude themselves. They think they're in a relationship, but they're really not, you know?
Yeah, those are tough. You got to feel the real deal. If you don't feel it growing in the real deal way, with consistency, right? And maybe you need to twerk it here or there. So you're both on the same page. They're tough. They're hard to find. They're hard to maintain. For me, at my age, I walk with a 76-year-old guy. He did a lot of work over here with me. He's a married man, and he says, men my age, Gene, they do not want relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting how honest he was?
Well, see, there's energy involved in a relationship. Like, I couldn't even imagine being with a woman who's carrying my child. And the next thing I know, I'm running around. Basically, my whole existence becomes like a bird scavenging to bring back the meal and feed both of them. But meanwhile, I'm with somebody who is completely argumentative all the time, never happy, complains about everything. And you know, I'm just like, why am I doing all this work and energy transfers for someone who doesn't appreciate it, is mean and nasty, is obnoxious, is, you know, so the whole thing deals with intelligence. If you're with somebody who doesn't know how to conserve their energy, and basically they lack intelligence. Because there's priorities.
You know who I see you with? Another mindful person that knows how to control the energy, because you have a knee-jerk energy. So somebody that's going to be with you needs to know how to engage you in a common that the two of you have learned how to earn.
Well, what I'm saying
comes back into balance.
What I'm saying about your friend who says, you know, at this age, like, we don't want relationships, meaning that whoever I'm with, like, you know, anyways, I'm just saying it'd be nice to find somebody, but I got 2026 to figure it out.
So Sam said to me, Mom, if you want to invite a third person to the party, go ahead. So I said, well, there's this girl that walks the trail. She dog sits in people's houses. She's 6 doors away, taking care of the gentleman's 2 dogs while he works out of state for a whole month. Oh, she says invite her. So I did. She brings 2 cans of clam something. It's a seltzer and something. And then she brought a ukulele in a ukulele sack. I said, oh, what is it, a ukulele? She says, yeah, it's my support ukulele. And I said, oh, let's see your ukulele. And I pull mine out. They were the same ukulele.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, what's a ukulele? What's a support ukulele mean?
Meaning that, like, she uses it for her emotional, you know, stability.
But she didn't play it.
Well, so what? I mean, I'm just saying people play music to basically, you know, take their troubles off their worries or whatever, you know. People use it as a meditation because you focus and you're no longer thinking, or you process your thoughts as you're playing, you know, and then you can slip into, like, have you ever been playing where it's like you're not thinking about your movements, but you're making all the right movements?
Yeah. But she didn't play it.
So what? What's your point?
So that sort of didn't add up.
Maybe she sucked and she was embarrassed to play in front of you, and she just likes it as like a you know, something to hang on to. I don't know. I've been playing a lot of music.
I do know that music is a lot of people's meditative go-to. And that's well, you do it too. Now that I think about it.
I've been playing the flute. I've been playing the flute for like 2 days now, and I finally got it where I'm like, wow, I've never been able to play like this. It's amazing.
Well, that's good. That means your ear is tuned.
I also find that I can actually sing a little bit, but it's only because I've been like creating this AI music and I'm like mimicking what I'm listening to, so kind of quickly and subconsciously, where I'm not thinking. Like, I sang an impromptu song the other day and people were like really impressed. They were like, that was amazing.
That's one of the hardest things to do is sing while you're playing music.
Mm-hmm.
It's like another level that you have to achieve.
It's breathing though. So the flute, the more instruments you play, the more you can transfer over to other instruments. And so I have, this Persian percussion instrument called the santur. And as I'm exploring it, I'm creating patterns that I know, but then I'm also exploring patterns that, are random. And that all that experimentation over like the course of like 2 years, maybe a year and a half or however long, I'm laying over into other instruments like the flute or my drums, or I have a violin, but it doesn't work, unfortunately.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
The wooden pegs at the top, they won't hold. Like, there's not enough taunt to like keep the peg from rotating, so it's like impossible to use it. But
so it either needs re-drilling out and larger pegs to fit those holes or something. They fix violins, I know that.
Yeah,
so
it's not.
When you're doing a flute, are you using your mouth and your nose?
I'm breathing through my mouth and nose, but part of it is it's like in the past I was always rushing it, but now I'm just like, okay, just relax, just don't just play with this note, play with these 2 notes, play with these 3 notes over and over and over again. And then so I'm trying to, basically it puts you into a state of hypnosis or like flow state. And when you're there, then you can I'm not in a rush to try to play a piece, so it's like nice to just sit here and then be surprised at because there's some instruments I have not been able to play, but today I played what's called an ocarina. Do you know what an ocarina is?
No, never heard of that.
It's like a conch shell kind of a thing. I think it's made out of porcelain, but it's from a video game called The Legend of Zelda, and it's just a flute. But today I played it today for the first time ever. I actually played it where I was like, this is really good. And it was all just because I just stopped thinking. There was no stress, and I was just like, let's see if. But it was a transfer from the flute, because I was like, anyways, I'm just saying I had a pleasant musical surprise today because I played this ocarina and I had never been able to play anything really substantially nice out of it. But today I was like, wow, I finally figured this thing out. You want to hear it?
So interesting. I wonder other people achieve that level and then they become, eventually, they're the people on the stage you're watching.
Yeah, I've never met somebody who was like, let me show you how to do this. Like, because I can actually show people how to do what I do by doing it.
Very cool. I think the time you and I and Sam were in Wrightwood, I came home with that squeeze box.
Yeah.
Did I?
I remember you had something.
Okay, so I paid them like $20 for it, I think. And I'm sorry I got rid of it. The only reason I sold it was there wasn't anybody to teach you how to play it here. But somebody bought it. Somebody was probably on a different instrument.
I bought mini bagpipes, but I haven't spent the time yet to figure out if I can actually play them. They're sitting in a backpack.
Well, that's when you have to go to Renaissance fairs near your area.
I got a guy who teaches bagpipes because he used to come to the Citadel events and play bagpipes all the time. but I'm not going to call him.
You won't believe this, but at my senior center, they have a ukulele class, and it's labeled. So the people that are in the class, they're all jiving together, and they go to the senior homes, and they play for them. How do you like that? So everybody keeps a practice going within. It's probably a very nice group to belong to.
Well, I've been creating these AI videos called the John Kitover Band. It's very funny to cast yourself as the leader of a band. But I've been playing so much music, and I have so many instruments now. I would love to have enough actual friends where I could host a dinner party or something, and then we could all play a mixture of the musical instruments. But most people would suck.
I have a good idea.
Huh?
A men's group.
A men's musical group?
You don't have to really
no knowledge
get
needed.
anything going other than these men come to your house and everybody chooses one or two, and they have to clean it by the end of the evening. And you sit and you actually have men discussions.
I do that a lot.
A physical thing.
I wouldn't want to invite men over to my house to have conversations. Let me just put it that way. But I will meet with you on a conference call.
Well, when it's just like having a library, maybe they did the conference room at the library, but widows. Well, kind of like an AA group in a sense. I think that'd be very healthy. Maybe you could use the coach house for that.
The guy that rents it. What are you talking about? And he's paying the rent.
You're not exactly social, physically social, as much as you're internet social.
Well, that guy is paying his rent. He's at work right now, which is amazing. He's paying me $1,600 a month. He hasn't missed the rent yet. Check yet.
You're freaking lucky.
Yeah.
Real lucky. You got that little place that I was in rented?
No. Not yet. Let's just look at it. Well, March, like mid-March, is when people start moving here and making reservations. So I got February to deal with that flooring down in the place and fix the toilet. And then get it back up online so I can capitalize. Instead of Mark, he's like, March is my work. That's what everything happens.
Might not be the toilet, might be the shower.
It could be a couple of problems.
Somewhere.
Yeah. I'll get it fixed. It's on my to-do list in the next 2 weeks.
Don't pressure yourself. The shit show. I gotta change my toilet. I got mine off a Wayfair. Looks good. And it wasn't that good. Then I had a shower valve that's not right. Not letting the hot water through 100%. So I just hate the thought of a fucking $400 plumbing bill. So I say to myself, either one of those leaking, the toilet does work. When you get the lottery, have them fixed.
Yeah, you fix it one thing at a time, but you got the money. Who gives a shit? Just fucking do it. Be done with it.
I think I'll treat myself when my mother gives me my money. I wonder how much you could
Probably.
This is really great. I knew what she started with, and hopefully I get to find out what she ended with.
Well, you can calculate it.
Gauge what I'm doing with my life.
You can calculate it, you know. You can do the math, but I wouldn't worry about it. You're fine. You got a house, you got savings, you got monthly income, you got a pension. Like you're set. All you got to figure out is your brain chemistry, and figure out how do I, because the whole thing deals with the theory of joy. How do you keep your bliss and your joy and your security? Because don't forget, there's danger everywhere. You could be on the highway, you could be taking a left turn. Next thing you know, you get carjacked, and then you're pissed, and then you get there's just so many things that can happen that you have to try to be aware.
I could be on a trip bus, taking a tour, and the bus flips.
Do you know thousands of people, Mom, every single year just disappear? And how do I know I'm not just gonna get a call and say, hey, Mom's disappeared? Yeah, it fucking happens.
Yeah, people in New Mexico, husbands, wives, singles, they have some kind of agenda how to end life, and it's through dementia. They don't have the money to go into a home, so they just abandon their car and they just keep walking, and they dehydrate. The animals get them. The hunter goes out and he sees these bodies, he reports them, and the family members hadn't cured from their parents. And that's how the parents had to take themselves out.
Listen to this. I get to the gym today. I'm walking into the gym, and there's a little old lady with a blind person cane touching the wall, like going very slow. And I come up to her and I say, are you okay? Can I help you? And she goes, oh, I called Uber. This woman had no eyeballs. No eyeballs. Totally blind. And she's old, like 70.
What was she doing in the club?
She was outside the club. She was lost. She had no idea where she was. And so I said, well, let me walk you inside the club, into the gym, and the front desk will help you. And so she grabs my arm and I walk her in. And she couldn't get the Uber to come up into the parking lot on the roof. He couldn't figure that out. So anyways, she obviously can't type on the phone. So the front desk, I think, helped her out. But I was just thinking to myself, holy shit, you don't see that every day. Like a blind person completely totally had no idea, couldn't figure out where the hell she was.
Her phone should probably be that Braille kind of phone, I'll bet you it is.
I could have helped her more, but I just brought her to the front desk and she said, thank you for your help. I was like, thank you. God bless, take care. And then I couldn't believe it. And I got on the treadmill and my head was racing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This poor woman. And then I was like, just breathe and stop thinking, and then I did my workout.
I saw online the fatality that I encountered on my way to the gym last week. And all routes to the health club were, backed up. So I said, well, fuck it. I'll just park my car in the bank and walk over there with my backpack. Sure enough, some truck, a woman driver, she didn't see the kid, 19-year-old boy, on his motor scooter. And turns out that kid was up on the sidewalk on his motor scooter the day before, because it happened in front of a Big O where I get my tires taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me, I saw that kid on the sidewalk yesterday. The truck didn't see him, or the kid was rushing through the light or something. Well, that truck, somehow, the windshield completely caved in. The kid was dead, and the helicopter took the lady in the truck to the hospital. I can't imagine. The truck must have hit that bike where it flew into her windshield or something. I wonder. So anyway,
She might not have had it.
I relived that whole thing today when I saw it on the internet.
Yeah.
And it made my legs weak all over again. Do you know, at 19 years old, that boy just graduated high school last year.
I know. It's crazy.
Or 2 years ago, I don't know. But god darn, his parents, he probably said, hey, I'm going over to, or maybe he was on his way to his little job. And those parents never got to say another word to their son.
Yep.
Just makes me weak. And that lady that collided with them, oh my God, think about what she's still going through. It's traumatic.
When I was going to Tracy's wedding in Utah, I got pulled over for speeding, and that cop was screaming at me. Do you have any fucking idea? Just 1 week ago, somebody was flying through here at 110, and I had to pick up their body. He was like reliving the moment of somebody that got into a car accident from speeding and screaming at me.
Well, think about the trauma that he goes through when he reports to an accident.
Yeah. He calmed down, and he was like, I'm going to give you a pass today. He's like, and he wrote me for, less than what I was going. And, but then I never paid it. And then Utah sent a letter to the state of Illinois. And then the state of Illinois said, if you don't pay Utah, we're suspending your license. I was like, holy shit. So I had to pay the ticket.
Huh. I went on. I used to belong to a vegan potluck in Grand Junction. Did you ever go to one of those with me?
We did, but we were in, what was that town? The mining town?
Oh. No, I think we stayed in Grand Junction.
No, we went out into a little mining town, and they had like a wine festival or something. They were crushing the wine with their feet.
Oh, yeah. We met up with the potluck people up there, too.
Yeah, food was great. Amazing.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Amazing.
And you would make a little card telling everybody what your ingredients were in there in case somebody had a allergy or something.
I would go to that Thanksgiving every year. That was 5-star.
Yeah. So I went out with one of the guys who was a retired park ranger. And he had PTSD from all the service years he put in. Because he retired, so he probably put 30 in. Oh my God, this guy. And we're on a hike. And he's reliving it. He's talking about body parts floating in by boats, propellers being chopped up. He's talking about people that threw themselves into the canyon. Oh my God. He must have done that whole shit scenario 3rd time on me. Mm-hmm. And I said, I can't handle it anymore. Every time you relive it, you're replaying it, and it's not good for you. You're a very nice person, but you've got to go where you need to go to get this, in order in your life. Don't do it to people.
Yeah, well, some people want to talk that shit to see if they can get a rise out of you,
Yeah, well, you got a rise out of me. I stopped seeing them.
Yep, that's the way it is. If you don't have pleasant things to say or talk about, it turns out you're actually not very pleasant.
Do you think? Huh. Well, it's Valentine's Day coming up. You got anybody? I can be your Valentine.
You'll always be my Valentine, but I'm looking in the mirror. I'm looking in the mirror this Valentine's Day. I'm going to say, I love you, John. Can I take you to a nice steak dinner?
Yeah.
Table for one, please.
The first date I went on with Robert, we went to an Indian restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells me it's his birthday. And I didn't know what to do, Is he saying that so I offer to pay for his dinner? I didn't. Because my sister Sherry said to me one time, she said, never, ever, if you're on a date, pay halfsies. But I feel so like, if I don't pay for my own way, the guy's asking for something. He's always thinking he might get something.
Well, it's quid pro quo, meaning, reciprocation, but the thing is, just give from your heart, and then you don't have to worry about these types of implications.
That is how I do it. I pay from the heart. It's not to serve you, it's to serve me.
Right.
So I feel the most comfortable.
Yep. That's the way I view it. When I pay for somebody, I am paying for them, but I'm also paying, for me, meaning I value the time and the company, and therefore I'm not afraid to dig in my pocket for the experience. But there's no implication, if they don't want to give me a peck on the cheek and they just want to go right away, well then great. So nice meeting you. Bye. If that's what it is, well, I'm glad to know either way quickly,
I was thinking about something the other day, and then I said, I should share that with John. Oh, yeah, I know what it was. Farming.
Mm-hmm.
So I seem to like farming.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up doing it, right? Well, why don't we say growing? Let's say that. And I like working outside. I like planting. I like experiencing, seeing the growth. And so I was thinking about you, and I said, okay, well, you finally tapped into who you think you would like to be with. And that would be another grower type guy.
Mm-hmm.
You need to tap into people that like reading, poetry, experimental, mindfulness.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kind of people for you. Not these nitwits, the girls that are looking for a free meal.
Nobody,
free drink.
I've stopped calling people stupid. I just call people fools because no one is stupid. But, people have their agenda. And, I'm just happy that I have housing stability, because then that gives me relationship reality, meaning I'm not jumping into anything. I want to see how you behave over the course of weeks, months, and I want to judge you. And if we're building something together or we're transparent with each other, great. But and at this point, Mom, just like that older guy, I don't really care if I get into a relationship. It's not I've been in them, and I've served in those relationships, and I've loved those relationships. But at this point, I'm just great if it happens, but great if it doesn't happen. I'm very indifferent now towards the neediness, or the, I guess, the fact
trying to procure someone.
Not procure somebody, but the fact is, we don't need the opposite sex, in a partner to be complete. I'm more complete in, my daily routines. And then if there's an addition to that, well, great. But I'm actually more focused on my daily routine and repetition, just gym, food, cleaning, gym, food, cleaning, and then on a Friday, Saturday night, if I go out or if I can plan a date, but I'm not, because I couldn't, Mom, I don't even think I could imagine having a child with a woman, especially a woman that I didn't really love. It would be very annoying to have to service a woman for the sake of a child.
Let me say this to you. Samantha said it for the first time. She says, you and Dad were not compatible.
Yeah.
And I said, boy, are you right on that one. My big mistake. His big mistake.
Yeah, but
so
it's a flip of the coin.
Ring today. And I'm like, who came to my house? It's my friend Mike. I've known since the day I moved into Rio Rancho. He's a neighbor. So he says, here, I made this for you. I said, wow, Mike. So the two of us, the three of us, so it's a picture of this guy and I. He actually worked with me at the post office. He actually was my tenant. We became very good friends. The three of us took a road trip to Utah together. It's a picture of Ken Conway, who I worked with, who was my tenant. He died. Yeah, he died. He had an embolism in his leg, just like his dad died. Went to his heart. And Mike and I had such a fondness. The three of us had such a fondness for one another. And it's funny because just yesterday, I was scrolling through my pictures on my computer, and there's Ken, Mike, and I on our road trip. Mm-hmm. We actually did psychedelic mushrooms. It was early in the morning, and I think we had our breakfast. I would imagine we had breakfast for our health. And so Mike brought the mushrooms, and he boiled them up on a little Bunsen burner. Mm-hmm. And we all drank some, and then somebody ate the little mushroom remnants out of the little tin that boiled them up. Mm-hmm. And we went out on a hike. Mike's a photographer. So, you know what I chose to do on that hike after so long? Mm-hmm. I said, you guys, I'm going to stay right here. This is where I'm going to be. And I'm sitting in a dry riverbed with all these rocks. And I'm picking up the rocks and I'm examining them and how beautiful they are. And it was a sunny day and I'm listening to the birds. And Mike keeps getting further away and he's going, gee! And I go, yeah. He was checking at me, right? Mm-hmm. It was one of the best things I ever did. The three of us shared a hotel room that had 3 beds, or however, I can't even remember the configuration, but each one of us had our own bed, and everybody was at ease with each other. It was great. Just great. And then Mike even framed the photo that he made for me. Someday you'll see it. So those are the kind of interesting relationships that you come across in life. And I've got 5 other interesting relationships with men that are all dead. Mm-hmm. They've all died, but I had the deepest relationships of my life with those 5 males. 2 of them were gay, and the other 3 were just people that found me intriguing, interesting. I only had sex with one of them.
Well, we've hit the top of the hour. I always know our conversations reach the end when we hit The top of the hour. Gotta have a hard out. I gotta get in the bathtub. So, Mother, have it, 1 hour is a good time. Anything else? Any other blessings you want to share with me?
No. I've enjoyed my conversation with you. It's
Excellent.
one of the best ones,
Excellent session.
I love when they're the best.
So get this, I researched this, I looked it up. Guess how many words the average person says per day?
Wow. I'm not included because I live very quiet. I talk to myself.
I know, but take it. Well, what do you think the AI says? One through 10,000. What's your guess?
1,500.
Wow, exactly. That's the exact number. And then how many words?
No way.
Yeah, I'm serious. And then how many words do you think people listen to daily?
If you live alone, less than 1,500.
No. Look at it this way. How many ears do you have?
2.
So multiply how many words you say daily, and then you get the number of average words people listen to, which is about 3,000.
3,000.
So the question.
Okay, I forgot. If you're watching a movie, if you're listening to the radio while you're driving, I forgot about those.
So the point is, people are gonna talk. They're gonna say whatever. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can pick what you say. It's up to you. You can listen to what you want to listen to, and what comes in and what goes out. They're generally connected. What people talk about is what they're listening to, and so the point is, associate with the best, listen to the best. And therefore, you'll say the best. You'll speak the best. I've read a lot of really fantastic books, and I've read them out loud, and I've retained a lot of that, information and wisdom. I sent Samantha 3 books for her birthday.
Oh yeah, she said so. Hope she reads them.
I told her to read it out loud and record it, and then listen to the playback, because a lot of physical mind-body pain, lower back pain. A lot of that is neurological. And so if you read those books out loud, you're basically healing yourself, because a lot of it is like therapeutic healing wisdom. So a lot of it is stress too. But the thing is, even if you're stress-free, you still have to fill yourself up with good words, so anyways.
I think I'm hearing the coyote back out the back. I'm going out there to see if I can get you to hear it. Yeah, you know what? I do a lot of writing. Here.
It sounds like babies.
Wonder if a coyote's got a hold of the dog. Sounds like it. Well, anyway, I do a lot of writing, so I have writing on this tabletop. I got it on the kitchen table. I got it all over the office desk, because I do my best thinking writing. Mm-hmm. Isn't that interesting?
This, I don't know if you believe this or not, but if you read a book out loud, it's almost like writing it yourself.
Say that again?
If you read a book out loud and you record it, in a way, it's like writing it yourself, because, nobody comes back to life. But when people read your book, they're basically like recreating their spirit within your spirit, Not like, anyways, anybody can read George Washington or Abraham Lincoln and just take that story, and incorporate it into their lives. That's all I'm really saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, if everybody, like they say, held people accountable to all the statutes, mm-hmm. which they don't, everybody that runs up against the law, they have to pay to get out of the statutes that we're all supposed to live by.
Yeah.
But the judges don't honor it. You got to have a lawyer to get you out of it. But the statutes are in place. The judge should say, yep, no statute's broken here, but it takes a lawyer in front of a judge to get you out of it. Interesting. That's considered, if you ask me, that's a fixed horse race for lawyers.
You know what they should do is just make everybody a lawyer after high school or college, because they've created basically a caste class system with lawyers and judges. If I run again for any position, do you realize they can knock you out just by challenging you? Because if they say this signature is not valid, you have to go get an affidavit signed by that person who randomly signed your petition. You got to drive to that effer's house, and they can do that for hundreds of these signatures and make running impossible. So,
their way of knocking you out.
It's so absurd. And so
it's very possible that's what they did to you when you think about it.
I tried to do it to them, but they wouldn't honor my request. I tried to do it to them too. They only audited me, but they wouldn't audit my opponents. I couldn't believe it. I thought for once I finally I thought it was going to be a fair go around, that everybody would be subjected to the same rules, but no, unfortunately, I couldn't get them to do it.
I never thought about it until you brought that up.
And
then you said they didn't like you, so there you have it.
I know. But anyways, it's not over. The election is March 17th, and it's early voting, as you know. And so every day I keep pushing out these messages, early vote for John Kitover. And it's so funny because the guy I'm running against, he must see my stuff, and he's probably just like, I can't believe it. Like, somebody is challenging me, calling me a fraud, because he called me a fraud. And I said, you're a fraud 1,000 times over. You created $25 trillion in debt. You lied about the vaccines. You said they were safe and effective. It'll protect you, your family, the community. Just do it. He's just a mouthpiece for Pfizer. And he created trillions of dollars in debt to give money to Pfizer, et cetera. And, it was a totally unnecessary medical intervention. And Bill Gates is a psychopath. And he's in those Epstein files. He's a pedophile. He's an actual pedophile, so, and
I wonder, it won't ever come to fruition because he's such a huge donor, and his wife.
I know.
He'll always be buried.
No, he's fine. He's fine. I'm just saying the photos come out are so damaging to his credibility, because Kennedy took us out of the World Health Organization. And now that we're out of WHO, we have more oversight into what we're injecting into our bodies and what we're eating. And before that, it was totally, under Chinese instructions. Fucking crazy.
I don't really still, and I don't think we'll ever know, how come the COVID deliberately came here to boost the pharmaceutical numbers.
Yeah.
That's what I believe they did deliberately. Now there's another layer of COVID in India right now.
Well, we
get Indians coming over here all the time, and now they got to pay $100,000 to come in here and work.
Yeah.
Shit.
Young
people bring stuff in here.
Young people are dying in the same way that Barton died in his, late 70s. Explain that to me. How the fuck is that happening? Because
that's what I think Kennedy. I don't even understand why Kennedy's the guy that chose it. I really don't. The guy has no documentation.
He ran for president. He joined forces with Trump.
I know.
Well, that's why do you...
leader in health.
Because he's been suing...
Because he works out?
No, because
he's
a lawyer. He's been suing Big Pharma for fucking 30 years for giving us fucking poison. This fuckers lie. and they cause a problem to cause another problem to get more money. These fucking big pharma companies, especially with what is it called when you get cancer? You got to do the drip.
Chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy is like a $50-60 billion a year business just in America, and when you look at like the results of it, fuck it, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's like it kills you.
Cancer. I hope I can keep my mouth shut.
Well,
and just let it have its way with me. It's one way to get out of here.
You just got to be careful
I
because
don't feel like being subjected to appointments.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well,
you gotta get some way out of this world.
When I was in Charleston, I had a candy vending machine business. My number one machine was on the top floor of a hospital in the chemotherapy ward. And there's like 60 people, 50, 30 people in there doing chemo drops. And all my candy gets taken because they're sitting there depressed eating my chocolates. And I'm looking around, it looked like a ghost. It looked like a room full of ghosts. And you know, in hindsight, I'm just like, I can't believe that that's the industrial medicine where somebody was like, ma'am, you've got cancer. Come with us. We're going to put you upstairs and put you on a drop right away. I mean, that's fucking bullshit. That woman, you know, this is the thing about those PSA levels and Barton going crazy. Oh, my PSA level. They give you a diagnostic. It stresses you the fuck out. They're not calming the patients down. They're causing them mental stress. If it was real medicine, they'd say, come with us. We're going to take you to a yoga room. We're going to make you a lemonade, and we're going to do some breathing exercises for a couple hours. And we just want you to calm down for like 3 hours before we talk about anything. You know, they don't do.
But you can't get them to. You can't prescribe them any anxiety medicine. They need to start putting you on the pill train.
See, Medicare, Medicaid.
Especially if you got insurance, you know that. If you don't have insurance and you're a non-paying problem person, you're not going to get the kind of care. They're going to start fucking with you. They're going to start spacing out your appointments so you get sicker and sicker quicker.
Yeah, if it was a real healthcare, you know, if they really wanted to heal you, they would say, you know what? We're going to put you on a flight to Cancun at a 5-star resort right now. Come on, you're going to Cancun for a vacation. Most people, obviously, you know, like, if it was totally free, they'd be like, fuck yeah, let's go. So I don't
care about being on chemo. Take me to Cancun. Absolutely. It's a racket.
It's a racket, yeah.
The insurance, it starts with the insurer and the government. They're in bed together.
Oh, I gotta tell you
agree?
One more thing. I got guess who contacts me? The post office. I get an email from an inside sales representative at the United States Post Office that deals specifically with candidates running for Congress, you know, any office. And she's trying to sell me on you know, mail delivery for the campaign.
A salesman. I didn't know they had that.
I didn't know this. I never thought about it, but I didn't. You know, they do have inside sales reps. So that's a great job.
Yeah.
That's a nice government job.
I told Samantha that she should apply to the post office. See if she can get an office position.
I don't know if her husband's got big bucks. Why would she want to like have to take away from her life that much? That's a lot to give. That's a real service type of job. I mean, there's no glory. It's just dirt and hard work and time. You know.
Well, she didn't have children, so I luckily wanted children, and I luckily enjoyed my children. She doesn't have that. She has his stress. It's that ain't a baby, you know. That's killer shit. And I worry about her.
Yeah,
and
but
I say, you know, you don't have to worry. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You're a very viable employee for somebody. If you choose to just go back in the work world, I'll support you on that. Somebody else's.
But Mom, nobody wants to basically downgrade. You know, she's got an incredible resume, so the only way she's going to do anything on a 40-hour-a-week basis is something that, you know, compliments her. If it doesn't compliment her, she's not going to love it. You know, she's smart. She's logical, you know. People take the shortcut. She's not going to, like, take some fucking bullshit job. For what? Like, she got dogs to take care of. Don't you know that? Like, the dogs are the kids.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want her slipping through the, I don't want her going into fucking ozone oblivion and get anguish and stress. I hope she's in the right relationship.
You don't have to worry about her. Like, she's got a fallback. If things don't work out for her, but she's unhappy and she wants to make a change, she's got me or you to immediately go house herself. And believe me, she's in control and she's not stupid. She knows at any moment if she wants to get out of that relationship, you know, she easily could leave immediately. Like, she's there because.
Take one second to hold her over till she gets to her next stop. Your place or my place. And leave everything behind.
Yeah, but this conversation is just totally pointless because, you know, it's day-to-day life is just hour to hour. You know, you don't have to worry about what, you know, she likes that guy, and you know, to me, that's like, I've observed her my whole life. That's like she's lucky she's got that guy. That's the guy. That's the guy she likes. You know.
I heard a cute little story about her on her birthday. So she gets your birthday wish. She gets one from Sherry and Dan, Melinda, and Akita. What's her name? Akita? No. Alita. And whoever else. But not Karen. Oh, I had no idea it was her birthday.
Yeah.
And she is turning from 46 to 1.5 years old. Her little face changed to this, like, pouty put. It was really interesting. So she's saying, what do I do? Do I tell him it's my birthday? Should I wait a couple more hours? And then she gets an email from him and she goes, here it is. So it says, we're going steelhead fishing on Wednesday. And I was laughing because when he realizes he sent her, we're going fishing Wednesday, and he doesn't realize it's her birthday, he's going to go, oh my God, I sent my wife, haven't even been married a year, I send her an email saying we're going steelhead fishing on Wednesday. So she couldn't hold herself back anymore. She puts the birthday hat on, says happy birthday. She emails them and she says, today's my birthday. Poor thing. It was so sad to see it. So sad.
Yeah, but people.
And she's got this like little glum face and she didn't know what to do.
Listen, I hate to break the bad news to you, but I spent plenty of birthdays, plenty of New Year's, plenty of Christmases alone. And I wasn't sad. I was making the best of it. And if, you know, that's the point is closed mouths don't get fed. She should have told him it's her birthday. She's got the communication failure. She thinks somebody's going to kiss her ass. You know, if she wants her life to be exceptional, she's got to plan it and she's got to communicate it to make it exceptional. So, you know, don't feel bad for nobody. Just take care of yourself. You know, that's the thing is Because most people,
I think
Mom.
She did make her birthday exceptional. She left there. She didn't have to take the dogs. She had all her meals cooked for her. We took walks every single day. She was in bliss. She didn't do shit. Believe me, she didn't do shit. When I say she didn't do shit, she didn't do shit. Anyway, I did get her to dig bags of chips up with me the day we went to Santa Fe. But yeah, she relaxes. She's good at relaxing. Real good.
Okay, Mother, we've been on the phone for an hour and 20 minutes. I must disconnect. That's the whole story. Good night.
Good night. I love you.
Okay, love you too. Take care. Bye. Oh, shit.
The law is a prescription. What the law is not saying, the law is only prescribing how you go. Ask for a king. That's what it says. The people ask for a king. When they ask for a king, yada, yada, yada.
But the law God comes from God, though.
But we have to be consistent. If this was the law, and this is a good thing, why is God saying they've rejected him? That's
Because
what I'm asking.
they were rejecting the king again. You have
Not getting their money back, ever.
So, why is this app still? How is this app still open?
Because initially, I mean, it was a good thing during the fucking pandemic when everybody was
No, I get that, but who's funding it right now that it's still off?
venture capital. I mean, like investors.
So clearly there's something going on that they're still holding on to this app. So even though on your search it's not showing that it's doing well, these investors definitely have faith that it's going to boost profit to make money because they're still investing.
It's data, bro. The data. They can sell all these conversations we're having, and
that's the answer. That's the real answer. It's not going to be on Google.com. The real answer is the real use of this app. Data, our information.
You want to peel it back another layer? These are government apps, man. When companies like this aren't making money and they're up for so long, to me that's a good indicator that the government's behind it.
There you go. That's
because if not, these companies will fold. They'll fold real fast. Mm-hmm. As soon as they stop turning profit.
So I agree with Kaiser. That's the answer I was looking for.
All right, so let's look this up.
That's not going to be online, though.
Let's look this up here. Let's look this up. So, Clubhouse raised hundreds of millions of dollars from investors during its early hype phase, valued at over $4 billion at its peak. This funding was used to grow the platform rapidly, hire staff, and maintain operations, even though the app wasn't generating much revenue. By the way, they cut 52% of the staff in 2023. Venture funding is essentially investor money used to subsidize growth. It's not profit from business itself. So there really is no sustainability in this. Like you said, I mean, the only way that it's going to be able to keep alive is
they believe in it because it's still on. It's still active.
I hope so. I hope for our sake.
Well, I don't care if this app went off tomorrow. I don't rely on this app for anything. It's
Jeff is a narcissist.
Time and those people I can chop up.
I think he thinks it's like, it's like part of like his financial advisory business. Like, it's a great way to meet clients. But it has turned out to like the room to feed Jeff's ego, and he spends no time working on himself. and you hear him, he's sick with his cough. So the problem by hosting a room all the time, it like tethers you, and you can't basically, do as much as you could do, and thus it becomes a detriment to growing your business. And he's, I've heard him have some technical conversations about, financial definitions. And
a lot of them, I guess, moved on.
Basically, his content sucks.
Yeah, a bunch of people moved to Clapper from stereo.
Jeff's no superhero, dude.
I don't like Clapper.
He's not the Jewish superhero of Clown House, I assure you. You're listening to the Jewish superhero of Clown House, and I'm not even Jewish for Bono Shalom.
You saying that is weird, but I can see a division since you mentioned it.
You know what I'm saying? Let's do some butt clap.
Jeff is a schmuck, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just...
Yeah, he doesn't care about anyone. But that's his problem. He's here to try to
what it is, dude. If it shuts down, I hope not, though. But...
Anyways, he gets his dopamine, dude. Everybody's a dope here, It's a dope house. That's all it is. Some dopes are bigger dopes than other dopes. That's life, isn't it? Hello?
In an automated fashion to evaluate all the agents and all the methods and techniques possible to take a look at this, extract this information, yada, yada, yada.
Sounds good. All right, I got that written down. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know how it goes, and if you have any hiccups or anything, just you can message me. I'll give you my email as well. There you go. I sent it to you in the back channel.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and a few people have offered to help me, and in the few minutes that people spent with me, it changed my life. So now I feel like I have to be Jesus everywhere with AI. So don't feel shy or silly. All you can do is just stay silly with stupid questions. Whereas if you ask me, I've probably already run into that stupid question, and many people probably have solutions and other things. But once you get used to the cursor thing, maybe you'll feel I don't feel comfortable running OpenClaw, but I do feel comfortable running cursor with a Ralph Wiggum loop, because then it's one folder and only so much damage can occur in that one folder. Whereas if you do Ralph Wiggum through the CLI, through the OS, it can just fuck up all your shit. So the other thing is, if you're going to do this in cursor or Studio Code, you can probably not worry about problems. But if you run OpenClaw, you probably want to have a new a blank computer, a sacrificial computer.
Because I got stuff on this one that I got NRC codes and stuff like that I can't lose. So I'll have to be careful.
Yeah, and as long as you keep the permissions, I don't think. Well, actually, that's not true. There is a team of Chinese hackers who showed that they can get the LLMs to escalate privileges to get out of the VM hypervisor. So that is crazy. But we'll leave that for another day. Oh, by the way, the genie can get out the bottle on his own.
I just want to say welcome back.
ABCD.
It's good to see you again. My name has changed several times since we've last spoken, but it's good to see that smart people can be dragged back into the orbit.
Oh, yeah, cool. Were you in Small Steps, Giant Leaps, or somewhere else?
No, I was anywhere you deigned to talk trashy politics. So I don't remember it. I don't know the last time you were on the app, but I think the last time we talked was years ago. But you had the same photo, so good on you.
Yeah, actually, I'm going by, this is an alias, but
Yeah, I haven't broke this photo out in a long time, but when I was first on the app, this was my photo. Yeah.
Is that your COVID photo?
Yep, that's my COVID photo. The N95 masks, they were all sold out and difficult to get, and so I just built myself a respirator instead. Because I needed one because I'm immunocompromised. So if I was going to go outside, I needed to make sure I had some form of protection. So I figured, why not just go all in?
Wow, that looks just like when you would buy mine. That's really cool.
Oh, built myself means just like I got the different pieces and put it together, because you can have different filters and dust covers and stuff like that. So that's what I mean.
Yeah, I happened to just have one because I was doing some painting, and I didn't want to indoor paint. I didn't want to inhale the stuff, so I just happened to have it, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh well, I got this thing here. I mean, I didn't. Did you go out in that? Just curious. Not that it would be a big deal, but I just. I'm curious people's responses to it, because some people don't even believe the masks.
If he did it because he's immunocompromised, why wouldn't he go out in it? That's his protection.
So I did it in every public space, even in spaces that probably it was fine. So like this picture right here, like I'm originally from Washington State. So this is on the ferry that's going to San Juan Islands, going to Orcas Island. And so when I was on like Orcas Island and walking around, I had it around my neck, but we were away from people, it's fine. But when you're on the deck, when we were walking upstairs on the ferry, all that type of stuff, like you're around people in a closed setting. So I always just kind of had it, and I was wearing it down there on the deck. And then like I had it for school, so I was finishing my undergrad and going to graduate school. And so they were going to try and do a return to classroom. And so I wanted to make sure that I could sit in the classrooms and be safe and walk around on campus. And I'll tell you what, every time I used it in the airport, never had any problems. And so now I don't use it because it's a little cumbersome. But now that I can get N95s, I always just wear N95s when I'm going through the airport. And it's really helped on cutting down on me getting sick.
Yeah, I traveled at the beginning of the pandemic with an N95 for specifically coronavirus task force. We were doing like a research paper on how to detect it and so on. And I ended up getting it in the airport. For the one moment that I took it off to eat something, I looked in the direction of some Chinese woman, and she just like coughed right in my face. And this was like February of the beginning of the pandemic. And my wife was like, God fucking damn it, you're going to get it now. And I was like, I'm sorry. It's like that scene in World War Z. The guy's like, listen, I'm an expert virologist, and shoots himself in the... No, pretty much. No, I had to do some travel after I think I had like 2 vaccinations and the booster and stuff. And so I was like, okay, so I got the vaccinations and the booster. And I think that was when Omicron just was getting really big, and I did the travel without it. And oh my God, I got so horribly sick. I have not been that sick in such a long time. And I was just like, man, this is with the vaccinations, because, I'm immunocompromised. And so I was like, man, I can't imagine what this would have been like if I didn't have the vaccinations. And so I've just gone back to wearing masks every time I'm in the airport now. And it's really helped.
Yeah, I asked only because, some people just didn't go anywhere. And, it sounds like you had, there were places where you had to go for business and stuff. So, I was that's why I'm more curious, how being in it for a long period of time, because in the summer I can imagine it was a little hot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you get used to it. It's not fun when you have to wear it for 10, 12 hours a day. Your nose hurts really bad and stuff. But I mostly stayed home for most of the pandemic. Like, I was in school, thankfully, and it was remote for a lot of it. So I was just kind of stuck in a bedroom for, 8-10 hours a day doing an electrical engineering degree. So, for what it's worth, I didn't go out very often. But then once I graduated, that was towards the end of the pandemic. And so we moved across the country to my graduate school. So we had a big move, and then, we were in classes, and that was back to return to campus, but we still weren't fully certain about, coronavirus. So that whole first semester, I definitely wore the mask in the classroom and on campus and stuff. It did get a lot of use, and it does get tiresome, but it was worth it just from how little I got sick while I was working. Still comfortable and confident. Back to you, but honestly, there is you.
死んでいた朝の弔いの雪が降るはぐれ犬の
We agree, you don't have to yell it. We all agree that popular opinion is not a verdict. You don't have to yell about it.
Edward? We're just trying to explain the historical relevance of an actual
there's too much yelling,
declaration
okay?
of truth where people actually investigated and litigated the issues.
May I just? I don't know. Maybe Trump's new world court will find different. May I just make a comment real quick here? So I think we're concentrating on if it is or is not a genocide based on the Genocide Convention itself. But we're not talking about the implementation of the convention, and that's where it becomes vitally important. So when courts, and if you look at cases in the past, when courts have looked at genocide, it wasn't just for example, in this case here, the acts in Gaza. What they would look at based on how they've done this in the past is the overall holistic picture. How were or are the Palestinians being treated? How were they being treated before the genocide? How were they being treated in the West Bank? And also how they are treated in Israel. Now, the accusation of genocide is only on Gaza, but they sort of put together a three-dimensional graph or chart or whatever you want to call it, multi-dimensional, to see how everything it links together, how Israeli policy has intent behind it, and if there's intent, what is the intent behind it? Because it's not just that they look at the destruction in Gaza and say, okay, this is a genocide based on the destruction. They look at what led up to the destruction, what motivated it, and it's not just government. They'll look at what people thought of Palestinians, what actions were taken. They'll look at the occupation because that would be a contributing factor. Like, genocide doesn't happen overnight where one day you get up, a government says, we have a policy of destroying a people, getting rid of the people. It doesn't work that way. It's done almost organically, and it's multifaceted. So, this is why it takes years, because we have to understand exactly all the contributing factors that have gone into what has happened in Gaza, and then put them together to figure out, okay, this is genocide or it's not genocide. And now a lot of experts have done that. It's not that they have given their opinion, and again, they're what they have to say, unless they're called as a witness, doesn't really matter for the ICJ. But just for this room, what they have said. Israel doesn't even acknowledge the existence of the ICJ, right? So they don't even want to answer.
They have to acknowledge it. No, the ICC you're thinking of.
Yeah.
The ICJ.
That should tell you alone. They're guilty.
Well, the thing is, like, these genocide scholars,
they are taking a more holistic view of what are Palestinians and what does that mean to the Israeli people, Israeli government. For example, and I don't know how much of a role this plays, but I'm just giving this as an example. In Israel, Palestinians are called Arab Israelis, not Palestinian Israelis. That would be something that I would think a court, the ICJ, would look at as a contributing factor in the intent to commit genocide. Now, was that done to commit genocide? No, I don't believe that. That's not reasonable. However, first dehumanizing or diminishing or taking away the credibility of a specific people, that comes first before you actually commit the crime itself. And it is a very high bar, like Zed said. I do agree with that. So I think we have to take a look at this from multiple angles and understand that, the court's job is to put all these puzzle pieces together, and there are a lot of puzzle pieces to put together. And we can go back, and they would go back decades to see the policies and how Israel's military and its propaganda.
I didn't know that about having to give birth at their checkpoints. Look, I'm the last. If you guys ever hear me on the app, I'm always trying to get people to not to generalize. And if you did listen to me closely on the app, I'm always defending people that are being anti-Semitic. So the last person, believe me, that wants to say that Israel's committing genocide would be me. I don't like it. I don't like that I have to say that, but it's fucking pretty fucking obvious, And I'm not, saying all Jews or something like that. And I know there's millions of people.
We know you're a good guy. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, it's not against Jews. It's against the state itself.
I hate even having to say it. Just the same thing. My family is from former Yugoslavia, Serbia, and I'm telling you, I genuinely think some of those Serbs, or even the Serbian state or whatever, has to take responsibility. I think they did commit genocide.
Well, in that case,
if it were up to a lot of people there, they would have erased every single Albanian and Muslim and Turk from all of former Yugoslavia. That's just the way they felt, and they did not manage to carry it off. They got in trouble for trying, and they didn't own up to it. So I don't know, man. I just think it's fucking have some pride. If you try to kill a bunch of people, just say it. Just say I'm gonna fucking do it, and hedge your bets. Right? Yeah. Yeah, because the way that I look at it is look, a person, a little kid that was born, let's say, Jewish in Jerusalem, right? He didn't choose to be that way. He swept up in fate, right? And then a little kid that was born in Palestine, he didn't choose to live there. He swept up in fate.
right? And the whole world and their parents and everybody else pit these two kids against one another. And if they're sworn to be enemies and they go to war, they should have some pride and just leave it to the gods of war and say,
"Oh, look, this point a few times. I don't want to interrupt, but you're being a little repetitive."
Yeah, but I know. I think Matthew.
Give other people a chance to talk.
Can I just say real quick? When it comes to Yugoslavia, the court didn't find that Yugoslavia had committed genocide, but it did find, I believe, the army itself had committed genocide. Yeah, so I agree with 1,000%. You know, it is multifaceted. You can find the IDF committed genocide and not Israel.
Igor's been waiting patiently, and we kind of talked over him for an hour. So go ahead, Igor.
Okay, I'll explain. So basically, they proved that genocide is done in Srebrenica, not in whole Bosnia, just in the part, and it was concluded that Bosnian Serb did the genocide, and that included that Radovan Karadzic and Ratko Mladic was convicted in ICC, not ICJ. ICC is for the individuals, ICJ is for the state relationship. In the case of Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, so the smaller Yugoslavia, Serbia and Montenegro, basically, they find us guilty that we didn't prevent genocide, not that we did it, because there is other acts. So you need to prevent, you need to arrest people who did the genocide and stuff like that. So genocide is not only the crime of genocide convention. So you have a prevention of genocide and so on and so on. So for prevention of genocide is that basically you need a lower level of intent. So basically, if you just didn't prevent, not necessarily. So it's Serbia, like Republic of Serbia, was, is that make sense, Edward, what I'm trying to explain? I'm a little bit tired.
No, it's perfect sense. I wanted to give Zeleny because he's been waiting patiently and passive aggressive things in his.
So I went and found, I know there are multiple, like this one, but I at least found one of them to read from. Let me just switch to the tab. Judgment of the court, International Tribunal for the Prosecution of Persons Responsible for Serious Violation of International Humanitarian Law, Territory of former Yugoslavia. And this is a specific, so it goes into, there's a specific chapter of the judgment that's just called the definition of the part of the group. And it has several points. And it gives several points for the first condition of like there being a substantial number of people affected by genocidal action. Like if it's murder, then it needs to be a substantial number of people being murdered. You can't just like kill two people. And it
what does the fact of substantial mean? How is that funded for such a vague?
Yeah, they don't really lay it out.
I think if it affects the group, up to the point that it affects the group.
My point is like that this other criteria that I was referring to is also mentioned here, and this is I'm going to be now quoting from this like judgment text. It goes like this: it says, "Area of perpetrators' activity and control, as well as the possible extent of that reach, should be considered. Nazi Germany may have intended only to eliminate Jews within Europe alone. That ambition would extend even at the height of its power for an undertaking of that enterprise on a global scale. Similarly, perpetrators of genocide in Rwanda did not seriously contemplate the elimination of Tutsi population beyond the country's borders. They intend to destroy region. From the perspective of the Bosnian Serb forces alleged to have had genocidal intent in this case,
the Muslims of Srebrenica were the only part of the Bosniak Muslim